and welcome to my podcast. Yay. This is Nerdy Distractions, where I, Reaper, hello, invite my friends to chat with me about nerdy stuff that we're currently into. And today I have the lovely, the one and only BlerdyOtome with me, whom is like my fucking hero in the Otome space, honestly. So, yeah.
Thank you. I love that. Oh, you're so
Truly.
sweet.
No. Truly is like you were one of the first content creators that I found when I was like, you know what? I really love otomes and I love playing otomes and I love stories and I'm more indie otome than I think maybe you are. But I found your content and I was like, she plays games that I don't. And she does them in a very similar way. And I was like, I'm in love. Love it.
It's been a crazy journey just creating this space on the internet and talking about Otome games and talking about games in general. And since I started it, I've kind of transitioned a lot. Like I started covering just whatever I could, and then it just kind of morphed into Otome, and then it morphed into like indie games. And I've always kind of played indie games because as a person of color, I'm not always as visible as a character in the games that I play or the media that I consume. So indie games kind of fill that void in allowing me to feel seen. And not necessarily just like in seeing a Black heroine or a Black character, but just in the types of decisions that the characters make, how they react to certain things. Like in a lot of Otome games, they'll get hit with something that is absolutely ridiculous, and like I would sit there and be like, I would tell this man to go F himself and walk. And she is over here on her knees begging him to stay, and I'm like, why are we here? Why are we doing this? But then I'll play an indie game and that same scenario will play out and the MC will just say, well, F you, my guy, and walk away. And then this man has to now beg on his knees for her, and I'm like,
as it should
where
be.
Have you been? Yeah, where have you been my whole life? Like, where's this storytelling been my whole life? So for me, indie games have always made me feel more seen in the narrative sense, in the depiction of the characters, in the types of diversity you see in the characters, from different identities being represented to different cultures to different body types and shapes. So that's always been a big part of what I want. And I'm also really into BL, so like I'm a food.
Hey, yo, let's go. Samesies.
Exactly. Like I always make space for BL. And it's like, it's crazy to think of where BlerdyOtome started and where it's gotten to, because I never actually intended for BlerdyOtome to be a thing. In fact, I started BlerdyOtome in 2015, so this will be 2025 is actually going to be the 10th anniversary of BlerdyOtome, which is actually really crazy to think about. I started BlerdyOtome when I was in grad school, and I was working on my final research project, because there's a graduation project, you have to do a research paper, and there's potential to have it published. And it was boring as hell. Like, to be honest with you, it was really boring. It's about unintended injury rates in adolescents in like some South American countries. And it was boring. Kids fall, kids break bones. Like, that's it. Like, there's nothing, there's not rocket science here. And I was getting kind of burned out doing the research and having to do all the math and the statistics and stuff. And I just needed a break. And I realized that if I had stopped writing, by the time I went back to my research paper, it would be harder to start up again. So I was like, okay, I need to do something that will keep me writing so that when I eventually drop it and go back to this research paper, I won't have as hard of a transition. And I had a WordPress account that I had created but never did anything with. And I was like, why don't I just start writing stuff? So I did. And it was mostly like stuff like Netflix guides, like, oh, what I'm watching on Netflix today, or like, oh, I'm playing Pokemon, or oh, I'm doing this. Like, it was just dumb stuff that didn't really have a rhyme or reason.
Online diary journal kind of thing.
Yeah. It definitely had that vibe. And it was called Nice Job Breaking Arrow because at the time, it was a TV trope. And it felt like one of the tropes that kind of like fit me at that time. You know, it means like when a hero does something that they think is going to help, and in the long run, it actually causes more problems. So
Love
it's like
that
next
stuff.
up breaking hero, like next up. So like in my life just kind of felt like every time I would do something like, oh, well, this would end up this way. Well, I just try again the next day. So I just thought it fit me well at the time. And I just wrote things. And I started writing about games I was playing. And I was playing like voltage games. And I think the very first review I actually wrote on my site was for Dramatical Murder. A lot of people don't know that. My very first review was not an Otome review. It was a BL review. So yeah, it's always funny because I always get people saying, "Oh my God, you're covering BL. Why are you doing that? I came here for Otome," and I'm like, "Are you an idiot?" Like,
Joke's on you. That's where it started, bitch.
BL was literally the first thing, and then Otome came later. Like, don't be weird. But yeah, Dramatical Murder was the very first review I ever did. And I was like, oh, that was kind of cool. I should write about other games. And then I got into voltage games. I was into other old Otome games at the time, like mobile ones, but I cannot remember the names of them for the life of me, and they're long since gone. But I wrote about what I was playing, and I would just put it up, and I would just, wouldn't expect anything. And then I noticed like I was getting like a comment or like a like. And my boyfriend at the time, I was like, oh my God, somebody read it. I've got 5 views. And he's just like, that's great, babe. I love that for you. And I'm like, oh my God, somebody left a comment again. This person's really sweet. And it just was like me being like excited about like the back and forth. Like, oh, I found other people who are into this too. Because like at the time, nobody I knew was into Otome games or into gaming as much as I was, or the games that I was into, I should say.
Right.
And so it was a way for me to connect with other people. Like, I've never had a problem with connecting with other nerds, because even when I was in school and high school, I was always with the nerdy kids. I was in the anime club. I just never showed up because I was too cool for that. But I still watched anime on,
The cool
on the
nerds.
side.
I remember those well.
Right. So like I still watched anime and BL and all that kind of stuff, read manga online and everything. But I just never would show up to club. And I was in band, so I was definitely a nerd. And then I went to college, and I went to an HBC. I went to Howard. It's everywhere. If you didn't know I was a Howard alum, you're blind. But it's literally on my little PFP's like shirt. It's a Howard shirt.
Oh my God.
That's not an accident. I did go to Howard. I graduated.
I don't think I've ever noticed that, actually.
I specifically asked the artist who I commissioned. I was like, I want a Howard shirt. And she's like, say less. And I said, thank you. Yeah. I was like, I got the student loans to prove it if you really want to know. But when I went to Howard, I had come from a predominantly white school in the suburbs of Georgia. And I was just like, oh my God, this is the first time I'm going to be around a lot of Black people. I don't know how this is going to be. Thinking like I wasn't Black enough. And then I went to Howard, and I literally found all the nerds. Like, this is crazy.
Yes.
Thing. I took Japanese at Howard. Don't ask me to speak any because I don't remember enough or any of it to do anything with it. But I took Japanese. I was in the Japanese culture club, met a bunch of nerds. One of my best friends, the friends I've had for the longest, we literally talk every day, and it's usually about BL. Or I'm yelling at her about some Otome game I got that I can't publicly say anything about, so she just gets my unfiltered reviews every time. Like when I'm like, this character is trash, and here's why. Because she doesn't care about spoilers, so like I could just tell her.
You can just give her the whole plot.
Right. Or sometimes I'll do like a video call, and I'll just be playing. I was like, you see this ish? Do you see what I'm dealing with? She's like, yeah, that's crazy. But but like I found my tribe at Howard, and like we just connected and we clicked, and it was just like I was always into the nerdy stuff with them. But I was playing these Otome games and nobody else was. So it was like I would tell them about it and they would listen because we're nerds. We listen to each other's weird nerdy kinks. Yeah. But they weren't playing them, so it wasn't like I could just be like, oh my God, how was that romance route for you? Like they didn't care. So I did get that from creating my site. And like I said, over the years, it kind of evolved into BlerdyOtome because I realized I was putting more of an emphasis and a focus on games and Otome games specifically. And the name actually kind of funny to come up with because I had 3 different names that I was playing around with. They all had blurred in them because of blurred Black nerd, and I am a Black nerd. I wanted that to be incorporated in some way. And I play Otome games, and Otome also means maiden. And at the time, I was of maiden age. Now, I don't know. I mean, I
think we're both beyond that, unfortunately.
I can still pretend to be a maiden in my 30s, but So I asked a friend. I was like, these are the 3 names. Which one sounds snappier? Which one sounds better? And she's like, this one. And I was like, yeah, I like that one too. And So I was like, Blerdy. She's like, well, what does Blerdy mean? I was like, well, it's black nerd. And you know how you say you're nerdy? Why not say Blerdy? Because I'm black and nerdy, so Blerdy. And then Otome because it means maiden, and I play Otome games. It's like a double whammy for that. And because I do cover a lot of BL, it wasn't the intent at the beginning, but the BL is silent in Blerdy. It's not really silent because it's at the beginning, but
Yeah.
there's still Blerdy in it. And the artist I commissioned to do my logo, she is Reggie Bear. She is a streamer, a VTuber. She's really fun. She's really fantastic. I love her vibe. And when I told her I wanted a logo, and that because she does logos and she does like emotes and stuff, and I was like, hey, I need a logo. She's like, well, what do you think? And I was like, okay, pink and purple because that's the colors I've been using. And it's BlerdyOtome. I wanted to have something to do with like gaming, so she made like the little Joy-Cons for the Switch.
Yes.
And then she's like, well, you do play a lot of BL. How about I make the B and the L in Blerdy one color and then make the rest of Blerdy purple? So it's like a little subtle way to point out the BL part without saying it out loud, and then do the alternating colors for Otome. And I said, that's fine. I said, that's perfect. So it incorporates all the things that I'm kind of into. There's the BL, there's the Otome, and then there's the Blerdy, which covers all the other nerdy stuff that I may be yelling about this week, from TV shows to manhwa to manga, which I do post a lot of because I have a manga.
Yes. I get a lot of my recommendations from you, actually. So I'm like, she's picked those up. I should look at those too, actually.
You know how many people say that? And I'm like, you do realize I haven't read whatever it is I picked up. I like to pick things up on a whim sometimes. And I will read it eventually. I don't ever read it right away. There's like a handful of manga series that I read as soon as I get them. One of them is The Summer Hikaru Died. The next is Megumi and Tsugumi. And there was another one, but it finished, so like I don't have to read it anymore.
You don't have to pick those up anymore.
Right. As soon as I get it, I am on the elevator, like from the lobby, picking up my package, reading the book. And
I feel you, because I'm like, look, if you didn't want me to pick up this manga or this manhwa, why'd you put two really attractive guys on the front? And I know it's BL. I know what it's going to get into, but you put two really attractive men on the front page. And then I love in Japan, they want to like cover those in brown paper. I'm like, give me that.
Oh.
I am proud. Like, don't at me, okay? Y'all make this. I'm reading it.
Oh. It's a funny story. We have a concierge at my building, so I have to go downstairs and pick up my packages all the time.
Oh no.
And I get a lot of packages. Sometimes they're from publishers. Sometimes it's just I bought a crap ton of manga and I just have like 50 packages coming in. Or I put in pre-orders for stuff, forgot about it, and then it shows up at my house and the money just disappears from my bank account.
I love when that happens.
I love it. Always happens. And I'm like, what? And then I'm like, oh shit.
Oh, that was that thing.
God damn it. But I'm like, yeah, and at that point it's like, it's too late. But I would go down so often and the concierge was like, what do you keep getting? And I was like, gay porn. And he just laughed. And I was like, I'm so serious.
You think
he's like,
but...
he's like, you're joking. I was like, no, I'm so serious. No, and I pulled out the manga. Thankfully, it was one of the more tame BL covers. And I was just like, it's gay porn. He's like, oh. So every time I go down, he's like, oh, more gay porn? I was like, nah, I think it's a game today. I was like, I think it's a game. But yeah. And the other, like, there's like two different concierges, one in the morning and one at night. Nighttime one's like, you got another one of those? Because I would always pick up my Nendo figures when I would go down at night. So in the morning, it would be my BL. And at night, it would be my Nendos. She's like, oh, what are you getting now? You got something else? I was like, oh, it's a figure. And I'm like excited to get this Nendo. So I'm like opening the box. I'm like, look at the babies. Look at how cute they are. She's like, you getting them doll babies. Aren't you too old for that? I was like, never. I was like, this is a $50 figure. No child could get this. And she's just like, okay.
Just a small tangent, just a tiny tangent, because we're both in our 30s, right?
Right.
And the fact that people at this time are like, you should be having kids. You should be doing this. And like, why would I want to spend $50 on diapers for 3 days when I could spend $50 on things that I actually like?
I'm like literally. I was like, I do have babies. Would you like to see my?
Would you like
Squishmallow? Would you like to see my Nendos of the Link Click boys? I also have the Banana Fish boys. I have all of the.
I don't think people realize how well I take care of my Garish Shrine. That is my baby.
Like, I have a Baku Deku shrine. It has scented candles and everything. Like, Baku Deku scented candles. Like, I add to it every 5 minutes. Like, I'm buying, like, whenever a new figure comes out for them and it's like a cute one, I buy them as a pair. I sit them on their little shrine. I readjust the candles and the squishmallows and all the other stuff. And then I'm like, perfect. Takes a picture, walks away.
I knew I liked you a lot. Let's go. Baku Deku, I haven't heard in a bit.
Oh no, my chat hears it at least twice a stream, at least. I actually have a chat command that's for one of my favorite Baku Deku Omegaverse fics, because I would bring it up so much.
Oh my
and
God.
They would ask me, like, there would be a new person like, what is this about? And what are you talking about? And I'd be like, chat command. And it just pops up with a link. I'm like, go ahead and read it. And I was like, oh, you want to hear about the thing? And everybody who's been in my chat before are just grown. They'll be like, oh my God.
You did the thing.
And one of my mods is like, I have a checklist of like how many days it's been since we've had a Baku Deku mention. And I'm like, that thing should stay at 0. Like, why is it ever a number in that box? Like, what are we doing? I'm failing. But I will talk about Baku Deku at length. Like, I have no qualms about that. I love them to bits. I just actually bought a Baku Deku, well, it's a Deku Baku zine. And I was like, hell yeah, gimme.
Oh my God, I love fanzines. They're so good.
They're freaking amazing. So I was like, yeah, give me that. They come with all this great merch too. I was like, yeah, give me that.
It's just artists who also really love the characters, and you're like, this is peak. This is fucking peak content.
And they draw them beautifully. Oh my God, I have like some actual print copies of Baku Deku fanfics that the writers actually had printed. So I have it in like book form, and I will pick them up and just be reading my smut happily. But yeah, no, Baku Deku, stand by that. And Kurosuke from Haikyuu. Like, those are the two big shits about. And my chat just humors me and listens because they know better.
They know not to talk back.
They know if they say something, it'll just go on longer.
It'll get worse.
I have a command where it's like, read to me, Blerdy, and I'll read a fanfic on stream, just a random one. And it's always a Baku Deku one. Except for when I was doing Stardew. I was playing Stardew Valley, and I found a Shane X Farmer one, and it was depressing as hell. But we were all oddly invested in this story. It was so bad. And I was just reading it. I was like, pulled it up, I have it on screen, and then I'm reading it as I go. And I'll do that, but I will read a fanfic on stream. You don't have to.
I've done that. I've done that before. I've done a whole stream where I read one of my favorite Garrus femship. I don't know if you know Mass Effect.
A little bit, not a whole lot, but a little bit.
Garrus is the giant blue bird guy that with the really sexy voice. Okay, and then femship is the main character, the female version. What is it? Prince of Palavin, daughter of Earth.
Oh.
That's my, like, I love it. It is a finished, it is a completed, 70,000 word. Like, it's a big one. I don't even know if I'm doing it justice, but I pulled that up one day. I was like, guys, I'm just gonna read until my voice grows hoarse. And then 3 hours later, I was like, we're only 4 chapters in. This is like a 60 chapter thing. Please go read more.
No, I am here for doing a fanfic read because, like, I get into the story and I'm like, guys, listen to this. And then I get to the smut scene and I'm like, I gotta actually read this out loud. I was like, well, you've committed.
I get very embarrassed. Like, I'm very much of a I'll read stuff in public. I'll read stuff on public transport. Living in Japan, I don't have a car, so like I'm on trains, I'm on buses and things like that. And living in Japan, people can't read English really well. Like they're not going to be able to read over my shoulder as easily as, if I was doing this in America, right? So I'm reading fan fiction, the smuttiest stuff, just public transportation, and I have like a stone cold face. Truly do. Like I video myself sometimes making sure that I've kept this like, statuesque look when I am reading the filthiest stuff. But as soon as I come home, as soon as I'm just in the safety, it is giggling, it is kicking my feet. Like if I'm streaming it, I get so embarrassed reading it because I'm like, this is my safe space. I get to not have to be so stoic with this stuff.
Me by myself reading, I will giggle, I will be kicking. I was like, oh my God.
The silent squeals when it's like 3 a.m. and they're like, I can't wake up my neighbors, but I have to squeal.
Yes. So it's funny you brought up the reading on the metro, reading on the train. So I used to commute to work. I work from home now, so I don't have to deal with commutes anymore, thank God. But I would have a really long commute to my job, and I would usually read something. What I would do is I would listen to these like mystery audiobooks, and it would be like a little cliffhanger because once I got off the train, I'd be like, oh, that's it. I'll read it. I'll listen to it when I get back on. But then I started reading fanfics from AO3.
Yeah.
I was reading this like one of the most smutty Bakudeku like BL fics. Like it was disgustingly smutty. It was delicious. And I was reading it, and of course, straight face, stoic, not a twitch. I'm just reading this like absolutely degrading smut in public, and I'm just like you would think I was looking at the weather for how much I showed any emotion about it. And then I hear this behind me, and I'm like, what? And it's like, my word. And I'm like, and then I turn, and it's this little old lady who was behind me on the train. She had been reading over my shoulder of the fic, and she read what I was reading, and she wasn't expecting it. So she reads the smut, she's like, oh, my word. And I'm like, what you get? Like, what are you doing?
Reading over my shoulder.
Why were you that close in the first place? But it was just so funny. And then I immediately was like, she knows I'm a degenerate. I was like, God. But then I was like, well, stars are right. I just keep reading. But I'm like, maybe she became a fan. But
it was like, there's a 50-50 chance there.
But it was like, why are you reading over my shoulder? What are you doing? Like, you should never have read that. But I've had that happen. It's like nosy people. They will read over your shoulder because they have nothing better to do. And they get an eyeful of something they weren't expecting.
That's
the debasing Bakudeku smut.
That's the thing, though, is that, like, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm nosy sometimes. I'm nosy. Sometimes I see other foreigners in Japan, and they're reading something. I'm like, I kind of want to know what they're reading. If I see something degrading, or if I see something, if I see something like that stuff, I'm like, okay, I brought this upon myself. I feel like if you're gonna read over someone's shoulder, if you're gonna be nosy, and you find out something you didn't want to find out, that's on you.
It's on you. You chose that life. You chose that life.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no, I've had those. But like oh my God, I will read the smuttiest stuff sometimes, and I'll just be like giggling at home or like going crazy. I always joke that like I don't watch anime in public because I react like
yes,
very much so. Like the most recent one of these was I was in Boston for a work conference a few months ago. And one of my coworkers is like a huge nerd, just like me. And we actually found this out kind of late in the game. And when we found out that we were kindred spirits in nerddom, we kind of like would give each other recommendations and stuff. And we had another conference where we were in San Francisco, and another coworker was there. And another coworker, completely different one, walks up. She's like, I'm going to Japantown. And me and this coworker were like, you could see the light leaving our eyes. We were like dead to the world at this point in the day. And that other coworker comes over and is like, Japantown. We were like dogs with a bell or something. We both looked up, turned at the same time, was like, what was that? And then we looked at each other, and there was just this look of just like, we're going there.
You were
and
sleeper
she's like,
agent.
Yeah. Right. And she's like, Japantown, it's great. I'm going to go pick up some stuff for my kids and like my family. And I'm going to leave because that coworker was leaving that day. And me and him, we looked at each other and we're like, we're going. And we had another coworker who was working the desk with us. And she's like, I want to see this because we've been talking about nerdy stuff the whole week. And she's like, I want to see what this is about. This is an uninitiated nerd, like person. She's never seen nerd stuff.
Oh my God. Oh no.
She was just curious because of how much we seem to be enthusiastic about it. So we all three go to Japantown. And we're going around. And there's like a bunch of like, if you've never been, it's like a bunch of like Asian pop culture shops, figures, clothes, snacks, all kinds of stuff. It's really cool. And we're going through these different stores. We're looking at figures. And if you've ever seen figures, you know. Figures come in all shapes and sizes and all types. we were walking down the aisles. He was looking for something for his girlfriend.
With various
Spy
levels of
family,
clothing.
like a spy family thing.
Oh,
That part.
okay, yeah.
He was looking for
Oh
a spy
no.
family thing. He was looking for a Bond because she liked Bond, and we're looking for the. I'm looking at the figures. I'm like looking for Nindos, and the other coworker who like no experience with nerd stuff. She is just walking because she's like just watching us, and we're standing next to the statue. And I kind of peeped that this statue, like this figure, not a statue, this figure had like the biggest tits I have ever seen on anybody in a bikini. But again, I'm used to seeing nerdy stuff.
Yeah.
That's the norm. You see it, you acknowledge it, and you move on. It's not like you point and go, "Oh my god, what's going on?"
That's the fan service, yeah.
Right. It's just not for me. I don't care. I don't want that. So I'm like looking at the figures, and I saw it, and I just kind of briefly went, "Oh." That's not what I'm looking for. And he was looking for something else. And then my coworker, the one who's never been into nerdy stuff at all, is like, she just kind of like silently like gets our attention. She like slowly points. She's like, "What's this?" And me and him at the same time, we're just like, "We don't talk about that." And that was it.
We don't talk about that.
We don't talk about that. Just the same time. It was like instantaneous. Like, we don't talk about it. She's like, "Okay." And he didn't get his figure because they didn't have it, but we leave and we go to another place. There was a Kinokuniya. Now this is where we all fucked up. This is where everybody made an error.
This is where we all make mistakes.
We go into this Kinokuniya, and coworker already knows I'm in a BL. I know they're in the GL. We are kindred spirits in that we both know that we like what we like and we're into what we're into. So we immediately go into gotta find our stuff mode, because every nerd, when you're nerdy or you're into manga and you go into a manga shop, you immediately shut your brain off and just go, "I need to find this, I need to find this, I need to find this." You just start looking for the things that you need. It's not even a conscious thing you do. You just go into I'm searching mode.
I think also people who are listening don't understand, like, they have shops like that in Japan too.
Yeah.
And I've never been to Japantown. I've never been to places like that in the US. I left before like the whole boom happened, really. And I'm also from Florida, so like there wasn't a lot of stuff there besides some conventions. But in Japan, these, not only is it a giant like 5-story building with shops that are like separated by like a curtain. It's not even a wall. They stuff as many shops into these places as they can. And then in each individual shop, there are so many figurines. There's so fucking many. So that if you don't do that, your brain is going to fucking explode.
Right.
Yes.
It's too much stimulus at once.
Yes.
So like I want to go one day when I grow up and I save up enough money. I will go to Japan. But
come over. I will take care of you. Let's go.
Right now, I just spend too much money on manga, so. But like just like you said, it's like an overload. But you know what you want and you know what you're going for. I had a list. I always have a list. I always take pictures of my bookshelves before I go anywhere, because I know I'm gonna find a manga and I don't want to double buy, which I've done before, and it's a tragedy. So we both immediately go in there and we forget that this coworker who's not into nerdy stuff exists. We both immediately go into our tunnel vision mode and we just split up and we go to the sections we're looking for. I'm going through the shelves looking for stuff. I already found the BL section, then gone through, saw that I had most of the stuff that they already had up there anyway, so it didn't matter. Then I moved over to other stuff and started picking up some volumes. And I was just like, okay, this one. Me and the guy cross paths. And he's like, "Oh, did you see the BL? It's over there." I was like, "Yeah, the GL's over there." And like that was all we said. And then we went. I was like, "Yeah, I saw it." He's like, "Okay, cool. I'll go over there."
Anime moment. That's an anime moment. My God.
He goes to the GL, and I'm like, "I already got it, but thank you." "Oh, did you see this? You were talking about this series. It's over there." And like that's it. And then we went. And then I went to pull out my phone because I was like, I don't know if I have this series. I was like literally staring at this manga, and I was like, I think I own it, but I'm not sure. So I pull out my phone to see if it was one of the ones on my list that I needed to buy. And I see a text message from the coworker who's not into nerdy stuff. And I realized we had been in there for 2 hours. I didn't realize we had been in there for 2 hours.
Oh
she texted us to tell us that she's like, "I'm going to let you guys have this. I'm going to go get some ice cream." And then I go find my coworker. Yeah, she just left us. She left us. So then I find my coworker. I was like, "Oh, she left us. We should probably like wrap up or something." He's like, "You're right." So we get our stuff and we find her and she's in front of this like matcha ice cream shop. And I was like, "Oh, never mind. I love matcha ice cream." So I go in there and get matcha ice cream. And then she's like, "What did you all get?" And I'm like, "Books."
You don't want to know. Yeah, books. Oh, nice. Cover.
Lots of books. She's like, okay. And then we go and get ramen. It was a great day. But it was just like, it was just this moment. But that I give that I give that backstory because at the conference in Boston, this coworker, my nerdy coworker, he knows what I'm into. He knows what I like. He knows my type. Story. So he had watched Windbreaker.
Oh my god, I love Windbreaker.
So here's the funny thing. He had watched Windbreaker. And while he was watching it with his partner, he's like, I know who would like this. And he just made a mental note to tell me. Because he's like, I know this is going to be her shit. It's going to be Naja's shit. And so when we got to this conference, we were sitting there and he's like, so I have a recommendation for you. You got to watch this anime. And I was like, okay. And he's like, no, like right now. And I was like, right now. He's like, it's quiet right now. I was like, you've never seen me watch anime in public. So like, you don't know, but okay. He's like, you gotta watch Windbreaker. Like, it's got boys blushing and fighting. You're gonna love it. I said, is it a sports thing?
Say
He's like,
less.
no. He's like, no. I was like, okay, you got my attention. So we wait till it gets quiet. I pull up my phone. I pull up Crunchyroll on my phone because I have the app, of course. And he was like, wait, I gotta go to the bathroom. Hold on, I don't want you to watch this until I get back. I was like, okay. So he comes back. I turn it on and I start watching. From the moment it turned on, like the opening credits, I am like, oh! And I'm like, out loud. I am in public. I'm at a work thing. I'm in work attire. Like my company's logo is plastered across my chest. And I'm like, ah! And I'm like, oh. And he's like, shut up. And he's like laughing. He's like laughing because he thinks it's so funny. I'm like, oh my God. He just wants friends. And he's like cracking up. I was like, oh shit. And like then they start fighting. I was like, oh shit. Did you just see that? Look at that man into a wall. Oh my God. Like, oh, that was so hot. I was like, oh my God. He just jumped on that man's face. And he's like, I didn't realize you're that animated. I said, I told you. Why did you do this? And I'm just like, I'm like squealing. I am like reacting. I am like screaming. I'm like, ah! I was like, oh my God, yes, run with your friends. Run to your friends. You have friends now. And he's just like cackling. He's like doubled over because this is the funniest thing he's ever seen. He's like, your reactions are hilarious. And I'm like, you did this. I told you I didn't want to watch it here. I was going to watch it in my hotel room.
I can squeal in peace.
Right. I get through the first episode. I'm like, oh my God, that was amazing.
I must continue.
I love this. And then I kept watching. But of course, like, our like bosses would like come through, so I'd have to pause it and pretend like I was actually working. And he'd be like, such and such is coming. Whoop. Hey, what's up? Good.
At least he was a lookout for you. I respect that.
He was, but it was just like really funny to watch with somebody who's into it. And like, I would turn and be like, who's this guy? Like, what is he doing? I love him. This was my favorite. And he even told me he had gotten like these little gachapon like figures. And he's like, I have an extra one of that guy if you want. I'll bring it to the next conference. I was like, yes, please.
Oh my God.
Yes, so like, yeah, kindred spirit for real. Like, you find nerds in all places. That's what this comes down to in the end. And we always have fun. And like one day, like I think it was a week ago, they had released the new trailer for The Summer Hikaru Died, the anime that's going to be on Netflix, which I am obsessed with because I love The Summer Hikaru Died. Like, obsessed. If you have not read it, you should. It's so freaking good. It's a BL, but not a BL. It's like horror, but it's got this like BL undertone that is just like so insane. There's a scene where like one of the characters puts his hand inside of the Eldritch thing that is his friend. And it's the most sexual thing I have ever seen. Like, reading it in the manga is crazy because you would think it's this romantic scene, but it's like pure nightmare fuel. But it's also lit in a way that it feels like a shoujo manga. And I'm like, he's putting his hand inside him. It's not even like, I mean, it is sexual, but it's not sexual.
God damn it, Japan.
But like, in it, I'm like, I'm aroused. I'm terrified, but God, it's hot. That scene animated. The girlies ain't ready for that. Oh my God. Ain't nobody ready for that. Ain't nobody ready for that.
IRL nosebleeds are going to be happening.
Ain't nobody ready for that. But like, so the trailer came out and he sends me a message on Teams. He's like, it's your boy. And it's a link to the trailer. I was like, I know. I have already got that date off. I put my PTO in already. I'm not going to be here for this. He's like, I figured. I was like,
You're binging.
And then I sent him a link. I was like, oh, did you see that the Green Yuri is getting an anime too? He's like, no. I was like, look at here. Look at here.
You two just supporting each other is fucking great.
It was so funny. And I was like, perfect, love it. But that's the power of community and finding people. Because again, I created, to circle back to actually what we were talking about previously, but like, I created my site and I didn't create it in with the intent of finding a community. It just happened. And BlerdyOtome grew into something that was like much bigger than I ever thought it was going to be. I was just doing it as a way to procrastinate on a research project. And people resonated with what I was writing and what I was doing. And it attracted people. And I got to meet people and talk to them, people like you. And they ended up becoming really good friends. They became people I really, really got along with. And it became something I never would have imagined it to be. And it continues to be that. And it's always a weird feeling sometimes. It's like, holy shit, I do this. This is me.
This is your work. Yeah.
It's crazy. Those are my words. Somebody read that and was like, oh, I'm going to buy this game. And I'm like, why? Every time I see that,
because you convinced me.
I'm like, why? Like, I don't think I said anything worthwhile. And it's just crazy to think about it that way. And, you know, that comes with its own pluses and minuses, of course.
Right.
But, like, I get games from publishers, which is fucking crazy because I would spend so much money on games. And now I spend much less money on games. I still spend a lot of money on games.
But still playing the games.
Right. But these are usually the games I'm going to play anyway. So it's like, holy shit. Okay, cool. And that's because that publisher or that company or that developer or that person, they see value in my commentary. They see value in what I'm saying and what I'm doing. And they want to give me this because they want me to say something about it. And I'm like, that's rather bold of you to assume I'm going to say something nice, but sure.
Right.
But
no, that's what I was going to say about your stuff is because I'm a huge lurker in your streams, especially like your really chill ones. Like I lurk more in Stardew Valley because I'm like doing 20 million multitasking. But when I need to like find out about games, so I'm definitely more on the indie side of Itch.io. I know you do a lot of the Switch games, like the ones that start in Korea and Japan, and like you comment on when those are going live English.
The reason why, I've said this before, if I don't know it's coming, I can't say anything. So usually the reason why those tend to be more prominent with news reports is because I've been told. Because a publisher has put me on a press list and they said, here's the thing. And I'm like, cool, when do I have to publish this by? Okay, cool, put it up. When I get stuff from indie devs, a lot of times it's not a press release. It's like, hey, my game is out. Can you play it? So I'll just play it on stream. Like that, you know, I'm not gonna write a press release for that. I'm just gonna play the game and do what I do with the thing, because a lot of the time I like to have organic experiences when I play games.
Yes.
Being a content creator who plays games can be a very isolating kind of situation because a lot of games have embargoes or there are certain restrictions and rules around when I can play them, what I can say, and what I can publish. So, and I'm also getting these games at most a month before the release, at most. Sometimes the dev is just disrespectful and they will send it a week before the release and be like, can you
and they want you to cover, yeah.
I'm like, the hell? It's a fucking visual novel. It's 40 plus hours of my life. I have a full-time job. When the hell am I going to play this? When am I supposed to play this 40 to 80 hour game in a week? Like, explain that one to me. You might be lucky if I get through the prologue in a week. But sure, yeah, I'll play the game.
I'll play the game and tell you my honest opinion about it.
Yeah, I'm not going to have it done by that date. But like, again, I get it early and I have time to play it. But those publishers, they kind of have like a system in place for when they send stuff. With indie devs, it's kind of like either they know about you and they're already contacting you, or you just happen to stumble upon it because it's being posted somewhere, or they reach out to you and it's kind of like, hey, can you play my game? And I'm like, sure, I'll just play the game. I'm not gonna bang out a review.
Yeah.
Because it's easier for me to just play the game and react to it in real time. Like, I've just started raining, so my mic might pick that up. Sorry. But
we're not professional here at all. Like, that is totally fine. Every episode has a different level of sound, so you're good.
I love it. But no, like I originally started with BlerdyOtome with written content, and over the years, because games are visual mediums that are meant to be played and seen and heard and not necessarily reading a review. Like, reading a review is one thing, but you don't get my feelings from words all the time. It's just like, oh, I wrote this. You might infer something different than what I actually meant. Like I said, oh, I hate that character, but I was saying like, oh, I hate that character, and not, oh, I fucking hate that character. Like, it's a different tone.
Yeah.
You can't tell because it's written. So when I play a game on stream or when I play a game live, you can hear me talking about it. I'm better live, much better live sometimes. You can hear me talking about it, and you can hear the emotions that are there, and you can hear how I feel about it. And you can tell if it's something that I'm like, oh, this sucks, or it's something I'm like, oh, I'm into. And I like to have an organic experience, so I don't like to read anything about it. A lot of times with Otome games, I don't even watch the trailers when they announce them because they spoil shit all the time, and I don't want to know. And I don't want to know, so I don't even watch those until after I've played like a bit of the game, or it plays during, after I finish the common route, which is what happens in most Otome games. You finish the common route, and then the trailer will play, and then the game starts.
It shows you
So that's like the first time I've seen that trailer in its entirety. But with indie games, it's like I'm not getting all of the stuff. It's not always as polished. Some of the bigger companies are like, here's my press kit, here's my media kit, here's all my stuff, here's the links and stuff. But for some of them, they're smaller, and it's just like, oh, could you just play my game? And I'm like, sure, I'll play your game. I'll literally play your game. And I try my best to cover as much as I can, but there are a lot of games that come out. And in the past, because I've kind of made a shift a bit recently, I would prioritize publishers who reached out to me about a game. Like if they said, hey, can you play Color's Malice? I'm trying to think of an Otome game. I was like, let me think of an Otome game. Like, hey, we want you to play Color's Malice. Here's a copy of the game. Please play it. Here's the embargo details. Here's this, that, and the third. I would prioritize that over other things, but it would also take up a huge chunk of my time, and I wouldn't have time to do anything else. Yeah. And I realized that I was missing out on games that I genuinely probably would have resonated with better or wanted to play more, because I was prioritizing a bigger game, because they sent me all this stuff and they have this expectation. And again, like I like Otome games, not gonna lie, they're great. But I don't resonate with them as much as I do with indie games, because they're not as relatable, because they're written with a Japanese female audience in mind. And that's a different culture, that's a different way to react to certain situations, different interactions, it's different a lot of things, and sometimes it just doesn't jive with me as a person. It's like, why would I do that? He's a jerk. And
I think and people don't understand. Well, I think when you get into the Otome sphere a little bit deeper, you start understanding. But like living in the culture, we as Western women are like, no, we don't want Mary Sue and Gary Stews in our thing. You know what I mean? We want flawed characters. But in Japan and Asian cultures, they like their female MCs to be Mary Sue. They like that nothing is their fault. And that's fine. Games are fantasies, and
exactly.
That's totally fine. I'm not knocking that, but every story is like that, right? Like every main character.
Yes. And on top of that, especially with Otome, I'm gonna be real, because I'm gonna say something that's gonna be a little controversial, but not quite. They're all the same game, guys. Yes. They are literally the same game with a different coat of paint. Like, after years of playing Otome games, you start seeing the patterns and the tropes. So it's not like you're playing a wholly original story, because it's the same story with a different coat of paint. Now, the plot might be a little different, but you've got the same character archetypes. You've got the same basic beginning, conflict, resolution. And it's kind of it's a pattern. If it's not broke, fix the pattern. You let it go. You just change it a little bit so it feels a little different. And I was finding myself getting burned out, because I'm playing a lot of these games and I'm like, they're the same game. I have nothing more to say about this. I think I already said this about this other game. It's good, I guess. It's fine. I like this character because of this, or I don't like this character because of this. And I felt like I was saying the same things over and over again. And again, I've always prioritized indie games as well, but like you said, a lot of people have pointed out, they're like, you cover more of the bigger name games. I was like, yeah, because they tell me to. Like, like I don't know what else to tell you. If I don't know about a game, if I haven't heard about it, if it's not in front of me, I don't know what that is. I've never seen it. I'm not always online anymore. I am not constantly trolling to find new games. If you do not tell me about it, I will not know. I won't be able to cover it. I won't be able to play it.
Because as a content creator, okay, so like, you have your website. I know you do short form content. I know you do long form content. You have to put in the time to play these
Right.
games, like you were saying, 40, 50, 60, 70
Right.
hours to give a good review. When
Yeah.
you're doing all of those things, you don't have time to research. Hell, you barely have time to play games for fun that
Nope.
aren't content based.
Nope.
So it's it's a pro and a con, because I will say this. I feel like when it comes to content creation, people are like, "Oh, it's so hard to break into because
Oh,
I'm also a Black woman nerd, but Blerdy's in the sphere." It's like, "Yes, but Blerdy is doing this stuff and she's busy with all this." Do you realize that some indie Otome gamers or devs are going to want you because your time frame isn't as busy? You know what
right.
I mean? Like, there's
And I'm
always
like,
yeah.
all I can say to people is if you tell me about it, I will make the time for it. Like, you have to
Yeah.
tell me. You can't just be like, oh, I just expected you to see it and you ignored it. I'm like, what the hell? I'm working full time. I'm not ignoring you on purpose. I'm not online. I did not see that message. I did not see that thing. It's not a personal thing. And I really do try to prioritize indie games, especially for streams. I
Mm.
don't stream a lot of mainstream Otome because usually by the time I get ready to stream it or I'm allowed to stream it, I've already played the game in full and I don't ever want to
And
touch that game again. I
you're
don't
not
care.
gonna give it, like,
Right.
your first reaction because 'cause you've already had that by
Right.
yourself. Yeah.
You're literally gonna hear me go, oh yeah, I thought about this when I was playing it, but it was actually kind of this, but I can't really say this all the way because so it's like it's a weird kind of
Mhm.
space to be in. It's like there's things I can't say and there's things I can say, and then there's things I've already experienced, so I don't have anything to say about it anymore because I've already gotten it out of my system, or I forgot at that point. It's like wasn't important clearly. But again, I do try to prioritize indie games. And like again, even in the
Mhm.
beginning, I was covering a lot of indie games
Yeah.
because those are the games that I had access to. I wasn't getting anything from Access. I wasn't getting anything from Idea Factory. Like nobody was contacting me. Nobody was
Yeah,
knocking on my
no.
door to give me anything. So I played a lot of indie games. I played what I could get my hands on. It was something that naturally happened as I kept doing it. I got more visibility, or people saw that I was doing this, and the publishers would actually ask me to play their game. They're like, "Hey, I would like to send you this thing," and I'm like, "What? Why? Like, why me?
Why me?
I don't know. Really? You sure? Okay, okay. Sure, I'll play it." And that's kind of how that went. I still do try to find games. Like I have a list of games I'm like, I need to play these on itch.io.
Mm.
It's a separate little category that's like private. Nobody can see it. But every time I'm on there looking for something, I'll like if I see games that jump out to me, I'll be like, check out later. That's what the name of the
Yeah.
category is. It's like check out later. And it's just like got like 60 plus games in it. And I always tell myself I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna check this out later. And then it either happens or it doesn't. But it really comes down to I prioritize what I know. Because before I was just like trying to cover everything, everywhere, all the time, all at once. And I was getting burned out because I have a full time job. I've always had a full time job. In fact, halfway through BlerdyOtome, I was a temp. I didn't even know if I was going to continue to have a job. I was always on a contract. I was always getting switched out for different jobs. Nothing was stable, and I was still trying to maintain all of this stuff for BlerdyOtome, and I was stressed. I was stressed the fuck out. And I realized I was getting burned out. So I was like, okay, let's pull this back a bit.
Mhm.
Prioritize the stuff that you have on your plate,
Mm.
or if it's been given to you, or if somebody's like, hey, play this game. Prioritize that. And if you have time later, go do a deep dive looking for something else.
Yeah.
But this is not my full-time job. It does not pay my bills. It does not even pay for itself sometimes. Like, BlerdyOtome maintains itself to some degree, but not always. And a lot of the stuff you see is coming out of my pocket. That's my personal time. I work Monday through Friday until 4 p.m. every day. And then afterwards, I jump into a stream. And then after that, I'm either sleeping for the night to go to bed to go to work the next morning, or I am playing a game so I can get a review out because somebody asked me to play it. Or I'm editing a VOD for a Twitch stream and making it so I could put it on YouTube. Or I'm trying to find something I can use as short form content so I could put it up in the meantime because I don't have a VOD and I don't have a review ready and I don't have any creativity to write anything right now.
This is
And then
so
I'm also
cathartic because this is my life too. And I'm like, oh my
right.
God, great. Everyone's doing the same
No,
thing. Yay.
it's crazy. Like, because everybody's just like, oh my God, it's so great. You get free games. I'm like, sometimes it's not. I was like, not to sound ungrateful, but I'm like, sometimes it's not. Sometimes I'd like to sleep. Sometimes I really, really, really wanted to sleep that week. And then I got.
Sometimes I would like to play a game and not have to think critically about it.
Thank
I would
you.
like to just
Oh my
enjoy the romance
God.
and for myself.
Do you know?
The Muffin Man? Sorry.
Yeah, the Muffin Man. It's like, sometimes I'm just like, like there was one time I was playing this game. Publisher had sent it to me. I was playing it, and I was just sitting there, and I was like clicking through it, and I was reading it, and like I had no emotions. Like I wasn't getting giddy. I wasn't happy. I didn't care. And I realized in that moment, I was like, this just became a job.
Yes.
And I threw my Switch away from me. Like it was diseased or something. I was like, ah, go away. No. Absolutely not. And then I picked up my PlayStation 5 controller and started playing Persona 5. I was like, nope. I was like, we have reached the threshold. Absolutely not. And that happens a lot. And again, it's like, I want to do something that makes fun, that I have fun doing. And again, I love Otome games. I do. I have been in places where I just could not play an Otome game because I could not bear to do it. I had been burned out. And I was like,
I'm right there right now.
And it sucks because you know this is something you love and you find enjoyment with, but you're just like, it became work and I can't do it right now because I don't really care. I know that if I write a review right now, it's not going to be a good one. Or it's going to be one of like, it's okay. It's a good game. This character did this thing and I thought it was okay.
You're going to do all the stereotropes because
right.
That's all there is right now. But also that's fine because that's the genre and that's why you love the genre. But also if you're writing something about it, you do want to give it the credit of being different in some way, but you can't do that because your brain is already mush from doing your day job and then going into this, which has then become your second job.
Exactly. And again, BlerdyOtome does not pay for anything.
No, Reaper Babe Gaming does not either. The goal is Reaper Babe Gaming to pay for my internet bill. It doesn't do that.
Listen, my goal was always to have BlerdyOtome pay for itself. And it pays for the hosting fees on WordPress. Oh my God. Let's be clear. It pays for those hosting fees. I told myself if it ever gets to a point where it does not pay for that, I will downgrade my plan to something else on WordPress because there's no fucking way. But yeah, it's just like there's so much work that goes on behind the scenes and people just see the product. They see the end result. So they just assume that it's easy or just like pops out of nowhere. I'm just like, oh, well, yeah, you're just playing games. What are you complaining about? I'm like, it's a 50-hour game. My guy, like, and they expect you to finish it, and y'all expect a walkthrough. Like, you expect a walkthrough. Funniest comment I have ever seen. So, Reddit. We talked about this a little bit earlier.
Yes.
I'm not on Otome Reddit because it's not good for my mental health. I want to be clear about that. I am not on Otome Reddit because it is not good for my mental well-being. It upsets me. More than I care to admit. I went on there once. I've gone on there several times and I've read some nasty stuff on there. And I've read some things on there for people. I'm like, why are you so mean? You do know I can read, right? I'm going to eventually find this. Either I'm going to stumble on it or a friend is going to show it to me. Like, you don't think I'm going to see this on the vastness of the internet? Like, okay. But Despero drops.
Oh my God. So, okay.
I'm usually really good about getting reviews out for new Otome games when they come out. Like before they come out or around when they come out. Occasionally I won't do that because I just don't want to, or I'm tired, or I just have nothing to say. Like there's usually a reason. Sometimes I'll give it. Sometimes I'm just like, I'm not writing this review and I just don't say anything. So Despero drops. I got Despero drops. Finished the entire game. Put the walkthroughs up because I finished the entire game. Review day comes. No review. Week passes. No review. I did like 5 streams between that point, and I was like, I think somebody asked me to stream, and I was like, I have nothing to say about this game. That is why there's no review. And they're like, what? And I was like, if you want my honest opinion, it's literally Bustafellows. but not as good.
Oh.
And they were like, damn. And I was like, yeah, that's all I have to say about this game. I have nothing else to say about this game other than it's Bustafellows, but not as good. It's Bustafellows in Europe. And they were just like, damn. And I was like, yeah. So until I feel like I have something to say, I'm not going to write a review.
Which is honestly very, very kind of you. And I'm not saying this as, like, hey guys, I'm going to suck up to the podcast guest. No, seriously. Like,
you don't want me to write that review.
Unless it's something super, like, super bad. Like, I'm talking about, like, a phobia kind of stuff. I don't like leaving bad reviews.
Like, I will leave a bad review if I'm mad. If I want my money back in some way, shape, or form. Like, if I paid for this game and it was shitty, I'm gonna write a bad review. I want some kind of compensation for my trouble.
Yes. But if it's just kind of like, oh man, this isn't original and I feel like it's very similar to something, I'm not gonna blast it. But I'm also not gonna say nothing nice about it either. We just leave it be. And sometimes that's us doing people a favor. It's
right, because I enjoy this game. If I say anything, you're not going to want to buy this game, and I'm going to feel bad because I didn't mean for you to feel that way. I don't care about this game. But here's where Reddit comes in, because again, some people don't think I read.
It's fucking Reddit.
Someone had made a post on Reddit about Desper Drops coming out, and they were like, "I noticed that Blerdy didn't write a review." And they mentioned
God forbid that you write a review on everything, Blerdy. What the fuck are you doing?
They had also mentioned another content creator having not written a review either. And they were like, it's weird that these two didn't write the review. And I was like, perhaps we were not available to play that game. Perhaps we were on vacation. Perhaps I just didn't want to play that game today. I actually played the game and I played a BL game that I wanted to play at the same time. Put the BL review out first and didn't write anything for Desperate Drops. But, like, I did the walkthroughs. So I was like, the walkthroughs out. They're like, yeah, it was weird. She wrote the walkthroughs, but she didn't do the review. I wonder why. And I was like, I literally had a moment of just like, you could have just emailed me or commented on the walkthroughs and asked why I didn't have a review out. But instead of contacting me directly to ask me why, you went on Reddit to create a Reddit thread to posit why I didn't write it. I'm like,
because I'm not brave enough.
It's like, you act like I don't have open DMs, or you could do like an anonymous contact thing. I would be none the wiser. And in fact, I would have answered you. I would have told you exactly why. Like, it's not like it's a secret. And I was like, this also shows that you don't show up for my other content, because I absolutely said during several streams that week plus that I'm not going to write a review for this. I was like, I thought I was going to do it, but I don't really care about it anymore, so I'm not going to write this.
This connects to that. If you don't tell us, we don't know about it. Like, it connects to that. Like, people for some reason never want to leave comments with questions. They want to, like, treat, like, I don't know. I don't know what they do. They go to Reddit and, like, make this thing. It's like
it's a thing.
My email's open. Emails on everything. The DMs are open. The public comments. As long as you're not being a dick about it,
I will respond.
I leave every comment up.
Right. Like, if you're being an ass, I will.
Then that stuff gets deleted. Yeah.
Delete it immediately. But, like, I do let them go through. Like, if you're a first time commenter, I have to approve it. And it's funny because some people don't realize that, so they like leave the same comment multiple times. So I'll see like 3 different comments that are the same one because they didn't realize I have to approve it. And I'll approve one of them and then delete the other ones because they're literally the same comment. But like, the only place I will not respond to you is if you leave me a Twitter DM, because I don't see those and I don't go on Twitter that often. So like, don't DM me on Twitter. But anywhere else, go with God.
Emails are great.
Right.
That's how I got a hold of her for this podcast app. I was like, hey, you want to do this? Because guess what? Our emails are everywhere.
You literally sent me an email and I was like, oh, hey, yeah, sure.
Exactly.
I was like, when? And you were like, this month. And I was like, okay, I've got CitrusCon this weekend, so that's a no, but I can do any other weekend other than this. I didn't say the CitrusCon part in the email, but I was like, in my head, I was like, I got CitrusCon this week, so I'm not doing anything on that Saturday. But I was like, these 2 I could do, I'm fine.
For future people, or if you come back for an episode, you guys don't ever have to tell me why you're busy. You just say, I can't. Even if it's, I want to sit in my pajamas all day at home, so I can't do it. I'm like, that's fine. You don't got to give me no reason. You good.
You were very good about it. You're just like, hey, do you have any availability this week? And I was like, or this month. And I was like, it's June. I was like, do I have anything that I'm forgetting? And I was like, no. Then I'm like, maybe. Then I was like, CitrusCon, you have a panel. You're free to do a panel. Don't not do the panel. Do the panel. And then I was like, okay. I was like, not that day, but any other day, fine. I was like, wait, I'm streaming Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I was like, so not a Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, but any other day outside of that, we're good. And I work. I was like, and as long as I'm not at work too, sure. That's what I'm free. But yeah, it's simple as that. But like, reading that on Reddit was like, I was like, why didn't you just ask me? Like, you could have just asked me why I didn't write a review for Desperate Drops, and I would have answered you. In fact, I've told other people. It's not like this is a secret why I didn't write the review. I was like, I had nothing to say, really. It wasn't even that I had nothing nice to say. I was like, I had nothing to say, good or bad. I was like, it's just alright, I guess. Like, if anybody asked me, I was like, yeah, it's alright, I guess. The MC's kind of annoying, but
yeah,
it's fine. I played it all the way through. Which character was your favorite? They were all kind of generic. It's like, I don't think I really get to know them well enough.
But yeah, like, generic, and everyone's falling into the tropes. The only thing I need is more people with glasses. Why'd they take my Megane men away?
What the
fuck? They've dropped them.
I hate when they do that. There's one in Desperate Drops Camus. He's like an anime nerd. He's really funny, but again, that's kind of like his stick. He's like a funny anime nerd who like uses bombs to blow shit up, and it's like, like it's funny in the moment, but like if you ask me to like say something more about it, I was like, it was kind of funny seeing him be like an over the top nerd. It's like it was like Japan's idea of what a foreign anime nerd would be, and it was kind of like funny and a little mean spirited all at once. I was like, this is great. But like, yeah, like if I'm talking to you about it, I can do that. But writing a full review about Desperate Drops, I have nothing to say. I have nothing like a reviewer to say about it. But you know, it is what it is. And it was one of those moments where it was like, you could have just commented. Like the walkthroughs are right there. If you had commented on the walkthrough, I could have been like, oh, yeah, I'm thinking about it. I haven't written it yet. Or, oh, I don't know. I don't have anything to say, but I think it's this, or I think it's good, or I enjoyed this. Like, I'll give a response about something, but it won't be like a whole in-depth thing. But it's like, you just have to ask. You just have to like reach out to me. It's like people are afraid. And I don't know why. But they see BlerdyOtome and they think I'm just like I'm on this pedestal, just like looking down on the.
We're not.
And
Please take us off.
I was like, I'm literally one of you. I work a 9 to 5 just like everybody else. I put my bra on one boob at a time. Like, you know, to quote Peanut Belcher. But like,
yes.
But like, I'm just a regular fan. I just happened to be yelling about these games and someone took notice and decided to slide me a game. Doesn't change anything. I have the same thoughts you do. It's not like I'm having some high level thought process while I'm playing Otome. I'm like, oh, that was kind of horny. I was like, oh, that was kind of like literally the thought I'm having. But people are like, they feel some type of way about reaching out or contacting. And I'm like, why are you being weird? And I'll get people, and I haven't been streaming nearly as long as I've been writing for my BlerdyOtome site. Like I started streaming in 2021. So it's only been 4 years at this point. And I will get people who show up to streams and are like, oh my God, I've been following your site for years. I didn't even know you streamed. I'm like, how? I shit you not. I'm like, I shit you not.
At the bottom of like everything too.
The first thing I'm saying is like, how did you not know this? I was like, do you not read? Like, hey
guys, her links are going to be in the description. Her links are going to be in the info box. I'm putting every link down there. The Twitch one is where I found her. So like,
it's always so funny because like they'll be in my chat and I'm like, and I don't even like, I don't have a real filter. So like in real time, I'll just be like, how? That's crazy that you said that. I literally have a link everywhere. What do you mean you didn't know? They're like, I've never seen it. I was like, you've never seen it. Every review literally has my links to everything at the bottom of it. It's in my bio for every social media platform I have. It's in the description of every YouTube video that's up. I don't understand. I'm confused.
Oh my god, I find that ridiculous. I'm not so much mad if people are like, "Oh, I didn't know that you had a Patreon," or like,
No.
"Oh, it's my first time," or sorry, no, let me say this better. When they're like, "Oh, I didn't know you had a Patreon. I didn't know you had a Discord. I didn't know you had this." And it's like, "You didn't know?" Because I, like, plug myself
Right.
every stream, like,
And
all the
that's the
stuff's there.
thing.
But when they're like, "Oh, it's my first time here, it's my first time seeing
That's
you, I
different.
watch your YouTube," that's completely
That's
different.
a whole different
Because
conversation. But when you
exactly,
start off a conversation by saying, "I'm your biggest fan," I didn't know
I
you
didn't
did this.
know, it's like, "Oh my god."
You didn't see the 5,000 tweets I made. You didn't see the post on Twitter, Blue Sky, Threads, Instagram,
Don't claim something you're not, like, it's basically it. I also
YouTube. And it just makes me laugh. It's like, and I like I say it, I'm like, huh, that's funny. And then I laugh, and they're like, I didn't know. And I was like, I'm kind of joking, but I'm not. Like, what do you mean you didn't see it? Well, how did you find your way here? Like, what I would do when I streamed before is when somebody would show up and they were new, I was like, how did you find me? How did you find me?
Yep,
Especially on Twitter, on Twitch. I was
yeah.
like, how did you find me? And they're like, oh, you were on my recommends. I was like, that's crazy. Or they'd be like, oh, I saw a link on your thing. And I'm like, oh, cool. At least I know something's working. Good to know. But
Yes.
like, I always try to ask for new people. Like, how did you get here? If it's a raid, I'm like, I'm pretty sure you came in the raid. I don't have to ask you. But like, if it's
That's
just
yeah.
random, it's like, how did you get here? How did
I
you
always
find my
ask,
corner here?
what brings you over to our end of the Twitchiverse? And, like, people are
Right.
like, "Oh, searching. Oh, I wanted to see people playing this game. Oh, I
Right.
watch your YouTube." And exactly.
And I'm
Like,
like, oh,
finding
it's working.
yeah.
It's the
Exactly.
things that are supposed to work are working. But it's just always really funny when people are like, I didn't know you had a YouTube channel. I was like, you missed the
But I've been
30
reading
videos.
your reviews for 8 years, like,
The funniest one for me was somebody said, I think I had put up a written review, and I kind of was like trying something new where I would do a video review and a written review.
mm,
And
that's a lot of work and
yes, it
time.
is. Yes, it is. So I don't do it very often. But
It's gotta be a really fucking good game.
like I tried to do it for everyone, and I realized it was a lot of work, and I was like, I don't
Mm,
have the bandwidth for this, and I'm one person, so there's no way
yeah.
that's gonna happen. But I had put up the written review, and then I put up like the video review like on Twitter or something, and somebody commented on it and was like, I didn't know you had a YouTube video. I didn't know you had YouTube videos. I read your reviews all the time. And I was like, and I literally responded back, and I was like, that's interesting. I've been putting the videos in my reviews for the past month.
Called out. Called out.
I was like, huh, that's interesting. The videos are in all the reviews. And like, if you look at my reviews recently, I either have, if I did a video review, there's a video review at the very beginning, or if I streamed it,
The
the
VOD is there.
VOD is in there. And I'm like, interesting. That's just all I said. And it was mostly me just kind of being a little petty, just a tiny bit petty, but it was like, interesting.
Which we've talked about in the Patreon pre-show for anybody who's listening on YouTube. We did a little bit of chatting, getting into the groove, the vibe, and we went on that.
So just a little bit of petty sometimes. You gotta get your kicks sometimes. I was just like, interesting. I've been putting these videos in there for a while.
We're humans too, guys. We're petty as fuck, okay?
I was just like, you don't say.
No.
But it's just like,
go on, yeah.
No, it was just like, it's just stuff like that. Sometimes I'm like, interesting. You don't say.
Now, okay, I think it's really important for people listening. If you are a reading person, if you like reading your reviews, if you like reading and you only go to our websites, I have a Tumblr that I neglect like a second child all the time. So
I just automatically link. I'll see you like something every so often, and then I'll see you like post a bunch of stuff about like fanfics, and like I love your Tumblr posts when they show up because they're usually like the most like kinky, thirsty things. And
I'm unhinged on my Tumblr.
I'll like scroll and I'll be like pause, and I'm like, huh, I didn't think about that. Scroll.
I really want to get back into it because it's not really so much writing as much as it is like, here's all my VODs. Here's all the content I've made on this thing. I like making things that are easy for people to grab. But what we're saying is like, if you only read the things on our Tumblr, on our website, and you don't engage in any of our other stuff, that's fine. Like, you're a reader, that's fine. If you only like short form content, so you're only on our Instagram and our TikToks or our YouTube shorts, that's fine. If you only like live streams, that's fine. But
Always.
don't say, "Oh, you don't do enough of this other thing," or,
Oof.
"Oh, I'm your biggest fan. I didn't know that you did this thing." If you
Thankfully,
only engage with one part of our content, you are allowed to do
no,
that because
that's fine.
your time is
Your time
valuable,
is
as
yours.
is ours. Yeah. But don't be like, "Oh, I didn't know that you did this," or, "Oh, I don't really watch this as much." It's like,
Okay.
yeah, but yeah, exactly. Like, you didn't need to tell me that. Thanks for telling me my
Right.
work is still really inadequate. Like,
Honestly, no. I can't think of a time where I've had somebody say something like that to me because I know I would have lost my mind. Which is probably why I don't remember it because it was said and my brain just like blacked out for a second because I
gotta take it out, or I'm gonna get too petty too
I
quick.
literally saw red and then blacked out for like 5 hours. But like I haven't had anybody say that. But I have had people say you do too much. And I'm like, you're correct. I do. Thank you
Yes.
for noticing. But
Welcome to the
I
internet
do
and making content. If you don't do too much, you're not found
but
based. Yeah.
right. Essentially you have to be like visible. Unless you're like a name that's already on everybody's like lips, you need to be
Mhm.
visible. And what happens sometimes though is I'll have people say like I wish you would do this. And I'm like, I wish I had more hours in the day. And then I'm like, don't say that out loud. That's an inside thought. Don't say that. Don't say that real quick. I was like,
That's
don't
an
say that.
inside thought.
I'm like, do not respond that way. But it's like, you want me to do what now? And then I'm looking at him like, that's not anything that I would be interested in. Why did you send me this? Like, I don't play first
Mm,
person shooters. I've never
yeah.
said that I play a first person shooter. I mean, I might play one randomly in my own free time, but I don't use it as content. Why are you sending it to me? Like, oh, we want you to play our indie game. And I'm like, have you ever looked at my website
Mm.
or Twitch stream or anything like that? No?
Have you seen anything that I cover that's completely separate from what you're sending me?
Send me. I don't even know what this is. I'm not playing this shit. Like, like those emails I delete because it's like clearly you do not know how to read. But like, if it's clear that somebody has done their research and like they've emailed me, like I've had people email me and be like, oh, this person recommended me to you, and I wasn't sure if you'd be interested in this game, but here's my game. And I'm like, if somebody recommended me to somebody, the first thing I do is look at their content, see if they're a good fit, and then I email them. Don't email me and be like, I don't know if you'll be into this. And I'm like, you could have literally looked at the very first post that's on BlerdyOtome and known that this is exactly what I want. It was literally smut. It was like they were emailing me about an 18 plus game, and I was like, I literally just want
I'm
to
in.
BL game. That was so smutty.
I
What
had
do you mean? But it's like, do your research. Like, please do your research. Like, do not. Like, again, I'm not saying don't respond to me, but like, or don't
not
reach out
reach
to me.
out. Yeah.
I'm not saying not to not reach out, but I mean, also do your research because sometimes people will send me things sometimes people will send me things I never would have thought I would be into, and then I play it, I'm like, this is actually good. And then other times people will send me something like a first person shooter, and I'm like, I have never played a first person shooter, and I've never expressed a desire to do so. Why are you sending me this? Delete. I don't have time for this. Like, literally, that is literally what happens. I don't have time for playing around. No, delete.
Yeah.
In the traffic goes. You clearly didn't research, you didn't look, you didn't even think to look at, like, if you just cursory look at my socials, you would get a good idea of what I'm into. Like, and it's not like you have to search to figure out what I'm into. It's like the first 3 tweets, the first 3 blue sky skeets, the first 3 blog posts. You would have a very good idea of what I'm into and whether or not I'd be into that thing. Like, be intentional with what you're saying to people as well.
That's yes.
Be intentional.
If you're a developer, especially an indie developer, you don't want your name going around like as other like
Like,
smaller
oh,
creators or mid-level creators of being like, "Hey, these guys are always going to reach out to you about games that we're probably not going to like." You
right,
know, like if I tell someone, "Oh, you should reach out to Blerdy," I'm 100% of the time it's only going to be something that's Otome based. I hope you
right.
know that. If someone says like, "Oh, Reaper recommended you," it's going to be Otome based. And if it's not, message me so I can message them and be like, what the hell? Like,
but like, again, and there's like, I joke on Twitch, and I joke with like my friends. I'm like, there are the 3 F's of contacting me. Yeah. Who the F are you? What the F do you want? And when the F do you need it? Like, that's literally all I need in an email. Like, if you're emailing me and you're like, play my game, I don't know who the hell you are. I don't know what the F you want. I don't know who the F you are. I don't know what the F you want. And I don't know when the F you need it. What are you doing? Like, that's the 3 F's. Who the F are you? What the F do you want? And when the F do you need it? That's all I need. And please provide links to the game page, links to your media kit or press kit, images if you have them, a key art for your game. I don't know how many times I need to say this. I should not be digging through the vastness of the internet to try to find an image that is going to be grainy as fuck because it's from, Steam, and Steam has like a 600 by 275 like pixel rate or whatever it is, and that's not the appropriate size for WordPress. So it's like I have to dig. Like, having a media kit when you contact somebody is like a godsend. It makes it simple. I need to know. There are key things I need to know, because if I'm aligning myself with your brand or with your game or with you or whatever it is you want me to do, who the F are you? F do you want? And when the F do you need it? Like, who are you? Do you align with what I'm doing?
Yes.
Is something that I would even be interested in? Is this something that my community would be interested in? Is this something that I want to be aligned with?
I think.
What do you want? What do you want me to do?
The community point is really, really good, because I don't think. Okay, I can understand indie developers. I can understand that you've worked hard on a game and you want your game out there, but have some self-respect. You need to know my community and what I do, because you're aligning your game with me as much as I'm aligning myself with your game.
And
because
I'm glad that you brought that up. So
yes,
without
that's what I'm here for. Yes,
without using names, because I won't do that.
Okay.
I was asked to do something for a developer, and I did. And after the fact, they informed me that they were not happy with how the deliverable was presented.
You were too horny on Maine, weren't you?
Apparently. But here's my thing. This person was familiar with my style prior to this. And when I'm working with somebody, I always ask, what are the restrictions? Yeah. What do you want? What don't you want me to do? And they said, do what you want. Have fun. Rookie fucking mistake, my guys. If I'm asking you what the hell you don't want me to say and what you don't want me to do, you need to tell me. I'm not asking it for my health. I'm not asking it for the lulz. I know what kind of streamer I am. I know what kind of writer I am. I know what kind of content creator I am. I am asking this because I know who I am, and I know that sometimes words come out of my mouth that some people may be like, we didn't
filter that very well. Yeah.
There's no filter on the stream. I say what I said.
Amen.
Now, a degree of a filter, but like, not crazy. So like I said, they came back to me later and said, and this was after they made internal discussions without actually talking to me and telling me that there was an issue. And that's what pissed me off more than anything.
Yeah.
But I didn't have an idea of what the problem was, because they didn't tell me there was a problem until after they had already made a different decision. And this is someone who claimed to be familiar with me, my streaming style, and they wanted me, but they didn't want me. They wanted something different.
They kind of wanted your name.
And if
it feels like, yeah.
I'm asking you, what don't you want me to do, and what you do want me to do? I'm not asking for my health. I want to know, because I need to know. Even when I get games from like Access, I'm like, what are the restrictions? Mm-hmm. What can I say? What's the embargo date? Like, what do I need to know before I start crafting this information? Because I want to maintain that relationship, and I want to make sure that this partnership is something that we are both in agreement on. And I may or may not have tweeted about it.
The petty
And
one. The petty one.
but I was also I was in my feelings at the time because they told me
Yeah.
one thing and did something different. But I was also very respectful about it. And two, that tweet that I put up, it went through a review process. I didn't just post it as soon as I wrote it. I asked several friends, is this okay? Am I being too much? And they're like, no. But I would change that one word. Don't use that word, use this word instead. And I was like, fair point. I will change that word. Or maybe don't say that last sentence. And I was like, okay, I won't say that last sentence. But
The
I will
feeling
say the
still
rest
gets
of it.
across. Yeah.
Right. So like that part. And it wasn't like I just put it up in a fit of anger and rage. I stewed on it for a couple of days. But and I also got feedback from other people. And then I posted.
You are allowed to call people out. You are allowed to.
But again, I didn't use names. I did not use names, not at all. But then I get a ping back from
Oh no.
them
Oh
giving
no.
me the explanation as to why, and I was like, well, why didn't you tell me that before?
You're
That
a
should have
little
been in
late
your
here.
first email. Yeah, that should have been in your first email. In fact, you should have told me when you realized this was a problem, and then I would have worked with you to try to get this to something that you might have wanted. But you didn't include me in that process, and you did something completely different, and that is unprofessional. And they're like, well, what was unprofessional was you putting it on Twitter. And I was like, no, it wasn't.
It was actually quite professional because I could have straight up added you, honestly.
Like, no, it wasn't. But yeah, and I'm still kind of in my feelings about it. I'm not going to cover any of their games moving forward, but that's a personal choice. And I've done that before with other devs before too, because there was one dev that was being straight up racist. And I said,
No.
I'm not supporting you in any way, shape, or form. I'm not going to say their name, but if you go on my site, you'll figure it out real quick. But yeah, like I'm like, I'm not covering your stuff anymore.
We are, yeah.
And that's my prerogative. And sometimes people will be like, well, you can't be biased. And I was like, that's the point. That's the point of writing a review. That's the point of me even giving my opinion.
As soon as you tell someone not to be biased, you no longer want an honest review.
Right. You don't want to know what I think if you want me to say this. I'm telling you right now, I am honest in my reviews. I might be a little more polite than I would be in a conversation with someone sometimes, but I do try to be fair. If I don't like something, I don't like it, period. If I feel some type of way about a particular developer or publisher, I say it and then I don't cover their shit anymore. If I get halfway through a game and I'm like, this is not great, I will politely tell that developer, I think it would be in your best interest that I never write a review for this. Here's my feedback. Here are my notes. And I've done that before where I realized that me writing a review would not help anybody. I mean, it would help me because I wrote a review.
Yeah.
I don't care. But it wouldn't help them. And the goal is to help them improve, not to just eviscerate them publicly. That's rude. And so I'll send notes. I'll be like, hey, I can't write a review, but I'm going to give you my feedback. This is what I think should be happening here, and this is what I think you should never do again. FYI.
Yeah.
But then on top of that, there comes this, like, people value your opinion, so they use it. And the problem happens is when people go to, like, people to make their decisions for them. It's like that Twilight Zone episode where it's got William Shatner in it, and him and his wife are in this, they like stop in a small town and they go to this little diner, and it has like this little fortune telling thing. It's got a little devil head on it. And they do it.
Yes, always go to those.
Yeah, they're like, oh, should we leave? And the thing's like, no. And they're like, when can we leave? Don't leave.
Never.
And it's like that. And they realize that going out, they would have been in a car accident and they would have been hit and died. And so they start, the guy, William Shatner's character, he gets like really just like, oh my God, like scared, anxious. He doesn't want to do anything without talking to this fortune telling machine because it's been right so far and it saved him from, getting hit by a car. So it must be some real magic in this. So he keeps going to it and asking it. And it gets to the point where they're literally stuck in this place, not leaving because they don't want to leave until the thing tells them to leave. And it's that reliance, that over-reliance on other people's opinions that, while great, it also takes away from your own experience. Like, I'm writing a review, and I try very hard to be as spoiler free as possible when I write my reviews because I want people to have their own experience. My review is a guide. It's not a end all be all for whether or not you should play a game. It is, hey, these are some things I liked, these are some things I didn't like. If you know me as a person, as a content creator, and you kind of get a vibe for how well we align, reader X me, in our taste, then you can get a good idea if this will be something that you'll be into. But that's not me saying don't play the game. Like, play the game. The only time I'm like, don't play a game is like, oh yeah, the translation is atrocious. Don't play this shit. It's terrible. Or the art's awful. Or the game is buggy and it doesn't work. Like, maybe wait until they fix it. But like, I try very hard to be like, don't do it. Because I do acknowledge that people read my stuff and they're like, Blerdy hated it, so I'll hate it, so I won't play it. I'm like, no.
No, that's not the point of our reviews.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I just said it was trash. I said it was trash, but you might like it. It's just not for me. Just that's what I said. And you kind of run into problems with that as well because, like, Sympathy Kiss. This is another Reddit story.
Oh, yay.
But I wrote a review for Sympathy Kiss. And there's 2 hidden routes in Sympathy Kiss. One, I love. One of the best written routes. I wish it was a full route. I was so sad that it was cut short and that they relegated it to an extra story, like side story kind of thing. The other one, it was dumb. It was a dumb idea.
I hate when they do that. I'm like, just give me a full-on route.
In fact, they should have gotten rid of the stupid bartender man and made that guy, the hidden character, a route. But that's just my
cowards.
Opinion. That's my opinion. But but there was another one that I didn't like, and I was polite about it. I was like, I don't know who this is for, but it's not for me. I think it was what I said. That was the exact language.
That's a really nice way to put it.
Which was the exact language. And then I also said, I was like, this was a route that should have been an email. But like, again, it was a polite way of saying, why is this here? Somebody who really, 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 really loved this character went on Reddit and wrote an entire thread about how I trashed this character and how I was just like so rude and disrespectful. And I essentially said that anyone who liked him was trash. And I read that and I was like, wait, did I say that? I had to go back and read my own damn review because I was like, I mean, maybe I did. That does sound like something I would say, but I don't know if I said it in that review. And then I read it and I was like,
no, it wasn't this one.
It wasn't this one. It was something else, but it wasn't this. I was like, that's funny. And then there were a bunch of other people jumping on. I was like, oh my God, like she was that mean about it? Like, I can't believe she would say something like that. Does she not know that people read her stuff? And I'm like,
oh, I'm very well aware people read my stuff and apparently take it out of context.
Like, any of you read my goddamn review? I said I don't like the character, but it might be for somebody else. Hell, the meanest thing I said was this route should have been an email. But, you know, and that it was a waste of the voice actor's talent. But other than that, like, I didn't say y'all were trash for liking him. But it became this whole thing, and it was just like this dog pile of people just like going in about how I was just being unduly mean about this character and how I need to like check how I talk about characters because somebody else might like them. And I was like, what in the hell is your... I was like, do you not think that I was going to see this at some point? Like, what are we doing here?
This is why I can't full game an Otome, indie or professional or whatever. I can't do it because I like very specific characters. And if it's not the specific character, chances are 99.9% of the time, I'm not going to like them. And you don't want to see me... Like, the nicest thing I can do is joke about it.
Right.
Like, I don't like the suave guys. I don't like the jocks. I like my nerdy or sophisticated men in glasses. That is what I go for.
But or Kuderes. I love them. I don't know why.
Oh my God.
I love that they're mean to me. But like, again, it's like one person misinterpreted my words and wrote something that they felt about it. And then other people who hadn't read it and didn't even look at the review just then we're like, jump on it and start going on in it too. And I'm like, that's not what I said though. But like, I mean, I could say that now that y'all want to give me free reign to say how I truly feel about this character, but sure. All right. But it's like you also run that risk of people taking your words and misinterpreting it in a different way, which happens too.
Yeah.
And like as many people go, oh my God, thank you so much. This really helped me make a decision, or oh, this was great. Thank you so much for this review. Like there are that many other people who are just like, she's trash. Like I hate her fucking reviews. Like,
I
oh my
wish.
God, did you see what she said? And they never say it on the post. They never say it to me personally. They always go on like Reddit and say something like that. Or they do it at like, somewhere else behind closed doors. And it's like, you could just tell me you didn't like the thing and I'm always looking for feedback, good, bad, or indifferent, but like,
But, like, I don't
damn.
understand the feedback of being like, "Well, I loved that character, so you should too." It's like,
Okay.
okay, do we like the same type of men IRL? Do we like the same type of women IRL? Do we like the same type of people IRL?
What? Right. What
Chances
I
are
love,
probably not.
no. And what I love about the Otome, what I love and hate about the Otome community,
Mm.
this is a double-edged sword, is that we're all so very different and we all like
Yes.
different things.
Mm.
And I love it because when it's a safe space, people can talk about things they like and dislike, and they can agree to disagree, and
Amen.
it can also like hearing somebody talk about a character that you might not have necessarily liked and their perspective might change how you look at that character, and
Yes.
you might go back and play it again and be like, oh, okay, I see what they mean here, and it gives you a new perspective. But the flip side of that is I don't like this character, and then that's somebody's baby boy, and next thing you know, the entire community is telling you that you're trash because you don't like this one character, and it's like
I
I'll
feel
say this with
yeah.
I'm gonna say this with my whole chest. With Verge Evermore, I hate Adolphe. I hate him. I hate him so much. I know the whole or not anime, Otome community loves him to bits. I fucking hate that man. He is the worst. Have I said it on my Twitter? No, because I know how you people are. But I hate that man. I
But
loathe
she's
him.
admitting it on my podcast, so,
I
hey,
know.
this is when fate's gonna, like, blow this up, okay? I hope you know that. It's gonna be for that one comment
Right,
alone.
right. If you want to go on Reddit and say that I'm trash for hating that man, I hate him. And for anybody else who doesn't like him, you are not alone. I understand that you are afraid and that you don't want to say it. I get it. Me too. But like, I hate him. I truly do. And trying to be nice about that man in my review was one of the hardest things I'd ever had to do because I was just like, he is he's a horrible person. But like, well,
And
like
the
again,
most you could say is, "He's not my type," and you're still gonna get crucified for
what
that too.
what did I say? I'm pretty sure I did not say anything nice about that man in that whole review. I know I didn't, but I just didn't like him. I really was just like, I don't like him, and friends know I don't like him because I was not quiet about it when I was talking about it. I hate this man. He's terrible. Why does he exist? Like he's useless. Let me see. I'm trying to see what I said because I know it was not nice.
Oh, I want this. I want this so badly.
Let's see. I said TLDR, not my favorite romance, but it ties up all of the loose ends. That's the like being
That's the
polite.
nicest way you could put
I was
that.
like, and then it says this is the route the writers want to be the canon route, but I refuse to accept that. Hashtag not my canon route. But
Hashtag not my
I
kidding.
said, I was like, I'm not a fan of brother routes, blood related or otherwise. If an ally
Oh,
has to ask, do you love me as your brother or as a man, then there's something fundamentally wrong.
I don't like that. I don't like that at all,
I
actually.
was like,
I
I was like,
don't I
I
don't like
hated this
when
man.
games sorry.
No, I just literally was like, I just don't like this man. Like, it was just like, I don't like this man, and this is why I don't like him. But like, I kept it nice, but I actually loathed that man. I hated that entire route the whole time. I was like cussing at my Switch. But again, that
I
happens. We have things that we love, and then we have things that we hate, and that's okay. It's just how you say it. I don't go on my Twitter and just be like, F Adolphe, like, F this man. Like, I don't say that. I just don't like him. He's not my favorite. And if somebody asks me, I'd be like, interesting that you,
not my route I would go,
not
basically.
mine, not my character. I'm surprised you ranked him that high. Number one is a bit much, actually. But,
That's your comment of it ties up loose ends. I'm like, that's actually a gripe I have with otomes. I don't
Oh,
I don't like, okay, so there's this game, Teachers with Love and Passion. I love this
okay.
game. I
I've seen
love
you
that
play that.
game.
I've actually seen you play it on stream. And like it's been on my list forever. And I never got around to play it, but I was watching you play, and I was like, "Damn, I need to play this game." And then I downloaded it on my computer, and I was getting ready to play. And then I swear to you, I got an email from like a publisher, like, "Hey, we need you to play this game." And I was like, "Fuck!" I was like, "Well, not today, I guess." It's like, "Not today, I guess."
Play it for yourself. Play Teachers with Love and Passion for yourself. It's a great game. I would love for you to stream it and like actually see what you think. But if like you don't got the time for it to like write anything on it,
I think you went through like all the routes, because I would catch like pieces of different routes every time I would catch you go live.
I've only done two. This is the only this is the only game that I'm like, oh man, I like two characters in it. So I did the two routes.
Right.
But it's a game where you learn a little bit. Like they give you a pathing that they recommend, but if you don't do it, it's fine. You can still get it. But there's a really big overarching story that if you romance everyone, you get the details. And there's one character that they're like, you really, really need to romance him last. Otherwise, stuff is going to get like
messy.
Yeah, it's gonna get kind of spoiled, and then you're gonna be backtracking, which maybe that's what you want to do. Like that's fine too. And you do all the paths. Now it's different if the game is like play all the paths and then there's a secret route because you finished all the paths. I love that stuff. That's fine. I can kind of like just shoot through the ones that I don't like and just, get there.
But that's a struggle for me with that sort of thing. So I'm like, I just like, okay, Battlefield Waltz was one of those games. The himbo redhead, I wanted him first, but he is locked for a reason. Very good reason.
Oh, I hate that. No.
I had to play through all these other goddamn routes to get to the one route I wanted to play in this game. I didn't really care about any of these other characters. And I was just kind of playing through and I was like, okay, this one's fine. I like this character enough. And then I got to one and I was like, I hate this route. Why do I have to play this route? I was like, just one more. This is the last one. And then your redheaded himbo was right there. And then they made me do like these like side quest things after that in order to learn the backstory of the character before I even got onto the route. And then I finally got on his route and I was just like, that is so good. It was almost worth the 80 hours I spent playing the rest of this crap to get here. But I was like, I just wanted one character and I couldn't even play his route because he was locked until I played all the other ones and I hated it. That drives me nuts.
They didn't do that. It was just like a bonus one of like a very big happy ending with you surrounded by the 5 main characters. And I was like, you know what? This is fine because I have my like it's not like a group like coupling kind of thing, but you're kind of like, I enjoy this final art piece in a sense, like the final CG. It's very, very beautiful and I loved it. But when games do that, where it's like, to get to the one that you like, you have to do the other ones. I'm like, nah, fuck that. Let me choose the one I want. Because again, the only reason why I did all the other routes is because I love the developers.
Right.
Even if I didn't like the characters, I loved the developers' writing. The characters all had their own like personalities, and it was good.
They just dropped a demo for
the new one. Yes.
Yep. I saw that. I got a notification from itch.io and I was like, Wonder
if Reaper's gonna be on that real fucking quick,
I was like, might be a stream game. But like,
I love Honey Bunny. They're great.
They do some really interesting stories, and I like their art style. It's very distinct. It looks different from a lot of the other art styles, and it like stands out. And I'm like, okay. I like the colors. It's very bright. Very visually stunning.
I like the way the artist does like the chins and like the nose is very angular. I actually had the artist commission me a piece with my 2 favorite characters from Teachers.
That is so cool.
It was worth I understand the furry community now when they're like, oh man, furries put out money for their commissions.
Listen,
I understand because so the fuck do I.
Listen, that's another thing I'll say. Like the gaming community loves to cater to guys. And especially cis men. But like for real, if you actually started catering to the shoujo girlies and to women,
You would
We
be
would be
sad.
so freaking loyal. We would throw our money at you. Like, if you just gave us a crumb, we would be there for life. But y'all like to act like we're, somebody's redheaded stepchild and like leave us in a corner. We would
No.
shell out. Like, we shell out. I shell out for crazy shit. Like, okay, I buy every time Good Smile makes another Bakugo and Deku Nendroid. I buy them. I have all of them except for the Gamma Suit Deku, which they need to do a rerun of, or somebody needs to lower the goddamn price on because your resellers are disrespectful. I'm not paying $250 for that. But neither here nor there. That's just my one gripe. But like every time they put out a new Bakugo and Deku Nendo, I buy them both because I don't buy Deku by himself and I don't like Bakugo. I only like Bakugo when he's with Deku. So I buy them together. I buy 2 Nendos every time.
Every time, yeah.
Every time there's Bakugo and Deku merch, I buy both of them because they're my ship. Like, you underestimate the buying power of us, Fujoshis, Fujin, people who are, leaning towards more Josei Muke content. Like, we will shell out the cash.
OTPs win everything. The OTPs, again, I cannot express to you, I've said this so many times on my stream, the Garrus Femshep community, we get nothing in the game. We get a forehead to forehead moment. And like, it's implied that you sleep. Like, there's no like obvious like sexual scenes in the game. But like, everyone else kind of gets like the humans get undressings. This other alien that was released with Garrus in the second game to be able to romance. They're not romanceable in the first game because they didn't think people would be into it. But the second game, people wanted them so bad that they added the romance. Yeah, she jumps on the MC. Like you're taking me, jumps on him. Do you know what the Garrus girlies get? We get a forehead to forehead. That is all we get.
Frustrating as hell. It's like, stop playing games with my life. But you know what we want. You know what we want. We will shell out the cash to get a commission for an art piece. We will write the fanfic. We will literally.
Do you know what coupling is the most for the Mass Effect fan fiction? Do you know what couple is the most? It's Femshep Garrus, because we were fucking. We were left. We were left in the trenches. We made our own shit.
And that's it. And that's what happens a lot of time. We have to make our own stuff in order to get it, which is why I love the indie Otome and
I love it. Yes.
Because there's a gap in what we get from Otome games and mainstream games. We take it upon ourselves to be the change we want to see in the world, and they create it. And I'm always blown away by the talented indie creators and the things that they craft. Because I'm like, thank you very much. You've spoken to that small person inside of me that has felt unseen by the larger community, and now I feel seen. Thank you so much for this. And it's like,
and sometimes you don't even know that you need that until you see it and you're like, oh shit,
oh my god, this is all I've ever wanted in my life. What has happened? How did we miss this? How did I never get this? But it's just like simple stuff, and it's like, it's very little. It's very literally, throw us a goddamn crumb and we would be fighting over it. But it would be impactful, and you would really see where that buying power is. Again, I will acknowledge that the Otome community is but a speck in the larger gaming industry. We are we seem large when you're in it because you are a part of it and you hear how vocal you are and everybody else around you is. But when you look at it from a broader perspective, you kind of see how small it is.
Like, you compare us to the Call of Duty bros, and it's like, you are maybe a bullet in that game. Like,
yeah, you're literally the Who's that Horton was listening to.
Yes,
the little flower. Like, that's what we are. We're the Who's in Whoville. But like, we are a very loyal and vocal bunch, and if you do give us something, we will continue to support. Like, look at Access. They were putting out Otome games by themselves. Were they the best ones? No. Were they the best localized? No. But people were buying them, and they kept coming back. And they slowly had some transition over at Access, and they got people who were very much just of the community, and they wanted to see these games get the justice they deserved. And it has been a complete 180. They are a much different publisher than they were 5-10 years ago. And the quality of the stories we're getting are a lot different. Now, are they the best Otome games they can get their hands on? No. They're getting what licenses they can get.
Yeah.
And we all know that. But they do the best that they can with what they have. And there's a clear love for the community and not a disdain for it. And while, they do what they can, they give us what they can give us. And I love seeing their announcement. I love seeing how excited they are to be within the community and to see how the community is reacting to things. And that means a lot. It may not translate necessarily in dollars, but it's the respect that we appreciate, because the Otome community has been disrespected for years. Like, I will never forget E2 Gaming's localization, and I say that loosely because that was not a localization, that was trash, of Taisho Alice. Like, I will never forget that. It was a man in his garage with his friends, voiced all the characters, translated it himself, gave us the lovely meme of Hiragana Alice and Katakana Alice. If you remember that, you've been in the Otome community too long. But literally sold it for $20, and it was just an exe file, and they were voicing all the characters. It was literally the guy and his friends voicing all the characters in that game. It was absolutely atrocious. And it was horrible. And we were just like, what the hell? Because people bought that. I did not buy it. Somebody sent me a file. Thank you to the person. I will admit that. Did not pay for that shit at all. But again, it was terrible. It was awful. People were actually encouraging pirating at that point because it was just so bad.
It was that bad.
Right. But then, and we thought we would never get those games again. But then Primula had Pencil, their like offshoot brand, localize it and give it to us. And we got a second chance at getting Taisho Alice. And not only did we get the first game, but we got all of the games. We got the all-in-one. We got the Fandus. We got Heads and Tails. We got all of that. So it goes to show that, like, if you treat us with disrespect, we're going to feel some type of way about you. But if you actually genuinely want to be there for the community, we will show out. People bought Taisho Alice. They bought all 4 episodes plus the all-in-one that was released later, and Heads and Tails. Like, people have multiple versions of it, the PC versions and the Switch versions, because when you see somebody who's actually paying attention to what you want, they are trying to give you the best of something, you will show it with your wallet, you'll show it with your time, you'll show it with your energy, with your with your joy, whatever.
And especially with something, again, in the grand scheme of things, as small as the Otome sphere, if you show us respect and we show up with our wallet because we want it to grow, we want the attention to be here and to stay here. And even if we don't grow, we at least want the ties that we have with each other to get stronger. And again, it's that double-edged sword with the Otome spheres, that we are closely knitted together. But also sometimes we are closely knitted together, and I need to get out of this goddamn house from some of you people. Like, it's
like, what the hell?
But when it's good, it's so good.
Right. And then when it's terrible, it's like, what the hell is going on? Like, I
Let
remember
me out.
every couple of months, there was like some World War III going on Twitter, in the Otome Twitter community, because somebody was beefing with somebody else. And I was like, what the hell are we on today? Like, what are we doing? I went to sleep and woke up, and now it's World War III. Like, what are we doing?
I need both of you siblings to go back to your rooms. Like, chill the fuck out. Like, we don't got time for this shit.
Tell your people to sit down. Like, this is crazy. Like, why are we drawing lines? I just want to play a game. Like, I just want to play a game and have fun. But I'm gonna just turn off Twitter because y'all not making it fun right now. Play in this corner.
I haven't touched Twitter in like
like, I'm on
months.
Twitter. I put my content on Twitter, but like, I don't put anything that's like, oh, hey, I'm playing this game, or oh, thinking this thought today. Like, that doesn't go on Twitter. It goes on Blue Sky, or it happens out loud out of my mouth when I'm in a stream because I'm thinking about it in that moment. But like, yeah, and that's sad because, one, Twitter is a hellscape, and 2, I don't like fighting for visibility. Like, I put something on Twitter and I put something on Blue Sky at the same time. Twitter will have 60 impressions and 1 like, maybe.
Oh my god.
I put it on Blue Sky and there's at least 10 likes within 5 minutes of me posting it. And then comments, because people want to interact and engage.
Yes.
And that means people are seeing it. Like, there's no guarantee of visibility on Twitter. I post something and there's no guarantee that anybody sees it, and it's ridiculous. And I put it on Blue Sky, they see it. I put it on Threads and people see it. I put it on Tumblr and people see it. Like, it's like there's a there's a problem here when I'm fighting for visibility, and like I'm not going to do that. Like, gone are the days I'm going to try to like spam you with my content so you see it. You either see it or you don't, fam. I'm not gonna put my energy into something that's not going to pay out because I don't have that kind of time.
And not when other places are making it easier for you.
Right.
Why? Yeah.
It's like much simpler, and I'm also not going to pay for a
Oh
check
God,
mark.
no. Oh God, fucking no.
That is dumb. But yeah, like that sort of thing. So, and then again, I see messages from people I don't even know, and I don't even follow, and I'm like, why is this showing up on my feed? Like, I would like the people I was following, like actually follow me, like, and not this 12-year-old bot. Like, can we not do that? So yeah, and like even on Blue Sky, like I see people's posts, like people I actually want to engage with, and I can comment, like, oh, yeah, that's funny, or oh man, did you read this? Like I can actually have a conversation. Hell, if I don't know what the hell I would be doing on Twitter, just scrolling for hours.
Doom scrolling. It'd be doom scrolling
and praying
and finding
for
your maybe one friend,
maybe, or something close to what I want to look at today. But like, yeah, it's just like, it's just, it's frustrating. And that's another part of it too. It's like you're creating content for the intent of people to see it. Now, again, I know everybody on their mom likes to say numbers don't matter. You should be doing it for fun. Yeah, you should.
You should.
You should. Yes,
that should be your encouragement.
That is, I agree. You should. However, let's not be naive here. You want it to be seen, and when you post something and you see lower numbers than you were expecting, you're like, well, that sucks. Like it's just like it makes you feel some type of way. And I always tell people, I was like, it's free to share. Like you don't have to give to my Ko-Fi.
Yeah.
You don't have to subscribe to my Twitch channel. You don't have to be a member on YouTube.
Honestly, you don't gotta pay us. Just maybe like
share it.
Share
it, like it, leave a comment. Period. Those are the 3 things I would love for everybody to do. Share, like it, leave a comment. Hell, you could be like, great. Hell, you could just be an emoji. It could be a heart, and I'd be like, "Oh, thank you."
Yay! Yeah, they did some. They did something that they didn't really have to, but it makes me feel good.
It's free. It's free, and it really does help. And people don't realize how much it helps because you sharing it. Let's say you have 5 followers. That's 5 people who would not have seen it otherwise because I wasn't reaching them. But you've reached them, and then they can share it with people that they have reached with. It doesn't matter what your numbers are because a lot of people get really hung up on like how many followers you have, how many subscribers you have, how many whatevers.
That's not it. It's the engagement part.
Right. It's the engagement and the visibility. If people aren't looking at it and they're not engaging with it, the algorithm is not going to boost it. You could have the best video in the world, but if nobody is commenting on it, liking it, or sharing it, nobody sees it. Not there.
Go anywhere. Yeah.
So it's very important to do that. And like, I don't know how much to stress that. I know a lot of people like to lurk, but like, swear to God, just a retweet. Just a retweet. Sometimes when I'm lurking, I'll just be like if I'm in a stream and I'm vibing, I'm like, oh, this is cool. I'll go to their socials and see if like they have posted about the stream or whatever, and then I'll retweet it. I'm like, oh, this is a really fun stream.
Yep.
Because it's like that's what it is. Like, and that's if I'm in the stream. If I'm like sleep, I'm asleep. I'm not doing anything. But yeah, it's like because it's just a little thing. It's just a very small thing, and you never know who might get eyes on it, and it might appeal to somebody else who's into it. Like you never know. And because Otome games are so niche, it's like it needs to spread through word of mouth. And if we try to be very insular, and that's another thing I'd like to say about the community, because of a lot of the things that we've been through as an Otome community, Otome fans are very protective of Otome. And is it gatekeepy? Yes, 1000%. But it's because we've been through so much that we've gotten defensive. We put up our walls because we've been mistreated so much in the past. Like E2 Gaming was one thing. Hell, I'll never forget Spike Chunsoft doing that poll for the game that they were going to localize next, and then Kenka Bancho Otome won, and they didn't localize it. They localized the game that came in second place, and then when people asked them what was up, they ignored us. They pretended like they didn't do the poll, and we've had that happen before. Or we've had somebody put out something and it's trash, and it's like, well, shit, what the hell? Like we got those 2 R18 Otome games on Steam. The translation was atrocious. It was awful.
Yeah.
God awful. And one of the games felt like it was made with a male gaze in mind, and I was just like,
That's not what we are.
like, was this supposed to be an Otome? Like, I was like, okay. And it kind of sucks because I've been like, just give us an 18 plus Otome. And we have Dramatic Create giving us the localizations of 18 plus Otome, but Dramatic Create doesn't do 18 plus content. So they censor it to hell. So we're not getting that content. And so we get to this place where we're like distrustful of everything that's new or everything that we don't know or we're not familiar with because we don't know whether or not they're going to hurt us. It's like you've been in an abusive, toxic relationship and then finally a good one comes around and you don't know how to act. That's kind of where we are as a community. And I brought this up before. Same thing happened with like certain Kickstarters will launch and people will say things like, oh, they're just trying to take advantage of the Otome community by creating a game that's an Otome, but it's not an Otome. Or, oh, like, I'm not going to say which Kickstarter, but if you know, you know. And they won't support it, or it's slow to back, or it's slow to support because people are spreading this misinformation because we've gotten to a place where we're trying to be more, quote unquote, protective of what we love. And we're not opening ourselves up to what could be and what could happen if we took a chance on something. Like we've been beaten down so much sometimes that it's hard to be trustful, and I get that. But I'm seeing people move and operate in ways that it's like, why are you like this? Like
You're
not a bad
self-destructive now at this point.
Right. This is not a bad thing. And they see the way we act as a community and they don't want to talk to us. They don't want to create things for us. They don't even want to give us anything because we act like fools when we get on our socials when something goes wrong for like half a second. Let them cook. Give them a minute. Give them a minute to figure it out.
And I can understand being hurt and things like that. Like again, more in the indie side. So I get like a lot of my stuff from Ichio, however you're supposed to say it. And it's like, oh well, they like this art isn't like at the level that I'm used to. And it's like, well, yes, because it's
you know what? I love that you said that. Code. We like to speak in code. And
yes!
I said this on a stream. I was like, and I said the only reason the way I notice it is because I'm a Black woman. And people will try to say, the problem is you're Black, or the problem is you're a person of color, the problem is this, but they don't want to say that. So they find something else to say to mask what the real problem is, in quotation marks. And a lot of times, that's one of the things. Oh, well, the art's just not what I was expecting. It's not to the level I was expecting. That's code for it's not a Japanese Otome game.
That's it.
I think the art is ugly. And that's what you just say it. Just say it with your whole chest. Don't try to, dress it up and make it look pretty. Just say you don't like the art. It's ugly. You think it's ugly because it's not a Japanese anime art style. Like, just say it. It's okay.
Or that it's like super, super polished. Like people really hold some of these indie devs to a level of someone who is doing this for a full-time job. It's like, no, so many of these people are either full-time students, they have a full-time job, they come home, and this is what they do for fun. How much money do you think any of these indie devs are actually getting from their games? Like,
not to support them, they're not able to grow and change and update things. They can't become more polished without the funding. And because you're so stuck in your ways and it's not a Japanese Otome, you literally squash out any new ideas.
And look here. I'm gonna say this. I don't like all the art of indie Otome games. I don't. I truly don't. There's some that I'm like, I can give this game so many compliments, and I apologize to the artist, but the art is not there yet. I don't like the art. I'm not going to put the artist on blast, though, because I don't know how long they've been fucking doing this for. I'm not that mean.
I love that you bring that up.
But you gotta make it through. You gotta make the stories are probably great, and the characterizations, like, ugh.
I'm not gonna lie. There was a game that was sent to me, and again, I'm a fickle person. Everybody has their taste. Everybody's like, ooh, that looks like, that's interesting. The art looked like something my niece could do, and she's 3. I I'm not an artist, so I try very hard.
Yeah,
Not to
exactly.
be an
Same.
artist, but like I'm gonna be real with you. I was like, this looks like something a kindergartner drew, like what they thought people look like. And I was not feeling that art. I hated it. Absolutely, was just like, I have nothing positive to say about this, and I will keep my mouth shut about that.
Yes.
Then I played the game, and the writing and the story was so good. I was like, what the hell? I was like, damn, if you could have just hired an artist, this shit would have been perfect. I was just like, yo, this is crazy. But I was like, but I just
have to think they don't got the money to get the
I know.
artists.
And I knew it. And that was the thing. They were solo dev. They were doing it themselves. And I knew this. I knew this on us. Like my soul knew this. But it didn't look pretty. And I knew that because it looked that way, a lot of people were not going to play it.
Yep.
But that story, like I played the story and I was just like, holy shit, this writing is so good.
It's like, hey, I need to introduce you to some artists. When it's
my eyes were like, it's like
when it's a single dev, like a single person coding, art, writing, I'm kind of like, hey, let me introduce you to an artist that I think would be really good for this. Or hey, I have this, you're a great artist, but the writing, I think you could be with this person. Now, when it's a team, I don't say shit. Yeah. Because again, you don't know where the levels are in their journey.
For indie publishers and indie devs, I give them grace. I always give grace. If you are an Otome, no excuses. I will say it's trash with my whole chest, unless you specifically write on a press sheet that I'm not allowed to disparage the characters or the story, which I've gotten before, which is the craziest shit I've ever read on an embargo.
Then I'm not fucking writing a review. I'm not allowed to talk shit. No.
It literally said you're not allowed to disparage the characters or the game or the story. And I was like,
this isn't a review, that I'm not taking it. Fuck that.
Your game sucks, my guy. But like, yeah, like I give indie developers and publishers grace because I know what it's like to be a solo person trying to run everything yourself. And sometimes it's not there. Sometimes there's just things you can't do. Sometimes you just don't have the skills for certain things. Like I'm not tech savvy. Yeah. So I'll be struggling whenever there's something wrong with Twitch. I'm like, I don't know what the hell's going on, but I'm trying.
Amen. Amen.
And like I'm just doing the best that I can. So I give them grace. And I especially give grace to demos. There was a game, I think you know of it, that they released, they've done advertising for it. And they advertised it as this like isekai, dark.
Yep.
You know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm going to stop right there. I'm going to stop right there.
Exactly know what you're talking about.
Then the demo came out. They had beta tested this thing to hell. And then they released the demo. And the demo was very different from what they said they were doing.
Yeah.
I had the opportunity to talk with these developers at length. So I kind of got a good feel of who they were and what they were doing. So I, again, had more grace than most people. But even before I talked to them about the situation, they asked me to play it on stream. I played the game on stream. And within 5 minutes, I quickly realized that what I thought the game was not what I was playing. And I just kind of changed my brain a little bit. I went from, oh, this is not serious. This is a comedy. Boop. And I just turned a little switch. Because if it was a serious game, I'd be critiquing it differently. But if it's a comedy, boop,
then we got a whole other thing going on here. Yeah.
So turned my switch and was like, okay, this is a comedy. Let's go. And I played it that way. And I actually enjoyed playing it because it was dumb and funny and kind of corny and silly. And like the writing was weird in places. But like viewing it as kind of like a comedy parody, it reached.
Yeah.
And my enjoyment level was thusly affected. Different. I'm not going and thinking it's freaking touch starved. It's not. It's not Virtue Evermore. Like it was comedy. It was like Cupid Parasite. Like that's the difference. So I just kind of did that. There was so much backlash about that. People, to the point where people were just writing comments that were awful. They weren't wrong. Now, again, their critique wasn't wrong. It was the tone in which it was written.
There you
People
go.
are like, they're dumbasses. This is the worst fucking writing I've ever read. Oh my God, this was written by a toddler. Oh my God, I feel like I was lied to. I can see how you felt that way.
Yeah.
I completely understand because they told you it was one thing and then you got the game and it was something different. I get that. Very valid. But for threats and people to just be like ripping people new ones, like the way people were going in on this, I was like, y'all going hard. And then the devs wanted me to do another stream. And I was like, sure, whatever. And I did the stream. And again, fine. Didn't have any real complaints. Because again, at this point, I was like,
We're looking at it as a comedy, a satire,
right.
if you will.
Comedy.
Like it's
This is not a deep thing.
yeah.
And I was still like very supportive of the dev. And then when they like wanted me to do something, I forget what it was, but they like messaged me and they're like, hey, I just wanted to check and see if you were okay with this because we've been getting some backlash and I understand if you want to disassociate your brand from us because you don't want to have any of that negative stigma. And I was like, what the hell? Like literally first thought was like, what the hell are you talking about? Because again, I'm not in the community like that sometimes. So I'm like, what backlash? And then I looked and I was like, oh shit. And I was reading it and I was like, well, the critique's not wrong. I just don't like the tone in which they are saying this stuff. Y'all are being real disrespectful. There's a way to say this sucks without saying this
Without saying it in that words. Yeah.
Like you can say this sucks without saying this shit is the worst shit I've ever played in my life. I've never played a game that was so awful. Oh my God, these people should be like hung from a rooftop. Like what the hell? Like what are you doing? Like who wrote that? So it's like, what the hell? And I was like, oh. And then I saw that they turned off the comments on their game page, and I was like, "Ooh,
That means that got bad.
I was like,
yeah.
I was like, rookie mistake. You never turn the comments off. I don't care what they're saying in the comments. You report the comments that you feel are threatening, but you never turn off the comments. That's a sign of weakness.
That's good advice, actually. True.
I was like, rookie mistake. You leave that shit up. You just report what you can and leave it up. Do not show weakness. I understand why somebody would do that because seeing a bombardment of just negative comments, you don't want to see it anymore. So you want to get rid of it. That's a natural human response, which is probably what happened. But I saw that they'd done that and I was like, ooh, rookie mistake. Now people are gonna be mad. They're gonna be mad because it looks bad because it looks like you're hiding things.
Yes.
It looks like you're hiding. And that's not what you want to do right now. Right now, you want to be as transparent as humanly possible because people are mad and people don't care what your reasons were for whatever you did when they're mad. They just want you to say, I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Don't care. They really, truly don't care what the explanation is. They want to hear, I'm sorry, we were wrong. That's all anyone wants to hear when they're mad. I'm sorry, I was wrong, period. And
whether you or not you were.
After I saw, yeah, exactly. Whether or not you were or not, doesn't matter. They just want to hear it. But I then went back to them and I was like, I see. Why did you delete the comments? I was like, that was not a good idea. I was like, let me be clear. I was like, I get where the critique is coming from. I didn't have a problem with it because I immediately realized this was this kind of game. You play enough games, you kind of go, okay, this is not what they said.
Yes.
This is this. And then I just kind of go, okay, I don't have time to like be angry about this. Boop. This is what this is. And I wasn't even angry. I was just more like, it's a demo. Like, it's an alpha demo.
Yeah, so, at the very least, they're still figuring things out, honestly. That's what the demos are for.
It's a new dev. It's an alpha demo. And this game isn't coming out for the next 3 or 4 years. Like, this game is not even going to look the same when it comes out. Okay, moving on. And that was how I went into it. And then I kind of like, I had a conversation with them because I was like, okay, so what exactly is going on? I would like to hear your side now. I'm seeing a lot of this backlash on socials, but I want to hear what you guys have to say. And they told me their side, and I was like, huh, okay. I was like, okay, makes sense. Understood. I talked to them, had a whole conversation. It was like 3 hours. And they explained their side. I told them how it looked as a person from the outside looking in. And how why the community is literally sharpening their pitchforks.
Yeah, why they're reacting in this way. Like,
I was like, I'm gonna be honest. I was like, deleting the comments was a bad idea because there were genuine critiques there. And I understand getting an onslaught of negative comments is hard, but a lot of the comments weren't threatening. They weren't positive. They were just like, this could have been done this way. This could have been, most of them were respectful. Some were just like terrible human beings. But I also understand why you got rid of them because you felt threatened when you read all of this negative stuff. I get it. That's a natural response. but I would not have gotten rid of those comments. I would have left them up. Because
Yeah.
now people are trying to reach out to you and they can't. And then they had other people saying that they're returning Kickstarter pledges. And I was like, did you actually do that? And they were like, we only did it for 2 people because they only pledged so they could leave nasty comments on the Kickstarter.
Oh my God.
And I was like, see. But if you looked at it from the Twitter side, it looked like there was like 20 people who had gotten refunded. And I was like, it was only 2 people. And I was like, that's crazy.
Could you know what's really funny about that? Is that I heard a rumor that, and correct me if I'm wrong, because what you're sounding like is that you just had a talk with them and was kind of giving them like feedback and things like that. I heard a rumor through Twitter, because this blew up. This blew up everywhere.
It was insane.
That you and that team had like a falling out and that you hated them and things like that.
Who said that? Because that's funny.
I heard it was just on the Twitter timelines of like, oh yeah, Blerdy and this like team, like she covered a game for them, and then they just had a falling out because the game was, in their terms, shit. Not your terms, but like what they were saying in the tweet.
They are not the dev that I had a falling out with. Let's be clear. I was like, I had a falling out with a dev, but it wasn't them.
I don't think, no, because I know for a fact it was this one, because I was like, well, Blerdy covered it like 2 or 3 times. And like, again, I read your stuff, and I was like, if Blerdy had something to say, she was going to say shit about it, because you did with the other one.
There's one dev and one game recently, only one, that I played. I had a falling out with the dev over something that was fucked up, and I'm still mad about that to this day. I'll stay mad, but
the game we're talking about has some issues, but there's nothing fucked up about it. It's a very respectful game.
This is a completely different game.
Okay, no, I
will tell you later, but because anybody who's come to my streams knows, because I pulled all the content for that game. I pulled it for that game. And if you noticed it was there and it's not there anymore, that's why it's gone. I didn't have a falling out with the dev that had the issue with they made one game, and then they said they were making one game and they made a completely different game. That I had
they on that one too. Then now I'm good.
I didn't have any issue with them on that. My thing was like, what's going on? And I was like, this is what you should have done. I was like, I would not have done this, and here's why. Because it looks like you're hiding, and you don't want that. I was like, I understand that you're a new dev, and this is your first time doing this, and, you know, being public, like when you create something, and it's yours, and you haven't shared it with the world, it's your baby, it's your thing, it's beautiful, it's well formed, it's all perfect, and everything is wonderful with the world. But the minute you make something public, it is now open to public perception. And that is where things fall apart, because now people can play, dissect, and say what they want about it, because your baby is now out there in the world. And some people are not equipped to truly...
They're not ready for that.
Right. They're not ready for that. It's not easy. Like, hell, creating a site and writing a review, every time I write a review, I'm opening myself up to somebody being an asshole on Reddit. Every time. Every single time. Most people are nice, but I'm opening myself up to somebody being an asshole because they read my shit and they don't like it. Or they don't like how I said something. Or they don't like me and they just want to find something to say because they have nothing else to do with their lives. But again, that's the nature of being on a public platform. That's the nature of doing something publicly and being visible. You are opening yourself up to good and bad things. And with this dev, I was just like, y'all are new. Untested, and this is your first time dealing with us. And I was like, y'all made some newbie mistakes. I was like, you need to take the feedback. Take some time, reevaluate, and then come back stronger. Because right now, anything you say or do that is not I'm sorry is going to dig you a deeper hole. Like, it just is. That's just what we are. And it's funny that you said there was a rumor that I had a falling out with them, because they were not the dev that I had a falling out with.
Oh, I can't wait for that. That's an off podcast.
Yes, an off podcast thing. Yeah. There are 2 developers. 2. that I do not fuck with. I will not say their names, but if you are a savvy reader, you will know. Or if you showed up to a stream after whatever happened, you definitely heard exactly how I felt, without a filter. But there are two, and that dev is not one of them.
Okay, that's
My
good because everyone was giving him
right.
so much crap, and I was like,
But here's the thing.
yeah.
Here's why it was funny that you said that, because on Reddit, I was accused of softballing them because I was not sharpening my fucking pitchfork on Twitter to say that they were full of shit. There was literally an entire thread about how Blerdy claims that she fully vets everybody and that she puts thought into her commentary and that she does her research, but it doesn't seem like she's doing her research here because she hasn't said anything about them, and this controversy is going on. I said I didn't say anything because I talked to the dev. And the funny part was, I read that thread because it was an entire thread.
My
of
God, people, get off of Reddit.
I read it when I had lost a family member, and we were planning the services. I wasn't even at home. I was in another state planning for services, a homegoing service, and I see this goddamn Reddit post, and I was already not in a good place. And I just went, what the hell? And I just started typing. I was like, you've lost your minds. And like, I probably should not have said anything, but I literally was just like, fucking kidding me.
No, sometimes they deserve it.
I was like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. I said I didn't say anything because I had nothing to say. I see the critique. What more would I have added to this conversation? You have all said what you said. I have nothing new to add here. Like, there's nothing I could say here. And for you to be like, Blerdy should be, she's a pillar of the community. She needs to say these things. She needs to call this out when it's a da-da-da-da-da. And I'm like, you put me on this pedestal. I did not put myself on a pedestal by myself, first and foremost. Second of all, I had nothing to say. You all have your opinion. Whatever I say is either going to be taken well or poorly in this regard. And I weighed my problems. And again, I was dealing with a loss in the family. It was not my priority to be on Twitter talking about a game dev. I didn't care.
There's also this thing too, when people are like, oh, Blerdy should have said something, or someone someone influential, let's say influential in the sphere should say something. It's like, bitch, did you say something? Yes, then you spoke your piece. You do it. You write your opinions.
I do not need to be the voice of the community. I'm not trying to be. I'm just a person who plays games on the internet.
Honestly, anything we cover, it's a review. If we stream it, if we do like video essays on it, you guys, people listening, you need to be going through it with a fine-tooth comb and picking out your own fucking opinions. What we say is not the end-all be-all.
Right, and to piggyback on that, I am not responsible. I'm not their PR person. I am not responsible for how they navigate these streets. I am not concerned with how they want to, how they want to present themselves in public. It's not my brand. I played the game. That's what a reviewer does. They play the game. They watch the show. They read the book. And they are commenting on that work. If something after the fact comes out, they are not obligated to say anything or do anything because they have fulfilled the obligation that they were originally co-signed to do, which was, I played the game. I think it's funny. Period. Anything outside of that, I don't need to say anything. The only time I will truly say something publicly, if like it's outside of just the scope of whether or not I like the game, is if the developer, it is revealed that they are racist.
Yes, there we go. Yep, there it is.
Or otherwise hateful to other people. Or if they have personally affronted me in some way, shape, or form. Those are the only times that I will personally go on my Twitter and go in. There is no reason for me to do that otherwise. Because I was asked to play a game. I played the game. I gave my opinion. That's how I felt about it. Moving on. And a lot of people don't realize because There are so many other things that you can spend your time doing. I get a game, I play the game, I write the review, I record a video, I stream it, I do whatever my obligation is to that thing that I've been given. And then I put it away and I pick up another thing and then I do the same thing. And then I put that away and then I pick up another game and then I do the same thing. And I do it again and again and again. This is not my life. This one game is not about to be my life. It is a game. It is a single game that I am playing in this moment and I will move on to the next one. There are way too many other things that I could be prioritizing my time with because, again, full-time job. I have a full-time job. I run a gaming site. I stream on Twitch, and I have a YouTube channel. I have way too many other things that I could be designating my hours to than to sit here and belabor a point that everybody else is already talking about. Not my place. I don't care. I'm not going to talk about this game. It was not even a big enough deal in my life for me to even be angry about it because it was an alpha demo. It was a very first demo.
It was so early.
And I'm not mad about this. Like I don't have the energy to be mad at something that's not even fully formed. It is still an idea. It's still an idea right now. Give them time to cook. If the full game comes out and it's trash, that's a completely different conversation. But a demo is a taste. It is a preliminary.
I lost you there for a bit.
Oh, you still got me?
Yeah, you're back.
Okay. So I was just saying that some are more, tangible than others. Some have more of a form to them. Some have more of a structure. Others are still being, beta tested. They're still trying to figure out what they want, what type of story they want to tell, how they want to tell it, what they want to do.
Demos and beta builds have been given such a bad name based on other gaming styles, like the AAA games and the AA game and companies that are having issues right now. And they're putting out demos and betas and they're all shit, and that's going over to the Otome sphere of it should be completed in the beta. It's no, the Otome betas and alphas are absolutely betas and alphas.
And my thing is when you're crafting a story, is your first draft ever a good one?
No. Amen.
No, it's not. So you cannot treat somebody like that, and you can't get mad at someone who is new to this. Now, if they're actively trying to deceive you and they're being trashed, sure, go for it.
Yeah.
But if it's really just they don't know what they're doing and they're trying to figure it out as they go, give some grace, because you would want some grace in that position as well. And I think that's a lot of what I feel with people. They don't give people enough grace because they have these expectations. And again, taking it back to content creation, people have a certain expectation of quality, but they don't take into consideration the factors that surround that.
Amen.
I literally, September, my birthday was in September. Had my birthday, had a great day. Literally the next day, my grandmother passed.
I am so sorry.
I didn't even have a day. And I literally, that day, at 6 a.m, I had to get on a train to leave my state to go up there to be with family. And that wrench and everything. I went ghost. I literally, I think I told my Discord, I was like, hey, this is what's happening. I'm not going to be doing this. This is this. Everything's canceled. And then I was just up there and I was just like, okay, what's going on? I'm dealing with grief. I'm dealing with all this other stuff. And I had deadlines. I had games I was supposed to play around that time. There was nothing I wanted to do. I had no desire to play a game. I literally brought my Switch with me just for the lulz, to have something else to focus on, and I just stared at the screen, just looked at it. It was just on. And I was dealing with that. And then I'm dealing with family, and then I'm dealing with these emotions and these feelings because this person was a big part of my life. And then there's Twitter shit going on. And then there's people trying to asking me about reviews and whether or not I'm gonna cover their shit or review something. And I'm like, no.
I need you guys to read anything that I've put out.
And then I put like a tweet up, and I put it up as a like it wasn't even like to just like, hey guys, I just want to keep you informed. It was like, please don't ask me to do anything. That whole
Yeah.
message about what was going on, it was like, don't ask me to do anything. It wasn't like I want your sympathy, because I don't. I don't want it. I don't really need it.
Just kind
I'm
of leave
telling
me
you,
alone. Yeah.
leave me alone. Don't talk to me right now. I'm not here. I'm here, but I'm not here. If you see me online, I am not here. Like, if it's green, I'm not here. It's a lie. Your eyes are playing tricks on you. I was just looking at it. But like, that was going on in the midst of other things, and of course I had other obligations. Like, there were devs I had agreed to place games on stream for. There were reviews I was supposed to write. All of that, I didn't care. It was like,
Well,
nope,
and then also, like, people are like, oh, you just don't do those because, family emergency. It's like, no, if I want to keep these connections and not seem as unprofessional, I
I have
still
to
have
tell
to
you,
do, I have to
say
contact them.
something.
And
I have to
during
say
that,
something.
mm,
There were a couple of emails that I literally just was like, so sorry for the response. Dealing with family issue right now. I will get back to you when I get back. Like, that's literally
yeah,
all I had to say. My first thing when I found out was I have to tell my job I'm leaving because I'm not going to be here.
yep,
Literally, I was like, I sent an email. I was like, this is what's happening. I'm going. I don't know how long I'm going to be here
yep.
moving forward. And then I got up there, and I literally kept getting phone calls from family members asking me what was going on. And I'm like fielding these calls while also trying to process myself. I was like, bro, I don't know what you want from me. And people forget that people have lives outside of what content you're consuming.
Mm-hmm.
And you need to give grace. You need to be mindful. Like, going back to the Reddit thing about why didn't she cover Despero drops? What if I was in the hospital, my guy? Like, let's be real. What if I was in a coma? Like, I couldn't have written a review if I wasn't conscious.
People are so just like, oh, everything's done in a team. It is not.
No, oh, that is
So many people like us are not.
every time I get an email that's like BlerdyOtome team, I'm like, it's just me.
It's me.
I'm the team. Hi.
Would you like to speak to the writer? Turns around in chair. Hello.
Yeah.
Oh, you want the publicist? Turns around in chair. Hi.
But yeah, and like, it's really reassuring to have this conversation with you because, again, you get it. Like, people have lives outside of what you're consuming. And I understand that, there's an expectation to some degree that they are going to produce content. But you also have to give grace that this is a person. I'm not a machine cranking something out. I'm not a big company with thousands of people doing all this research and giving me information. I can only cover what I see and what I know about. If I don't know about it, I can't cover it. If I don't see it, I can't say anything. If you want to know something, ask me. I'll just tell you. I have no reason to lie. I'll just say no. And if it's something I can't talk about, I won't say it because it's like, I can't speak about that because of the partnership I have ongoing. Like, period.
It's the pros and cons of being a one person team of like, I am very open and I can give you all the information you want, but I am one person. So when shit hits the fan, there's nothing I can do. I completely understand your grandma and that situation. Around that time, October, my dad got put into the hospital with an autoimmune disease, just randomly, just like went to the hospital one day and within 12 hours he couldn't breathe. And I'm in Japan and my mom is there and I get a call after a stream that from the nurse that I need to go home and be with them because they don't know what's going to happen.
And it's just, what do I do?
9 months later, I think I have my mental health is still crap. And I am still explaining to people like, oh, Reaper, why don't you stream Fridays and Saturdays at 8 p.m. anymore? Why don't you do this? Why don't you do that? And I'm like, from that experience alone, my energy, because a full-time job too, that I have to do in order to pay my bills, because our content creation barely like kind of pays for, to upkeep itself. It's like, you don't, it's that situation. And just because the situation is done, doesn't mean we're not robots. We don't just go back to the way that we are. Like, I'm in therapy now from this shit. Like,
and like, there's things that still kind of trigger you, and there are things that are still.
I can't play a game. Have you seen Mika in the Witch's Mountain?
I have.
It's so cute. I can't play it because that's the game that I played right before I got the phone call.
And see, and that's what happens. Like, it's outside situations that affect other things, and they have a ripple effect, and people don't know or they are willfully ignorant. I don't know which. Sometimes you can't judge, but it's
Yeah.
like you can't tell. Sometimes it's like maybe you just don't know. Maybe you're just being rude because you have no
And
home training. But it's like you
even being super honest people, yeah, that
you need
grace.
time. You need grace and you need time. And like again, one of the things that I changed because I realized I was burning myself out by doing so much, trying to be this bastion of the community that everybody wanted to be, and I was not happy. I was burning myself out. I almost just shut down BlerdyOtome. Like honestly,
No. Oh
there
my
have been
god.
several times where I've just like been like, I talked to a friend, I was like, so if I just shut down my site, they're like, you're not gonna do it though. I was like, but if I did, they're like,
But
are
if
you
I
gonna do it?
did.
They're like, are you actually gonna do it? Because if you are gonna do it, go ahead. Like, what's the law? You're like, okay, you're right. Never mind, I'm not doing it. But like, it's like,
your friends are like, yeah, do it. Unplug. Go.
right,
Come on.
right, go ahead, do it. Let me see you do it. But it's like you get overwhelmed because it's so much. And it's self-inflicted because nobody's really truly telling you to do anything. You are just doing
Until
it.
you don't do it, and then they're like,
Right.
why didn't you? It's like, fuck.
But even when they do say that, I don't have to listen to you. I could just say I didn't want to do it. But like that made me more mindful of my needs and what I wanted. So at least, especially after my grandmother passed, I was like, because one of the big things that came out of that is like I've been prioritizing things that aren't important.
Amen.
And this has made me realize that I could have, instead of doing a stream, I could have gone up to, visit her over the weekend. Or I could have done this, but I was prioritizing people and things that weren't important in the grand scheme of things. And I don't say that disrespectfully. I just mean like I appreciate every view. I appreciate every look. I appreciate every share. Every time somebody's in a stream in my chat, I appreciate all of that. I really do. Every time I see somebody leave a comment, I get happy because I'm like, oh, somebody wants to talk to me. Well, what are they saying? And then I say something back. And it's like, I get really excited. Or like somebody retweets. I was like, oh, okay. I notice when people retweet stuff. And I remember which people are like doing it constantly. Because it's like, okay, this person is enjoying this. Or this person is consistent with this. Or this person is a regular for whatever. And I can see that and I feel that. But like I realized I was prioritizing stuff that wasn't fulfilling me. And like I said before, I was prioritizing games that I was given because I had an obligation to play them. But I was missing out on like 5 other games that I didn't play because I was busy playing this game that took 80 hours of my life. And
Other
that's
games that you probably would have resonated with.
And then when I finished that 80-hour game, I went to play the game that I had missed, and I'm like, oh my god, this game is so good. Why didn't I play this back then? It's oh my god, I'm mad I missed this game. I could have played this instead. I hated that other game, or I didn't even like the whole game. I could have just played this instead. And I didn't like feeling like that. Like I didn't like feeling like that. So I've made it a priority to play what I want. I mean, I'm gonna cover the things that are sent to me. Like, hey, can you cover my game?
Yeah.
Hey, can you do it? Yes. But I'm not gonna do like I'm not gonna sit here and spend hours trying to play your game to write a review, an in-depth review at that. I'm probably going to just play it on stream, which is me reacting in real time, engaging with
one stone. Yeah.
Right. And it's like quick and painless, and I love it. If it's a game that I'm like, okay, I don't have time to do a stream for, or this is too long, I'll play it in my own time, but I'll take my time doing it. And when I get to a place where I think I can write about it, then I'll write about it. But I want to play the things that I want to play. Like if I get a game from a publisher and I like play this game and I start playing, I'm like, I don't feel it. I'll pick up another game and play it, and then I'll come back to that first one when the spirit moves me. And it's like there's this expectation within the community, and not even as a content creator, but just like within the community as a whole, that you should be on top of every new game as soon as it drops. And I remember I was on Blue Sky and I saw somebody put a comment up and they were just like, how do you all finish these games so quickly?
Amen.
It takes me so long to play games, and everybody seems to finish these games in like a weekend or a week. And I feel like I'm being left behind and I'm not a part of the fanfare for the game because I'm still like struggling to get through it. And somebody else left a comment on it that was like, well, let's be clear. A lot of these people get the games early, so they've had them for a while, so they've had more time to play it. So it just looks like they've played it in a weekend when they really didn't. And again, usually the range for when I get a game from a publisher is like a month to a week. I either have a month or a week. to play that game. Some of the better ones will give me a month. I will get the game a month before it's released, and I have a month to play it and create content for it. Some devs, it's a week. I've had one literally give it to me 2 days before and say, "Can you get a review out for the release date?" And I said, "Hell no." I said it politely though. I was like, "No, there's no fucking no."
You especially kind of stupid if you think I can play an 80-hour game in 2 days and write it.
And here's the funny thing. I was like, I could, but I'm not sleeping for this. Like, yes. I'm going to sleep. Like, screw, I could do that. You are very correct. I could play this game in 2 days. I'm not, though.
There's also just want to put this in there. A lot of these reviews are happening because she's getting the game for free. There is no extra pay. I'm not assuming that they're all not extra pay, but like from the ones that I get are like, oh, hey,
go for it.
You get a free game, so do it. So it's like, why wouldn't you for a free game? It's like, because we don't get anything else on top of that. And that's, again, a lot of playtime and a lot of writing.
Right. The free game is the payment in a lot of people's minds. And when you consider the work that goes into creating content for something, that doesn't even scratch the surface. Like the game, let's say it's an Otome game. So at most it's $50. So essentially, if you want to play fast and loose, you're getting $50 to write a full review with character route breakdowns, breakdown of the gameplay and features, your thoughts on the game, the localization critique, and a final kind of like, here's how I feel about it, not including the fact that you have to take screenshots and record all the video yourself if you are doing it for anything, and then you have to post it and market it yourself. And then after you do that, if you are a video creator, you now have to go through the game and record your gameplay and find the relevant clips so that you can put them together into a video and then sit for hours while you record your commentary over and over again, because you're not living in a bubble or a studio. So let's say a car horn goes off in the middle of what you were saying, that throws you off your groove. So you have to re-record that entire part. Or let's say you recorded everything and then you listen back to the audio and it's not great. So you have to re-record everything you just did. Then you have to go put it into a video processing system.
Oh my God.
Edit the videos, edit the audio, make sure it looks like something that is going to be visible and legible to other people. And this is for a, let's say, 10-minute video at most.
Oh my God.
And that's about 8 to 12 hours of work.
It is
that's a week. That's a week. Let's just be clear. That's a week.
On top of your IRL job and like being an adult. People don't realize you have to cook food, you have to go shopping, you need to take showers, you need to fucking sleep. Also, for the people who are like, well, you're playing a game for most of it. No. When you are playing a game for a review, for like to critique it in any form, your brain is on at all times. You don't get to just sit back and be like, oh my God, I love this character. It is, oh, this character is cool because reason A, reason B, reason C. Oh, well, in this scene, the spelling was off. Oh, this plot point's here. Oh, hey, their connections. Yeah. You are analyzing everything. Your brain doesn't get to shut off like it is if you were playing it for yourself.
You're constantly focused. And that is not like a hour, 2-hour thing. That is like weeks. Like when I get a game a month in advance, I use that entire month. And usually what happens is I'm like playing that game as soon as I get off work or during work. I work from home.
Yep.
Or like I'm canceling streams because I need to play this game and I need to get this done because I know me and I know how I am with stuff. I'm a procrastinator at heart. So I always wait till the last minute. But it's like, this is not just a simple thing. It's not as easy as you think. Because I've seen people put on like their socials like, oh, I should start a site so I can get free games. And I'm
Do
like,
it.
Go for it.
Do it.
I wish you much success with the stress that you are about to bring upon yourself for no reason.
I love when people are like, oh no, like I love when people stop those people or they try to be really nice about it, like, oh no, you don't realize, like, no, there's a lot of work. Do it. Do it, and then you'll find out just how much is going on.
No, I'm like, please go for it. Have fun. Enjoy.
We'd love to see it.
I hope you do. I hope you do, and I hope you enjoy it, and I hope you have a long, long time with us. But I also want you to understand it's not that simple.
Mm.
And two, a lot of times, they don't just give you games. There's a review process. If I had $1 for every time I sent in, I was like, hey, can I get this game? I run the site, I do this. What are your stats? And then I send them a media kit and they're like,
Too low.
unfortunately, you don't meet the requirement. I'm like, what the hell? I was like, fine. Like every time. Funny story. Fun story, but not really a fun story. Voltage. Love Voltage. Been playing Voltage games forever. They were like the first big Otome games I ever played. I had been reaching out to Voltage to be on their press list for 5 years.
I knew you were going to say that.
Emailed them twice a day or twice a year for 5 years. And radio silence. Nothing. Not a goddamn word. Nothing. They didn't even tell me like, nope, you're not getting it. They do say that like if you can reach out, but we might not respond, which fair point.
Fair, valid, yeah.
Twice a year for 5 years. Nothing. Radio silence. Did I stop covering their games? No, I still covered their games. I just bought them and played them like I normally would. But I reached out every single time. And I literally said to the effect, hi, my name is, I run the site. I focus on I focus on Otome games and romance visual novels to a primarily English-speaking audience. I have been running my site for blah, 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 and I have covered a number of your games. Here are some links to that, just for reference. Here's my media kit. Every time. It wasn't like I was like, yo, give me free games.
You're making a case.
Who I am, what I do, what I've covered. Every time. Twice a year for 5 years. Nothing. Silence. Absolutely nothing. And I would just like send it in and just like, it's that time of year again. Gotta email Voltage again. Like email Voltage again.
And it's approved or not.
Right. Never got a response. And then 5 years. I literally was just like, let me put this in. Put it in. I was like, hi, my name is Naja B. I run the gaming site BlerdyOtome. It primarily has an English-speaking audience. I cover Otome games and visual novels. I've covered several of your games in the past. I would like to be added to your press list, please, because I would love to be able to present my community with your upcoming titles when they happen or whatever, something like that. It sounded more intelligent, but it was just like that. I sent it in.
Professional way.
It was like 11 p.m. on a Thursday. Sent it in and expected nothing. 30 minutes later, I had an email in my inbox from Voltage saying, oh yeah, sure, can you send us your stats? And I was like, holy shit. I called my friend. Because my friend, my bestie, I've been like telling her for years, like, oh, I'm sending another one to Voltage. She's like, how many times you go email them before they just, you get tired of it? I was like, I'm gonna just do it and see what happens. I'm just copying and pasting the same email. It's like I'm not changing anything.
Don't go too hard on it. Like if they're not responding, like as long as twice a year is a good amount to like copy and paste something.
Genuinely give 6 months between your first contact and your second if you don't have a response. But like again, they reached back out and they were just like, oh, thank you so much for your enthusiasm. We would love to add you to the press list. Would be great. And I was like, holy shit.
It's happening.
They responded.
This is working.
I started screaming. My neighbors were probably like, why is she like this? Called my friend. I was like, girl. She's like, what? I was like, girl. What? I was like, Voltage responded. She said, holy shit. I said, right. Because she had heard me for years just be like, they never respond to me. Like, they just don't respond to me. I don't know if they're reading it. I don't know if they got it. I don't know what the hell is going on. But like, she was excited as I was because she knew. She knew.
I love that.
And I was just, holy shit. They said yes. She's like, oh my God. I was like, she's like, congratulations. I said, right. And then I started crying because I was like, oh my God, it's happening. I was like, it's happening, guys. It's happening. And I was like, so can I also get this game though? And they were like, what are your numbers? And I was like, fuck. I knew that was coming. And then I sent them the numbers and they're like, yeah, sure, we got you. I was like, it's enough. It's barely enough, but it's enough. But like, I had
but also, But also clarifying, I don't want to take away from the success because that's huge. I just want to clarify for everyone listening that doesn't mean she's getting paid. She's
No.
just on the PR list to get the games in advance to review for them.
To clarify, I wasn't even on the list to get the games. I was on the list to get the press releases. I went on the list to get the
Oh my god, yeah.
I had to further ask for that. But like, again, it's like,
but it's
people
something you
think-
wanted, yeah.
but people think that like, oh, they just reach out to you and give you a game. No.
No.
How the hell they do not? Some do, not all. Some do. Some are like, oh, we've noticed you've been getting a lot of attention. We'd love to have you talk about our whatever it is.
Well,
that happens. But most of them, I have to sell myself. I have to be like, hi, this is why I am of value to your brand. Please. Please.
Notice me. Please.
Yeah. And most of them will be like, that's cute. Come back later. Or I think Manga Gamer was another one. I reached out to Manga Gamer because they were putting out a bunch of BL games. I was like, oh, I want to play some BL games. I was feeling myself at the time too, because I was like,
let's go, as you should.
I finally got some attention. Like, my site's doing well. I'm getting all these views and da-da-da-da. I'm doing good. So I'm like, let me reach out to Manga Gamer. I was feeling myself. Never feel yourself like that.
No,
so
don't.
I reached out to Manga Gamer because I think it was around the time No Thank You came out. And I was like, hi, I run this gaming site. I play BL games. I've played these games in the past, and I would like to get a copy of No Thank You for review purposes. They emailed me back asking for my stats. I sent them. And then they responded back
with a laugh
with
emoji?
The biggest like reality check of my life. They were they're like, we don't typically send games out to platforms as small as you.
Oh!
But since you took the time to email us, I guess we could send you a copy. And then they sent me a copy of it on Steam, and I was like, I had a moment where I was just like, you know how that person like turns to like stone and they like blow away in the wind as like ash and like anime and shit? That's how I had. That was the moment. And I was just like, damn, they just played my whole life. And then I was like, okay, we can have one of two things happen here. I could be really pissed right now and be spiteful, or I could just say thank you very much, take the damn game, play it, and do the best damn fucking review I've ever written in my life.
There you go.
And I was like, all right, let's be smart about this. So I was like, cool. Thank you for the reality check. I appreciate you telling me that I'm not as big as I thought I was. Wonderful. Great. Moving on.
Humbled real quick here.
Oh, absolutely. Being a content creator is a humbling experience on a daily basis, hourly basis, really. But I took that game, that pity game that they gave me,
You still got the game though. Pity game or not, you got the game.
Right. It was a pity because it was like, oh, she asked, damn, let's just send her that. But like, yeah, that's kind of how it was. But I took that game, I played it, I wrote the review, I emailed them back and was like, thank you so much for sending it to me. I really appreciate it. I understand that I'm not in the usual range of content creators that you would typically send games to, but I did cover the game. Here's a link to the review. Thank you again, and I hope to work with you in the future once I get to, I bring my brand up to a different level. They said, thank you so much. Really appreciated the review. Looks great. That's all I got. And I was like, cool, moving on. And then a few years later, I reached out again and I was like, hey, my name is Naja B. I run the gaming site BlerdyOtome, and I've covered your games in the past. Here are the games I've covered. And these were games that I bought myself.
Yes.
Well, not including No Thank You, because it wasn't No Thank You. It was Room Number 9. My bad. They gave me Room Number 9. It wasn't No Thank You. I bought No Thank You before that point. But I included the Room Number 9 review, and I also was like, I've also covered other games of yours from, after that, and I had links to those. I was like, I'd love to be a part of your press list. Please let me know if you need any further information from me. Here's my media kit. Mm-hmm. Let me know. They responded back with, yeah, sure, we'd love to add you to the press list. I was like,
what?
Shit. I was like, shit. I was like, y'all acted like I was like a child asking for cookies after dinner, like the last time, and now you're just like, yeah, sure, here you go. And then I've been getting press releases ever since. Now they mostly put out porn games, so like I don't cover every last press release, but occasionally there's a game on the show.
Yeah.
Right, but like it wasn't like they were chomping at the bit to give me a game in the first place. Like I got Room Number 9
And
as a pity. Like, it was a pity give.
You had to humble yourself for that. Like you were saying, it's like I can either
Yes.
go in on them for being rude, like not rude, but like
Or this is a learning experience.
honest. Yeah.
They're being very honest. Like, again, my numbers were not crazy. They still aren't crazy. But it's the community that I've built that makes me a value to some people and not the numbers. So it's just that. And like, sometimes it's not so much the numbers, sometimes it's you.
Yeah.
And who sees you in that moment. Like, you just have to be at the right place at the right time with the right person watching.
Yeah.
And that could be the difference between you getting something or being a part of something or getting an opportunity and not getting an opportunity. And I've had some really interesting like paths to different opportunities. Like, I've been on the release day streams for Access Games for some of their Otome games just because like I was asked to do one thing and then like they were like, hey, we'd love to have you do this thing with some other content creators. Are you down for it? And I was like, sure, whatever. I'm fine.
Man. Yeah.
I could be free for that. And then I did it. And then they reached out again. I was like, hey, we'd like to do this with you, just you for this. And I was like,
It's the
like,
steps.
just me? Like me? Like
Me?
Yeah.
A little me?
Like, yeah, you're cool peoples. We love to have you on there. I was like, okay, cool. And like, it was an opportunity that came through because I was already writing the reviews and they knew that I was a part of the community and they wanted to have the community involved in their streams. So they brought in other content creators. And it wasn't just me for that first one. It was like me, Otome Kitten, and Mark. Damn, I'm so wrong. I'm so wrong right now. I know Ann Lee was there. Marcus and Ann Lee. I knew it. I was like, I'm getting there. I'll get there.
You're gonna get there eventually.
And it was all of us with Sammy on that stream, and we were talking about Variable Barricade. And we were each talking about like we were each given a character that we chose a character that we could talk about during the stream, and I picked Tyga because I love Tyga. Because Tyga's best boy. But like we were just talking about the route and how we felt about the character, and then we were talking amongst ourselves about like how we felt about the game and the routes and like what we thought about it. And it was just a really fun experience because it was just like they asked me to do that. They didn't have to.
Yeah.
They could have done something else. But it was something they're like, hey, you want to do this? And then there was another stream for Jack John, and they asked me if I wanted to do it, if I had availability for it. And I was like, hell yeah. And it was just me and Sammy talking about Jack John. Like, and I definitely said during that stream that Jack John should have been a BL, and I still stand by that.
Ayo!
But it was still really cool. It was another opportunity that I would not have had otherwise. Because I'd done another thing. They liked my personality. They liked the way I did it. I had the availability, and I did it. You know? It's just right place, right time, and right people watch it.
Yeah. It's such a luck thing. There is one thing that annoys me though with some of the bigger dev teams, and I already know why they don't do it, but they're like, you're not like, you don't have the numbers for us. And it's like, well, you do know that if everyone follows you as the big developer of these games, that if you shared the reviews, like for example, the one that they gave you the game, right? The we'll put it as the pity game if you don't mind.
That's fine. It was a pity game.
They gave you the pity game, and then you did the review. You gave them the link for it. None of these big developers, for in any like sphere, it seems like, shares that people do these reviews. Like, it's like, I'm not trying to hide the review. You gave them the link. It's like, okay, it's a nice review. Fucking share it. And then people see how other people see this game, and the reason why they don't do it is because they don't want to give free publicity to other people. I understand, but they're like, you don't have the numbers. It's like, but I gave you the content. Shout it out, share it, and then I can. Like, I never understood that.
Otome publishers, right off the top of my head, that I know for a fact do that. Access and PQ.
Okay.
Access, they put out their Otome newsletter, and like they include like reviews that are done for the game in that. Sometimes their marketing team sometimes makes mistakes with stuff, but they do share them. And PQ is always really good about retweeting content. when you do it for them.
That's
I've
good.
I've done some content for them for different games, and they have actively reshared it on Twitter and on their socials. So like they retweet it so that people do get eyes on it because they do realize they have a platform and they want people to know what other people think of their game. So like those two off the top of my head, those are the two that I know for a fact do that.
Okay,
Um,
good for them.
but most of the others, nah, I'm marketing that myself. Most smaller devs, especially indie devs, will be the ones who do that though.
Yeah.
They'll be the ones that ask like, "Hey, can I quote you here? Hey, can I share your thing on my Steam page? Hey, can I put it on the itch.io page?" I've had them ask me for stuff like that. And voice actors are really good about it too. Like
Yes.
I've had voice actors reach out to me and be like, "Oh, I loved your stream. Can I get the video because I'd love to clip it and put it on my socials? I'll be sure to tag you, da 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 da." And I'm like, "Sure, say less." Like, okay. And I had that happen recently. I actually had that happen recently, and I was like really surprised. I was like, "You saw that?"
Oh my god, that's so cute though.
Like, ooh.
It's
And it's for a pretty big game that actually just came out. So I was like, "Saw
Hey.
that?" I was being thirsty as hell.
No. Who was it? I think it's Ballads at Midnight. I actually became friends with the voice actor. Was it that one? They were in the stream with the dev because I'm friends with the dev from something else.
Yeah.
And they sent me a recording on Discord in the character voice saying, "Reaper, I think you need to go take a cold shower," which is a joke in my community. So I have that.
That's amazing.
It's so good. Super, if you're watching this, I love you so much.
No, that's funny you say that because I've had like voice actors show up in the streams, and usually when they show up in the streams, I'm saying the most like disrespectful, unhinged, thirsty thing, and they'll be like, "Oh, I worked on the game." I'm like, "Oh, really? What did you do?" And they'll be like, "Guess," and I'm like, "Oh my god,
Please don't."
So sorry. I'm so sorry. You have a delicious voice though, but like, oh my god.
It's like, respectfully, I'm just thirsting over the character who has your voice. Like, I'm very respectful towards you as a person who has, your own autonomy and your own life and shit like that. But your voice in this is hot as fuck, sir. Or ma'am. I'm sorry.
Oh my god, your voice. Like, and it's happened. And like, it would always happen at random times. And like, the chat would just be losing their minds. And I'm sitting here and I'm like, this always happens to me. What have I done?
But do you regret any of those moments?
Absolutely not. Never.
See?
I would do it again.
See? And we will. That's the thing, is that we will. We'll do it again and again.
I would do it again. But it's like, again, it goes back to these positives that come out of like doing content creation and being in the space. There are all these opportunities and all these interactions that I never would have had if I never started my site. If I never put myself out to do it. It's not easy, but it's fun. And like, it's hard work. And sometimes I'm just like, why the hell am I playing this game at midnight? I should go to bed. Like, I'm not playing this game anymore. I'm tired. I hate this character and I don't want to play anymore this route. Why am I doing it? But it's because at the end of the day, the pros outweigh the cons. Like, I really, truly enjoy engaging with people in the community. Not everybody. Let's be clear, not everybody.
Let's make that very, very clear.
And you know who you are. But
some of y'all need to go touch grass.
Really, truly. But by and large, I've had a positive experience. Now, I've had some people who feel emboldened to say all kinds of just delightful shit in my DMs, in my emails. They send some things that make me, every time somebody sends me something that is stupid, I put it on my social. So every time you see it, that's a screenshot and it's like, okay, so this showed up today.
You're getting shouted out, yeah.
I was like, yeah, I'm gonna shout you out. I'm gonna give you all the publicity you have ever wanted in your life. Thank you so much for your time and your effort for banging this out on the keyboard. But again, sometimes I read it and it's like, it's not even like funny. It's like, it hurts. It's like, it's hurtful. And I was like, damn, like, I don't like this. I feel bad. Damn, now I don't want to do anything. I've had people say stuff that has ruined my entire day. And like, I had to do anything, I just don't want to do it anymore. You were effective. You made me feel terrible. Thank you so much.
Because you're human and we don't.
But But I've met so many wonderful people like you and other people too in my community. I had a Discord. I had a whole Discord full of like 300 people. I shut it down because it was just too much. And it didn't feel like a space I was crafting for myself. It felt like a space I was crafting to cater to other people. So I shut it down. I got rid of it.
Smart.
Created a completely different one, much smaller. It's like 20 people in there right now. And I feel much more comfortable with that space. And that's because I needed to make a space that I felt comfortable in. And that
People,
I
sorry.
wanted to be. No, you're fine. And it's just I'm here. I'm always when I'm online, I'm on. I'm still me, but BlerdyOtome. I'm also Naja, but largely BlerdyOtome. There are certain things that I like say, okay, I'm not gonna do this on stream. I won't say this on stream. I will not talk about this on stream. But it's largely unfiltered. Like you're getting me. You're getting me. Always gonna get me. But there's also, again, we talked about this earlier, like having to be mindful of who I am and where I am in the space. Again, I'm a Black woman who plays games in a niche community on a platform where people feel emboldened to say whatever the hell they want, whenever the hell they want. And that comes with its own set of just unsafe spaces. Like sometimes a space is just it's not safe because of who I am as a person. And I'm very quick to identify when a space isn't safe and when I don't want to be there, or when I don't want to engage with these people, or I don't want to engage with that, or I don't want to do this, or this is not something I want to be around, because I need to be protective of myself. And
And sometimes that comes at, like, I think this is such a, like, cathartic conversation to have because you're at 10 years, I'm at 5 with my content creation, and, like, if anybody who's wanting to start content creation or anything that we do, like, complete newbies, is that sometimes it takes time to understand where that is, like, places that are safe for you and places that aren't, and sometimes you get to a point that you're like, "It doesn't matter the publicity of this. It doesn't matter the money of this. You choose what you do on your safety, on your self-respect. Never fucking lose that, please, people. Pick that bar up off the floor, please. Have some self-respect. Just because you're a content creator doesn't mean that you get to just you have to, sorry, you have to just take whatever people throw at you. Like, be
say
petty.
like you can honestly say no. And a lot of people think that,
Yeah.
oh, if I say no to this opportunity, I won't get another one. I'm like, bro, you can say no. Say no to it. If you don't feel comfortable doing something, say no. If it's something that you don't feel aligns with what you want to do and what you want to put out in the world, say no. You can say no. No, I don't. If you don't have time for it,
Say
that I
no.
had to learn the hard way. Because like
Yeah.
I would just say yes to everything, and then I wouldn't have time for it. And then I have people asking me, "Where's this?" Because I said yes, and I just couldn't do it. I say no. There are times when I'm like, I don't have the time. I can't do
Yeah.
it. I'm sorry. Or I'm gonna have to move this. Or hey, I'm gonna need you to give me some time. I got some stuff I got to take care of, and it's going to take more time than I thought. But I haven't forgotten. I'm going to do the thing, just not right now.
I
Like,
literally had a collab email sent to me, and I was like, "Hey, I just told my community that my mental health is in the crapper. Like, I don't if you give me a very big window of when you want me to cover
right?
it, I could probably do something, but I cannot promise you anything, not because I don't wanna work with you or I'm not interested in this game. It
Timing's
is
not.
just I just can't." And the thing is that if you say yes to everything, the quality of stuff you make is gonna go down. Sometimes you have to say no because if you say yes, the quality isn't going to be at the level. So when you put that out, people aren't gonna want you back anyway because your quality is not the level that they expected.
It's actually funny you said that. So this is a recent example.
Oh
So
god, yes.
I can say it, but I can't go into details. But
Absolutely.
like I put a tweet up about it. I actually put a tweet and I put it on Blue Sky, and it was like very vague. It was like, sat down to play the sequel to a game and realized fairly quickly that I did not remember anything that happened in the first game. And I was just like, oh shit. I was like, did I
I need
play
to
this game?
walk away.
I played the game, I wrote a review, played the hell out of the game, could not remember anything when I sat down to play the sequel. And I was like,
No, you needed to go touch some grass, babe. You
They
need to go outside.
They literally were like, oh yeah, can you get it done by this date? And I was like, I mean, yeah. Like at the time, I was like, yeah, sure, no problem. And then when I turned that game on and realized I did not remember anything from the first game, I was like, oh shit, I have to go back and play the first game.
Yes.
And then I started playing it, and then I was like, I don't remember any of what happened here. I wrote a whole review. I played this game. I know I played it. And even when I went back to read the review, I was like,
I don't remember none of this.
So it was just like, oh my god. And I'm looking at the time frame I have, and I'm looking at the length of the original game, and I'm like,
this ain't happening.
I finished one of the routes in a day, and I was like, I could essentially finish the routes this week, but that would mean I would only have a week to play this actual game. And I was like, do we want to do that? And I was like,
do I not want to sleep? How's the food situation looking? How stinky can I smell without showering for a week since I work from home?
Funny. It was just so funny because I had like this moment of just like, oh shit, what happened here? I was like, what happened?
Your brain had so many other things that it was like, hey, we're going to delete this because you haven't touched it in a long time.
And
like,
right, my brain just
one thing I needed.
And like, what was so funny is like, I told a friend of mine, and they're like, well, I have the game and I haven't finished it. I'm gonna play it right now, and I'll just tell you what happened in the routes. And then she did it, and then she started telling me what was happening in the routes, and I was like, I don't remember any of this.
That's concerning, ma'am.
I was like, what? I was like, I know I hated this character, but like to completely black out their entire route is crazy work. So I just had a moment where I was just laughing.
You're like, I have some sense of professionalism. I wouldn't just forget just because I hated him.
I started cackling. I said, this is a mess. I said, this is a mess. I was like, okay. I was like, here's what we're going to do. I was like, I'm going to pray that this game does what every other Otome sequel does and like
flashbacks. Yes.
Flashbacks out the wazoo, double explanations of everything that happened in the time between the sequel and the first game, and then we just gonna move.
Hey, seduce me, Otome, seduce me, Demon War. You did a fantastic job with that. Thank you so much, by the way.
Right. I was like, thank you very much. Because I was like, this is funny and terrifying all at once. I was like, I have never just been like completely blanked out. At least with other Otome games, I was like, I can at least tell you what happened, but I don't know. And I like the game. I really love the game.
That's the worst part, isn't it? It's like you remember like everything of the bad ones, but the good ones, you're like, oh shit.
I do remember what happened in my favorite characters route because I love them and they are so dumb and so cute and stupid. But like, and I just love them. They were just dumb. But anything outside of that, fuck, just
plot out the window.
What happened here? And then they were like talking about like years later, and I was like, happened. I'm so confused. I was like, okay, so you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put my Steam Deck down. And I am going to finish reading this BL manhwa because I know where that's going. And then we'll think about this after I finish this because I don't know.
You need to like wipe your brain for a moment and be like, we'll come back to this when everything else, like all the other loose ends are tied up.
One of those moments where I just went, wow, it's like I didn't play the damn game at all. And I know I did. I have like, you can literally see on my Switch the hours I played on this game. I did it. I did not just run the damn game. I played it. You can see the CGs and everything that I unlocked. I played this game. I just
can't remember.
I was looking at CGs like, I don't remember this moment at all. Like, it's just so funny. I was like, this is bonkers. But yeah, it was more amusing than anything else. But I was just like,
this is a warning to everyone. Please take your breaks. Please take your breaks.
Again, if you just because you were given a game, do not rush through it. Take your time. Hell, if you got to take 2 years to play a game, take 2 years to play that game. But you will remember everything. I remember every detail of Color X Malice. But this game, fuck.
Look, my indie Otome backlog is in the 200s from 2023 Otome Jam. Like,
Same.
you take your fucking time.
I'm so glad that they put a lot of these games on Steam because I bought a Steam Deck and like
Mhm.
I will be very real with you. That Steam Deck has significantly helped me whittle down my backlog because mind
Nice.
you, I haven't played like 30 games, but like let's be clear, we're not going crazy over here. But I have played games that have been in my backlog for years recently just because I have my Steam Deck that I hadn't touched because I didn't want to sit at my PC or fiddle with my
Amen.
laptop. And I will say that like it was worth the investment for that alone. I have played 5 games off of my Steam backlog in the past year since I got it, which is a big improvement over 0 of the games in my backlog in the past like 6 years. So, you know, it's different levels here. Like what a success looks like to one person is different to another. For me, it was playing 5 games in a year. For somebody else, it's clearing out their backlog. That's never gonna happen.
That's not gonna happen for me.
That's impossible.
See, when I learned that you can get the Itch.io games on your
Well, yeah,
phone, a lot of the devs are there.
dangerous.
I still play because I like we were talking about. I like my first reactions to be on stream because it's like like I like my authentic reactions to things. I like doing that. But it's like, oh, I need to like do the other routes, or there's another route that I was kind of interested in, but not enough to like play on stream. I'm like, put that bad boy on my phone, play it on the bus, just going through life. Okay, now I know the entire story. We're done.
And that's one, like, I love that. Because, again, I want my first reaction to be on stream because it's organic and real. Because if I'm playing a game I've already played, you can tell. And I
Yeah.
have played games that I've played before on stream. And, like, some of my regular viewers who are not, like, they don't have a filter because they're like, oh, I've been here. I can say what I want. They're like, oh, I can tell you played this one already. I can tell.
My community, don't you fucking do that. Don't. You keep your inside thoughts inside.
I mean, they didn't say it in the stream because they know better because they knew this was a sponsored stream. They knew better than to do that, act a fool. But they definitely DM me and they're like, "Yeah, I can tell you played that before." I was like, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thanks for calling me out privately. I appreciate that a lot.
I'm also not good at hiding it. Like if it's something I don't like or something I just can't remember, like I'm really not good at pretending like I know what I'm talking about. I don't know what this is.
That's why my streams lately, again, because of mental health stuff, I've made my streams like 2 to 3 hours. Like maximum 2 to 3 hours. Because like last night I was playing and like 2 hours in, I was like, I like this game. But now I'm just tired. And everyone could tell that I was dying. I was like, I gotta end the stream. Otherwise, it's like 1:55. I could try for 5 more minutes. Like, nope, no, you cannot. You just stop that game and you just go lay down. Just go do it.
With Rune Factory. Like it was the first time I was playing it. And I was having fun and I loved it. But I was like, damn, it's nap time. I'm getting tired. I was like, it's not even like this game isn't fun. I was like, I just need a nap and I'm not gonna leave the stream running while I nap to come back and play it later. We're not doing that. But
we ain't that weird.
But then like take my Friday stream. I was playing the demo for Draculesti. The expanded demo, I've played the first one, and then they were like, hey, could you play the expanded demo? I was like, hell yeah, this game is amazing. Sure, I will play the hell out of this. More content with Daddy Dracula? Say less.
Hell yeah.
So, I was playing it the first stream, 2.5 hours, no problem. And I was like, okay, this is more content than I thought. We're going to play this again next week, and I'm going to finish it next week. I'm thinking it's going to be another 2.5 hour stream. 5 hours of streaming. And I didn't even realize it was 5 hours because I was just like into the story. I was just like, oh my God, what's gonna happen next? What's gonna happen next? What's gonna happen next? And then we got to the end. I was like, wait, what? That's the end? And the dev was like, yeah, I'm sorry you had to find out that way. I was like, you knew, because the dev was in the chat. You knew this was coming up.
He was the entire time.
And they were like, I'm actually surprised that the stream was this long. And I was like, how long is it? And I was like, 5 hours. Holy shit. We were here for 5 hours? I was like, guys, why were we here for 5 hours? And they were like, yeah, I'm surprised it was 5 hours. I was like, me too. I was like, I thought it was 45 minutes of content. They were like, I never said that at all. I don't know where you got that from, but I never said that. I was like, I know I read it somewhere. I was like, I know I didn't just make this number up. I don't know where I saw it, but I know I did.
My God. That's like, I did not say that, but I know I didn't say it.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't say those words. I don't know what you're talking about. I was like, fair point. I'm
Mm-hmm.
probably tired. But like, yeah. And then after I did, I was like, okay, I know I'm supposed to stream Room Factory on Saturday at 9, but I'm gonna push it back an hour because
I
I
need
will.
to sleep.
I was like, it's gonna start at 10, and thank you for your understanding. Ignore the schedule. I will still stream it, just it starts at 10. And then I did it at 10. But yeah, excuse me.
You're
It was
good.
just it was just one of those moments where I was just like,
I've given
it's
up
been
on my schedule.
so when I don't have a schedule, I won't stream
Oh,
because I will do other things. I'll be like, "Oh, I don't have to stream. I don't. Nobody's waiting for me to do anything, so I'll just read this manhwa for 3 weeks and never stream." So I realized I wasn't streaming, and so I was like, "Okay, I need a schedule, but I need one that's manageable." Because what I would do is I would make a
mm,
schedule, and if somebody reached out to me, I would like add extra days to the schedule, and I would get burned out because I'm streaming every
yeah.
day at that point. So I was like, we're not doing that again. So I was like, okay, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday, because it's a weekend, I'll just play like a management game or something that I could play for a long time and not really care about during the day because I can't do day streams during the week. I mean, I could, but I get fired from my job.
Oh, you don't
So,
want that.
because it pays my bills. So I was like, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, I can do after work. And then Saturday will be the one that's like during the day. And it'll be like Room Factory or Tales of Seikyu or like Fields of Mystery or something like that.
Mm.
So I set my schedule on Sunday. Usually, sometimes I'll do it early if I know, like, if there's like requests in, and I'm like, okay, let me add this to the schedule while I'm thinking about it. But those are the days that I stream. I will not stream outside of those days. I just won't do it. I will, whatever it is, will be streamed next week. I'm not changing my schedule once it's made because I would do that and then it would be like I'm playing a game I don't really like and now I'm stuck playing this game because I switched it out because this dev asked me to and I hate it now and I'm here and I have to do it.
And then you're like, well, I really wanted to play this other game, so I'll add it on the day that I wasn't going to stream
Right.
originally. And then
And then
like you're saying, you're streaming every day of the week.
and then it's a vicious cycle. So I was like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. That's it. And if I need to cut off a day, I will. So I make my schedule and I'm like, that's it. And I'm like, I will try very hard not to cancel a stream because I want to make sure that I am consistent because consistency is key. But I also want to do something that's manageable for me because before I was doing something that wasn't manageable for me and it was burning me out and then I was doing all kinds of crazy stuff. So I was like, I'm going to stick to this. And so far for the past 3 weeks, it has been a good look.
Let's go.
I had to cancel one stream and that was because there was like an issue. Like it wasn't like what was it? It was like an issue in my apartment. And no, it was an issue with my apartment and like I couldn't stream. It
There's nothing
wasn't
you can
like
get around that, yeah.
right. And like it was like I can't stream. And I absolutely sat on my couch and read manhwa. But like again, like that's the only time. But I made sure that I kept all my other streams because I was like, I want to make sure I'm consistent with you guys. Because there was like a time where I was just not streaming for like a month, and I was like, I did like one. Like I would get my Twitch like recap for the month. It was like you streamed for 8 hours, and I was like, that's 2 streams. That's weird. Thank you, Twitch. No wonder I got like $0 this month. Thank you.
Thank you for the call out, the reminder.
So yeah, I don't want to do that, and I also want to make sure that I'm playing games that I want. So it's like 2.5 hours at the most, 3 if the game is a demo and I know it's coming to a close, and I'll do it on that day. And then after that, that's it. I'm off stream. I'm doing something else.
That's a good plan.
Draculesti was just weird because it was 5 hours. I realized it was 5
But you
hours.
were really into it, so I mean that's fair enough.
And the funny thing was, I had actually had the game on the schedule for Monday the week before, and usually if I'm playing a game again the next week, I keep it the same day. But I was like, no, let me put it on Friday. So I went from playing it on Monday to playing it on Friday. And I was like, y'all are really lucky I moved this to Friday because if this was on Monday, we would not have finished this demo because I have to go to work the next day. So I would have just ended the stream 2.5 hours and that would have been it. And I'm never playing this demo again on stream. Like it would have been it. So I was lucky to do it on Friday so I could finish it because Saturday I don't work. So I can stay up as long as I want. And
see, that's one thing I have to remind myself is that I have to commute for my job. And also I teach children. So some days are going to be really, really good. And some days are going to be really, really bad. So that's why I had to change my schedule to have more of like a relaxing kind of, like I try to stream on Saturdays and Sundays. which kind of sucks because those are also the days I meet my friends and whatnot. But I can't promise always Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, or Fridays because depending on the attitude of my students, it's either going to be a great day or I'm going to have no energy.
And that's it. It's like it fluctuates and it changes. And like again, right now I'm like Monday, Wednesday, Friday, fine. And also because like in the summer I get every other Friday off, so I know at least every other Friday I will have had the entire day to just like sleep and do what I want, and then I'm just coming into a stream after doing nothing. So like I'm fine with that. Because before, keeping a Friday stream was hard for me because I would have to cancel them all the time because I was either going out with friends or I was burned out after a week of work and I didn't want to stream. So it was like I would just every time I put a game on a Friday, they were like, "You're not gonna play that game." And I was like, "Shut up!" "Yes, I am." And they're like, "No, you're not. You're gonna cancel the stream." And I was like, "Shut up!" And then what would happen? I would cancel the stream.
Frisky Flirty Friday, I miss you so much, but changing your day was the best thing I ever did. Okay, I'm sorry. I sometimes work Saturday mornings as well, so.
Oh,
I know. Yeah. So yeah. Anyway.
But yeah, like you gotta be flexible too with yourself. And if your community is really there for you, they understand. The only assholes who don't understand are assholes. Everybody else is like, okay, I understand, you're a person. It makes sense.
And those people don't last very long in the community.
No.
I'm gonna let you be on. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Like, get out of here. Like, what are you doing? Like, oh, I wish you would do this, or why don't you do this, or you should do this. I'm like, they'll call you out before I do. They'll call you out before I do. They'll be like, what the hell is wrong with you? Like, shut up. She's doing what she's doing. Like, she's
that's how you know you've made a good community, when they step up for you before you got to say anything. Like, my mods will delete messages before I can even see them.
I appreciate that.
Love them.
Because it's a spoiler. Usually it's a spoiler or somebody being an asshole.
Yes.
Go away. Like, that's why I like Twitch, because it's instantaneous, like, curating of your feed in, like, real time. You can't really do that with your socials too much.
No, it takes a while to find out if people are assholes or not.
Because, like, you'll see the thing, and then it's like, damn, that ruined my day. Can't delete the tweet now. Can't block them. I've already read the thing. Like, it doesn't matter. But on stream, like, if it comes up and a mod catches it, boop, gone. I'll just see message was deleted. I was like, I don't know what it was, but it must have been bad if they deleted it.
I'm so nosy. I'll ask my mods and be like, do I want to know? And if it's something of like, you know, someone like sexualizing me or like a spoiler, like my mods, I'm friends with my like main mod, and we're very, very good friends, and he'll tell me, he knows what to tell me and what not to tell me. And so sometimes I'm like, good ban, and other times I'm like, I'm so glad you banned it and I know nothing about it, honestly. No. Good.
There are a couple of times where I'll like click it just to read what it says, and I'm like, that was rude.
I'm always scared if it's a spoiler, and then I'm like, fuck, now I've spoiled it because of my nosiness.
I wasn't playing a game where they could spoil anything, so it was like, that was fine. But like, I just read what they said. I was like, oh, that's racist. Great. Thank you.
Yeah, love that.
What are you doing? That's rude. How rude. Or it'll be a learning experience for everybody. Yeah, exactly. How rude. It will be like a learning experience for everybody else. It'll be like, so this is a lesson for everybody. Don't type shit like that in my chat, because it's not nice.
Because look, my mods are ready to ban at a moment's notice.
And now this person gets to be an example because they were a dummy. Thank you.
There's always got to be one.
Always. It's like, what are you doing? Why are you doing it? But yeah, I don't know. It has its own joys, and I've also found over the years that I gravitate more towards video content anyway, because like, I am better out loud than I am in text. Like, again, I'm told my writing is fine. Somebody once asked me, they're like, you must love writing because you write this site. And I was like, actually, I hate writing. And they're like, but you run a whole site. And I was like,
because I'm too far in now to stop.
Yeah, I was like, doesn't mean I like it. Just I can do it. Thank you for the compliment, but I don't like writing. Not really.
I feel bad now knowing that, because I probably go to you mostly for like your written stuff. Simply because
it's more consistent, and it's like right there.
You know what it is? It's convenient.
You can just read it at your leisure.
Exactly. I can read it whenever I want. Like, it's so easy to pull up sites on my phone. Like, if my headphones die, then it's like, well, I can't watch any videos or anything.
And like I don't hate writing. It's not my favorite thing to do in
Yeah,
life. But
absolutely.
like I do have fun writing my reviews, and like you can tell which games I had fun playing based on how it's written, like how a review is written. Like if it just sounds like I'm just like, oh, this game was great. Here's what happens. Here's what happened in this route. This character did this.
This
I
is
was
a
like,
5 out of 10 then.
yeah, it was an okay game. But if I'm like, yo, if you see like parentheses and stuff like in italics and like bold and stuff, like I have fun with this. I'm like, I want to make sure you understand exactly how I felt playing this game.
You need to know how good this is.
Right. So like that sort of thing. But yeah, I'm trying to be better at being consistent because I realized I was putting a lot of effort into like Twitch and YouTube stuff. And I was not writing actual reviews. I was putting up a bunch of press releases because like they're easy. Get them, you make sure they're written like a person wrote it and not an AI, and then you slap that shit on your site and go on. But I realized I wasn't writing any reviews. I was just literally putting up press releases. And I was like, that's a problem because I have played games. I just haven't written the reviews part. So I was like, okay, here's what we're going to do. The games you have played on stream, you can write about because you played like you played the games. You can write about those. Do it. So I sat down one day and just like wrote a bunch of reviews for games that I played on Twitch. And then I was like, these will be my backups for when I have absolutely nothing else to do. And one of those reviews went up today, or well, technically yesterday because it's tomorrow now.
Yeah, I've kept you in here for 4 hours. I don't know if you've noticed that.
Well, it was a good conversation, and you know what's funny?
Yeah,
what's funny? Every time I do a podcast or I do something like this, everybody intends to only do like an hour of a thing, and the next thing I know, it's 5 hours in, and we have had like a whole conversation, and I'm like,
the amount of cutting I'm about to do. You know how much I hate editing. And then there's the pre-show that we had.
I agree. I hate editing as well. I understand. But like when the conversation is good and when the vibe is right, there's no time limit on this. It's just like you're vibing. You're just vibing. And I love that because again, when you're speaking with somebody for the first time, there's always that bit of nervousness, but then I'm also like, it's usually fine. Like I used to get like really nervous, but now I'm like, it's probably gonna be fine. Every time I get worked up and think it's gonna be terrible, I'm like, I get in there, I talk to the person, and I'm like, they're cool people. Why have we not talked before? What have I been doing in my life?
I don't invite anyone on like this podcast, and I said this like episodes and episodes ago. It was the easiest thing is I don't have to be online. Like I don't have to have my makeup on. I literally rolled out of bed and turned everything on like 30 minutes before, and I was like, podcast time. Like, could I have gotten up a little bit earlier to not have the recording issues? Yeah, maybe, but that's not why I started this podcast. I did it because it was like the least amount of effort, and I just wanted to talk to cool people. I'm not a podcast that's going to bring on controversial people. If I don't like your content, you're probably never going to be on my podcast.
I talk to you, but and that's the thing. It's your space. You create it, and you bring on the people to talk to, and that's another thing. Like you don't have to be everybody's friend, and that's okay. Like let's be clear. Let's keep it 100.
So tiring.
I'll be your friend. You don't even have to really like me. But if you value my opinion and you like the content I create, wonderful. Love it. We are already on a good playing field right now. Now, don't be a butt.
There you go. That's it. Be respectful. You don't gotta like me, but respect me as a person. Damn.
And when I come across things I don't like, I don't engage. But some people, they come across things that they don't like and they feel a need to yell it to the heavens. And I'm like, what are you doing?
No one
I don't like it. Then don't say it. Like, what is your desired result here? To get other people to also say, I hate this thing too? Like, is that what you wanted? Because, okay. I don't know what you get out of that, but sure. Yeah, if I don't like somebody, if I don't like a thing, I don't engage with the person. I don't engage with the thing. I don't play the game. I don't say anything.
And
nothing to say.
I get when I say that to people, they're like, "Oh, but then you don't socialize." And I'm like, "You can find out a lot of cool people in the same way that you can find a lot of like crap people." Yeah.
Right.
And it's like, I do engage with that. I socialize with people that I really enjoy, but I also keep my peace by only engaging with people that I truly enjoy.
Because more important than anything else, because when you're online, you're constantly on.
Yeah.
That's it. you are on. You are on. They may not be able to see your face. They may not be able to, hear what you're saying, whether you're doing it in socials or whatever. But you are on.
Yep.
You are on. It's like going to an office and going to a job. You put on a suit, you go to your job. You put on your business casual, you go to your job. You put on your uniform, you go to your job. It just looks a little different with content creation. But you are on. And regardless of what you think, people are watching you and they're looking at what you're doing. And how you present yourself is completely and wholly up to you. How you react to other people is completely and wholly up to you. And a lot of times, what you put out is what you get back.
Yes.
A lot of times. Not all the time, because some people are just assholes. Let's be clear. But
haters.
Put out a certain type of energy, that's what you get back. And it took me a long time to kind of be like, this is happening because I allowed it to happen. Because I didn't say anything, because I didn't stop it, because I didn't do anything, because I let this go on. And it's bothering me now, and now I'm saying something, and I've let it go on for so long, they don't care.
Yep.
Because why am I saying something now? I should have said something months
earlier
ago.
when it
was a problem then. I should have said it then. And that's, sometimes you have to like retroactively do that. But once you get your safe space set up and you get your community and you get the people who are there for you and you are there for them, it's a different experience. Like, the other crap doesn't nearly matter as much. And I'm very grateful to have a really great community that is willing to call me out, but is also there for me. And they are supportive in their own unique ways.
Yeah.
but they're there. Like, I say it all the time when I'm in stream, and I'm like, if I recognize your username, you've been here enough, and that's a good sign.
Yes.
If I'm still tripping over your username, there's a problem. Like, you don't show up enough that I have to say your username, or I don't see it enough in my chat that I'm saying it. Because when somebody says something, I'm like, oh yeah, whatever your username is, that's great. And because
we're not saying that in a sense of like, oh, show the fuck up or get out. It's more of like,
we notice.
And if you're saying things that are unhinged and I've only seen your username twice in my chat, it's like, I don't know you well enough to know if you should be saying that kind of thing. Whereas if you're like my mod, he comes in and like talks shit about me all the time, and I'm like, you are so lucky. It's too difficult for me to unmod you and mod you back, honestly.
Right. No, because once you get this one, it's like there's like a waiting period. I was like, dang, I found out anyway one day. I was like, damn. Because I take a mod sort of way, and I did it. I was like, damn, sorry, I gotta wait.
You gotta wait. I know.
But like a good example of this is like when I last week as per this recording, I did a panel for CitrusCon, which is a digital BL convention. They had actually invited me to do it 3 years in a row. This is my third year doing it. The first 2 years I did a panel on like BL games that people should play. And this year I was like, I don't have the time to do a panel. I will do a stream instead. I will just play a BL game. It'll be fine. So I did that. Told my community, I put it on my socials. Twitter ignored it as per usual. And I told my community, I was like, when I was doing streams, I was like, hey guys, I'm going to be doing this thing. It's a free con. Here's a link to it. Go register. My stream is at 4 on this day. I would love to see you guys in chat. Like, you don't realize how important it is to see friendly faces when you are in a different space. And I was like, if I could see some of you guys there, it would be really great. If you can't make it, I understand. But if you can make it, I'd love to see you there. Stream time comes up. There's like 50 people in there, which is more than I get on a regular stream. And I was like, holy shit. I was like, okay, this is fine. And they're also a BL fan base. It's a BL community. Yeah. So about BL, and I'm playing BL games. Everybody at CitrusCon is always really great. One thing I will say about the BL community is I've never had any issues with the BL community. We're already persecuted. We're already persecuted because we like BL by the larger. So we tend to be much friendlier people because we all like the same thing. We like different things, but we're respectful because we know what it's like to have other people come in and be like, you're gross. Why are you watching that? Why are you doing that? Like that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I don't see the cattiness that I've seen in like the Otome community. I just don't see it. I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
It's more. It's got it. The more niche you get,
but I
usually,
think
hopefully, yeah.
more of like we are protective of ourselves and our things, but we also would love for new people to come in and want to be in BL. Like we're not deterring people from getting into it. And that brings up another point that I want to talk about before we round things out. But like I said it in stream. I was like, "Be nice to see you guys." Stream comes up, I get ready to do it, and immediately I see some of my regulars just in there, like, "Hey, I'm here. What's good? How you doing?" Like trolling me in the chat like they would in a regular stream. And I was like, "I'm so happy to see you guys." I was like, "You guys,
the trolls that I allowed to be here."
And then, but again, the community as a whole for CitrusCon was just so welcoming and so fun anyway, that I was talking about things and they were engaging with me back. We were talking about Manhwa, we were talking about other BL games, we were talking about the game itself. There was somebody in the chat like taking a tally of every time like coming was brought up. and not necessarily in that sense. It was like, oh, he was like, "I'm coming." It's like, oh, one instance of coming. I love it.
Every time someone said it, I love that.
It's so funny. I was like, this is what I love. And why I keep coming back to CitrusCon, because I love the vibe of the people and I love the community. Even when I was doing my panel, there were a lot of people in that damn panel. And it was one of those panels that they could not record because I was showing uncensored content. And and I did that on purpose. I did it on purpose. It's called Peens and Pixels, or Pixel Peens, something like that. And I just showed a bunch of BL games. And I was like, I'm not going to censor these. Unless the game censors it itself, I'm not censoring anything. And at least on every panel, there was one uncensored peen. And it might not have necessarily been part of the main presentation. It was just like a background peen that was just there. But there was an uncensored one on every single slide. So there was no way they could have recorded it. There was no way to edit that out. It was just every slide. So it was one of those you had to be there to see it kind of thing for both of those. And the turnout was fantastic. And the first time I didn't know, I was nervous. I didn't know how well it was going to go. And it did really well. And it was enough to have them invite me back. And then the second year, people had heard about it. So more people showed up. And then they invited me back for the third year. And I was like, I can't do a panel this year, but I'll do a stream. That's fine. So
I can't be bothered to find enough peens to do another panel.
Too much work. But then but even still, people were really excited to know that I was doing a panel and I was going to be a guest there and I was going to be doing something. So they showed up for me. And even like during the opening ceremony, they're like, oh, when they mentioned that I was going to be a guest, they were like, oh, Blerdy, I love Blerdy. It's so great. I was like,
aww.
Stop. I was like, stop it. I'm crying at work. Like, shut up. But
stop.
Right, but it was like it was really nice to have that. It's really cool to have that. And it means a lot because the people who show up, I notice. And it's really cool to know that you're there. And, sometimes they'll be like, yo, leave a comment. And they'll be like, I left a comment. I was like, I hate you. And it's literally, I left a comment. I'm like,
yes,
you are a troll. And you're lucky I don't block you.
You're lucky you're the troll I allow to stay.
You're lucky I like you. But it's all in good fun. And that makes it worthwhile too. Because I don't mind catering to my community because my community shows out. So when I ask them yo, what do you want me to play? I'm like, they say something, I'm like, all right, I can make that work. Or they say something ridiculous, I'm like, not unless you buy it.
Yeah.
They wanted me to play Baldur's Gate. And I was like, that game is $70. I'm not paying $70 for a game that I might only play once. So they're making a community reward thing. And I was like, okay. So I did, and they all chipped in to buy Baldur's Gate 3.
Yep.
And I played it on stream. I keep meaning to play it again, but it just never happened.
It's daunting.
It's a lot. But I mostly was just choosing chaos the whole time. But yeah, it was just it's little things like that mean a lot. And I don't mind doing things for them. I don't mind going out of my way to be like, hey, let's do this. Hey, I want to do this for you guys. Hey, what do you want to do? What do you want to see? Answer my question. This is not me asking a wall. Please respond. That sort of thing. But
they show up, so you want to give back to them. Yeah.
Right. The rest of the world, whatever you mean.
You
get it when I get to it. Unless it's something I was already thinking about doing. But
then that was on my terms, not yours.
Exactly. But to circle back to the community as a whole, and especially the Otome community, and some things I've noticed. And not even just the Otome community, the visual novel community.
Oh God.
Everything came out, and the
Yes.
community collectively lost their minds, good, bad, and indifferent. A lot of people were really excited about this game. I was one of them because it was a dumb, fun game. I was like, if I could
I was really excited.
right, if I can date a game where I date pigeons, then I can play a game where I can date my couch. Like, shut up. Say less. Like, say less. But I saw a lot of negative feedback, for lack of a better term, on the game. People were like, oh my God, this is like making it seem like romance games are a joke. Because I think the day they announced it on Switch was the same day that Japan announced that Tokimeki Memorial was coming to Switch in Japan.
Yes.
And it started this dialogue about how Japan is so respectful of romance games and otome and dating sims, while in the West we get a game where you can date your couch. And I was like, did y'all forget that Hatoful Boyfriend is
that was Japanese.
But like, okay, sure, fine,
Oh my
whatever.
God.
I was like, let's not let that right. I was like, I'm gonna let you have Hatoful Boyfriend. I'll let that slide for now. But I'm like, you can't. This was a coincidence, a crazy coincidence, nonetheless. So you can't even say like this was a planned thing. Like, look at Japan. Look at what Japan is doing.
Give a shit about date everything. Japan doesn't even know that's a game. Okay.
No. And two, Tokimeki's Switch port is going to be using AI, and it made the game look worse. So what does that really say at the end of the day? But people gonna say what people gonna say. But it started this kind of like dialogue between people. Was like, look at Japan, they're actually giving the appropriate respect to dating sims and romance games, and in the West we just get gimmicky games like this. And I'm like, shut up. I'm sorry, I was just like, shut up. Like, bro,
it's those people that they say that, and then we stop getting any otome games or dating sim games in the US, and they're like, what happened? It's the gun meme. It's the shooting meme.
They see what you're saying.
Who would have why don't we have otome games in the US? Like, did you
not? They do read what we say. Like, it's even if they're not actively engaging with the community, people are watching how the community operates. And again, this goes back to that, like, any slight inconvenience and the whole community is up in arms ready to burn the world down. And it's like, sometimes violence is not the answer. Sometimes you need to say, hey, this is not okay, and here's why. Not, I hate when people do this. This is the third time they disrespected us. Da, 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 da. This is not the time to be sharpening your pitchforks. With Date Everything, is it a dumb game? Yes, it's a dumb game that had a lot of work put into it. Regardless of how you feel about dating your couch or the romance and how it's depicted in the game, regardless of all of that, it's a game that some people worked on, put their money, time, effort to bring together, create art for, create dialogue for, or wrote for, create endings for, got voice actors together, paid them to do it, and created and coded and put together so that it could be playable for other people. That is a testament to the labor of love that the game is in and of itself, period. Because creating a game is not easy, one. Two, it's a game about dating furniture.
Yeah.
No, it's supposed to be dumb and funny. Hell, Dream Daddy was dumb and funny.
If you're taking any of those games like ultimately seriously, then you're in the wrong genre. If you're playing a Japanese otome game and taking that seriously, you need to go to therapy.
You also need to touch some grass. But just vitriol towards Date Everything was just like unwarranted.
I'm so glad I missed that.
And it mostly felt like it was coming from a place of jealousy. And I say it because here's this game that has this crazy gimmick that seems to be laughing in the face of dating sims. Not saying that it is, because it's not. I mean, it's a dumb fun game.
Yeah.
It's a dumb fun game. That's what it's supposed to be. It's dumb fun. It's like cotton candy. It's like sugar. It's like getting a stick of gum. It's not food, but it'll satisfy you for a minute, you know? Like that double bubble. Chew it for a couple hours, you'll be really into it, and then you'll move on to something more savory later. You just needed something that tied you over until you could get home and eat. But It's not a meal, it's an appetizer. But it's exactly what it is. And people are saying, like, people are looking at it like, this game is getting all this attention, but there are so many other better games that nobody's talking about. And I'm like, because you're wasting your time disparaging Date Everything instead of uplifting your game that you love. I was like, for every hate tweet, hate post, hate review I've seen about this game, that could have been you uplifting another game that you think deserves more attention. And then on top of that, what people fail to realize is Date Everything is a game that gets people who probably have never played a visual novel before in their lives
into the genre.
Visual novel, an otome game, a dating game, whatever. And some people, that's all they're playing. They're gonna be like, oh, this is stupid. And that's all they're gonna think. But for other people who are curious, they're going to play this game and go, hey, this was interesting, but I wish the game had this. I wonder if there are more games like this. And then they're going to search, find itch.io, find some random person who talks about indie games, and then they're going to find their way into this space. It's a way, Date Everything, however you feel about it, is a way to give visibility to dating sims in a larger gaming industry.
Mm-hmm.
Is it a perfect game to be the poster child for dating sims? No. But that's not what it's trying to be. It's getting attention. It's getting visibility. It's fun. That is going to make more people take notice of these types of games. And maybe, not everybody, some people are going to be trolls and assholes as they are, because that is how the world works. But there are going to be other people this is going to be their first game, their first experience with a dating sim. And they're going to be like, that was kind of cool. Are there more like this? And then they're going to find other games. Or they'll be like, oh, I wish I could have done this in this game. I wonder if there are other games that let me do that. And then they will find games that do. And then they will segue into more dating sims, into what a visual novel is, into what this genre is. And I was like, we spend so much time trying to gatekeep and protect, in quotation, that we fail to realize that we're excluding people who may be open to learning and wanting to be a part of it. And that is the problem. And that has always been my problem with the community as a whole. We are so concerned with protecting ourselves that we exclude others. Hell, you can even take it back to the argument about terminology. What's an otome game? What's not an otome game? Yeah. People would say BlerdyOtome. I would just politely say it's just BL. You don't need the otome part. But people
have said that before, like on this podcast. Otome is, by definition, boy and girl.
I was like, if you want to be really technical with it, an otome game means that you play as a female protagonist and you romance at least one male love interest. That's otome, period. That's it. There's nothing else. There's no other bells and whistles. But because romance games and dating sims have become so much more nuanced as people are becoming more comfortable with their identities and exploring different diverse stories and romance stories and characters, the line is blurring. And terms that existed before are not necessarily going to fit with a new climate, which is why we have the emergence of Amare, which is all romance games. Which is all romance games, regardless of like the protagonist, identity, love interest, whatever.
How many partners.
Right, that part. And that's why that came about. But people, they get so defensive when people misuse terms. And I say misuse. They are misusing them, but there's a way to tell somebody politely, like, you don't need to say the otome part. BL is just BL. As opposed to just saying like, oh my God, I can't believe people keep lumping this in with BL. They're not BL. We're otome. They're different. Like, that is a different tone. And I've seen people do that, and that dissuades people from wanting to be a part of that community because now they don't feel safe asking questions. They don't feel safe being a part of this. They're now apologetic, like, oh, I didn't mean to cause any problems. I'm so sorry.
And then they leave.
Yeah, and then they leave and they never talk again. And the community can't grow because we are constantly putting up these barriers because we're trying to be protective. And there's nothing wrong with being protective. It's just we need to give grace. It's always giving grace to other people and being open to meeting people where they are. Because instead of yelling at a person or telling them they're wrong, you could be like, okay, well, that's not really the terms, but I can give you some other games that are like that. Or BL is this, these are the types of games. Do you mean these types of games or do you mean these? Like, that's what I mean. So it's just
People,
we are our
yeah.
worst enemies sometimes. And
Yeah.
it's sad, and it's really sad. And it also goes back to what you said earlier about how people will say like, "Oh, I didn't play this game because I didn't like the art." You are literally putting up a barrier to a really great story because you feel a certain way about one aspect of it.
Mm.
You are not giving it a chance because it doesn't fit into the mold of what you think a game should be. It should look
Mm-hmm.
like this, it should read like this, it should feel like this. And you are putting yourself out of some really great titles because there are a lot of really great indie games out there that don't necessarily fit into the traditional Otome mold or a traditional dating sim mold. And you're missing out because you want things to be like this. And that's fine to be particular about what you want, but it becomes a problem when you're trying to convince other people to believe like you do.
If you like
And
one thing so badly that you are excluding other people, then that's the problem. If
yeah,
you're not going to engage in something because you don't like an aspect of it, that's fine. But when
one,
someone says, "Hey, you didn't get past the art, so you didn't get to really enjoy this really awesome story," you don't get to say, "Well, they shouldn't have made the art so bad," or something like
right?
that. That's
That's a whole different conversation.
yeah,
You just tried
exactly.
to, and that's the thing. And I'm like, that's why it's hard sometimes to engage with the community. Like the larger community is like crazy because that mob mentality.
Mm,
But there
oh
are
god.
people within the community who I'm like, I fucks with you. I don't mind having a conversation with you. I don't mind debating with you. I also welcome your opinion on stuff. You're cool peoples. But other people, it's like, you don't really want to hear what I want to say. You just want to tell me I'm wrong. And
Yeah.
you can go ahead and do that if you want, but I don't really care. Like, I don't really care. I said what I said, and I meant what I meant. Like, it is what it is.
Just keep talking, but I'm gonna stop listening.
Yeah, I didn't stutter when I said that. I didn't like that character. I meant it. Or I don't like this game. It's just not my thing. It sucks. Like,
I think so a lot of
yeah.
my community isn't like really Otome heavy people. They watch because I enjoy it. And the thing I'll say, we're not sponsored by Date Everything. We're not like they nothing here. We're just bringing this game up because it's a good time. It's just like it's a
It's
relaxing good time.
dumb and fun. And like even when I wrote my review for it, I was like, is this game perfect? No.
No.
Is it going to revolutionize dating sims? Absolutely not. It's just dumb and fun. I just want to date my French wrapping toilet. Is that a problem with you guys? Like,
Look,
if I could date a kill, if I could date a pigeon a partridge that chops my head off and puts it in a jar, I can date my damn toilet. I can date my office supplies. I can date the hotties in my breaker box. Like, say less. But you know, it's just you like because even there was the PC Gamer article that's been making the rounds because people are like, oh my god, they're saying what we believe. People are using that as like a springboard to spew more hate. I read the article. They weren't necessarily harsh about the game. They were honest. They were just like it's not a dating sim. Like it's not a real
it's
dating sim. And it's not, and it doesn't try to be. But they were kind of critical of it, which is what we want. But
for a reviewer, yeah.
I think on some level they kind of like they wanted the game to be one thing and it wasn't. And remember how I said earlier when I played that one game and they gave it to me and I was like, oh, they advertise it as this game. And then I played the game and I was like, oh, it's not this game. And then I turned the switch and was like, it's a comedy, not a serious.
Yes.
I think that person continued to hold it up to the standard that the game wasn't necessarily trying to be. And I think that's what a lot of people are doing. They're holding it up to the standard because it says it's a dating sim that it has to be like this game.
This way.
And Date Everything isn't that way. That's not the game. That's not what it's trying to be. That's not what it's trying to do. Now, I will also say that the community around Date Everything, some of them are dude bros, neckbeard dude bros.
Yep.
And they act accordingly. So that does give it a bad name a little bit because those are the people who are vocal about certain things. And I think they should keep their shut, but that's okay. But again, when I see like some devs just like completely trashing the game and saying that this isn't real art, this is just a gimmick. I'm like, it is art. It's just not the type of art that you are expecting. Like, you literally walked into a middle school art fair expecting Picassos and you got finger paints, my guy. Like, you can't be like that. Like, you can't
like
be.
they think it's like a competition, and like I understand like money and stuff like that, but
It's
if your game isn't like this, you're not competing with them.
a different level. And I understand the frustration of seeing someone come in and seemingly shoot up to the top while you're still struggling at the bottom trying to get basic visibility. Tie it back in the content creation if you really want to. But like, because there are times when you see people who just start and they're like literally getting thousands of likes and retweets, and you're just like, what the fuck, my guy? I've been doing this.
We've been here.
Like, I've been here doing this. What the hell? But like, it's not your time. Like, it's not your moment. It's not your time. That opportunity wasn't for you. It's okay. It's easier to say than feel, but I mean,
yes,
real shit,
But
like, that's what I mean with the indie games. It's like,
date everything is gonna fall. It's gonna fall out.
This is a fad. It is great. Everybody loves it. It's fun, but it is going to be a fad. At the end of the day, people are going to fall back on what's there, what they want. Again, it's a snack, and people want meals. They're going to come to a meal when they're hungry. Right now, they want a snack. They want a bag of chips. They want to play. Not to say that Date Everything is not a good game, and that, I mean, they sent me the game.
I'm having a great time.
And they did not pay me, but they gave me the game. I had fun playing it. Even if they hadn't sent it to me, I was going to buy it anyway.
Yes.
I just got lucky this time. But I had fun with it. I had fun because it was dumb. It was dumb, fun, and it was not trying to be anything crazy. It was just you running around, flirting with your furniture, and crazy shit happens along the way. And that's okay.
In my house.
Right. Like, yeah, I was literally like introvert's dream right here.
Yes.
But like, I get that. I love that. And that's sometimes you just need something dumb and fun. Sometimes you really don't want to be thinking. I can't tell you how many times I've played an Otome game that's tried to be so highbrow that I'm like, bro, you could have just let me suck this man's face. Like, I don't care about the politics or whatever's going on. Just let me suck the man's face. I came here to lick and that's it. I don't care about political drama. I don't care about people dying at the age of 21. I don't care about I
don't care about the worlds of most of my Otomes. I just want to find the hottest one that I like and go on cute dates.
And
that's
mark
all I
them as
want.
mine. Like, just mark them as my own. That's it. But like, that's it. But like, it's okay. Sometimes you want something that has more substance to it, and sometimes you just want something dumb and fun. It's okay. But yeah, and I've seen like so much controversy around this. I'm like, man, would y'all shut up and let us play the damn game?
So glad I haven't seen crap. I'm so off of that. I was like, everyone that I know is like enjoying it. I'm like, yay, we can be a part of this.
I think if I saw it before, like when it was first announced, it wasn't as bad. But when the game showed up in that Nintendo Direct, and it was like, oh, this is a big deal. It's in a Nintendo Direct. That's when people started to like go, what the F? We can't get our indie VN on this platform, but this game is getting not only a Switch port, but it's on a Nintendo Direct. Like, what the hell is going on here? Like, that's when it really just started to turn. People are like, what the fuck? And I get it, because this seemingly gimmick of a game just seemed to circumvent a lot of stuff and showed up in this very big platform where it was going to have a lot of eyes on it, and you've been working your ass off for years to try to get people to even get 1,000 downloads on your game. I get it. Understood.
I feel like it's the same people though that like, how do I say this? It's like they want to be on the Nintendo Direct, and it's like, sweetheart, I'm gonna hold your hand when I say this. That's probably not gonna happen. I feel like there is a level of jealousy involved here, and I'm like, I need y'all to chill the fuck out, because that's not making me want to play your game anymore.
I think jealousy and frustration. I think it's like a
That's yeah.
double-edged sword because again, when you've been putting in this work and you've been doing this and you've been trying to build this community and it's not getting the traction you wish it would within the larger community, but then this game shows up out of nowhere and it's shiny and new and it looks ridiculous and it's all of a sudden just like on everybody's feed, it's everywhere you turn. That's annoying. That's annoying as hell. And it sucks. But
Yeah.
do you want those people to play your game, or would you prefer to have an organic growth to your story? Because like we can even go back to Save the Princess?
Oh yeah.
That's an indie game. It's by the same folks who did God, something Scarlet Hollow. Jesus, I was like, I knew that name. It's right on the tip of my tongue. And I played Scarlet Hollow. Love it. So fun. It's like a great horror game. And was it Markiplier, I think it was, who played
Oh
Save the Princess?
yeah.
And
And
all
that
of a
got
sudden, that game was on everybody's mouth. It was on every main page of every big gaming thing. Like this surprise indie hit is now a big deal because somebody famous played it. But that also invited a bunch of people who were not a part of the community into the game to play it, and they were acting like neckbeard dude bros who crawled out of their mommy's basements and being real belligerent. And that introduced a whole different community to the VN space, the indie VN space that people didn't like seeing. It was like, why are you here? You do not belong here. You're not one of us. But again, that comes with visibility. You want the visibility, but do you really want that visibility? Because with it comes
it's
the bad too.
yep.
So you
The
have to be
double-edged sword.
you have to be mindful. And I think visibility is good because it gets more eyes on it. And even though you will attract people who are not there for the right reasons, you will also attract people who are. Now, they won't be as numerous as the others, but you will actually get some genuine eyes on it and it will expand to other people looking at other things. So it's like you got to look at the gains of what this means overall. Like again, do I think Date Everything is the best game to ever come out? No, not at all. I played better games. I played better games that had funny plot premises. But it's fun, it's dumb, and it's something that people can relate to and enjoy. Like it just is. It is. Like I mean, hell, I like eating a whole cupcake by myself. Is it going to fill me up? No.
No.
I need to eat dinner later. But for
I
now, it's good as it is. Hell, it's like somebody who's lactose intolerant eating a cheese pizza. You know it's
you're
about to
you're
be
gonna
a
regret
problem.
that, but yeah.
It tastes good going down though, but you're gonna regret it later. Same concept. It's like, bro, just
I
let it ride.
I definitely I like seeing all the hot characters. I'm not smashing every single one of them, but I'm like, "Yo, this is more smashable characters than I usually would have in an Otome game."
And
But
what I love about
but
it is
it's so shallow. Like
it is
like,
very
I haven't
shallow.
gotten too far into them, but it's like, I'm
It's
not
very
going I'm not gonna get any deep, deep conversations, I don't think, but that's not what I'm coming to this game for.
no. And that's the thing. And what I also like about Date Everything, and this is why I like it, the diversity of the story. You have
Yes.
characters from different identities, different cultures, different body shapes. And one of the things that the dating sim space continues to fail to do is diversity. Like
Yeah.
they've done better with being more diverse and like, oh, well, there's a brown skinned character in here, or there's an ambiguously brown character. Or, oh, look, we have a character that's, got red hair instead of brown. And I'm like,
Uh-huh.
but you don't
Good.
have
Good,
a
good.
plus size character. I don't see me playing as a non binary character. I don't see me being able to date people who are from this culture. I don't see me being able to be a really short person, to be a really
That's
tall
there
person, a really skinny
yep.
person, to be a really big person. I don't see the ability to have a character who looks like this be a love interest. I don't see a plus size love interest as a character. Like I think I played one game where one of the love interests was like a nerdy, kind of short, wearing glasses, chubby kid, and he's not the usual like fantasy aesthetic of like slim, chiseled jaw, hung like
Mm.
a tree,
Yeah.
He was just a normal little nerdy looking guy. He was the sweetest romance route I had ever played. He was so sweet. He was so wonderful. He was so attentive. He did like anime art and he drew like art of you, and I was just like, this is oh my god.
Oh, that's his love.
Like this is nerdy and dumb and I love it. But it was so cute. And I was like, I want more of that. But do I get that? No. I get aesthetically attractive characters. And when I do get character customization, I can change the skin tone, I can change the eye color, I can change the hair color, but I can rarely change the body type. I have played a couple of games that do let me change the body type, and not just like making a plus size character, but making one that is more masculine, more muscular, more, you know, androgynous, like those sorts of things that some people just we're not getting it. Now we are getting more in the indie space. I will say that. I will always say that they're doing their leaps and bounds ahead of everybody else in terms of diversity, but there's still a ways to go. There's still things I'm not seeing. And I can honestly say about Date Everything is you have people of all shapes, sizes, colors, and creeds in that game. And you have different relationship types as well. And I appreciate that. You've got characters that are super thin, you've got characters that are bigger, you've got characters that are heavy set, you got one that's a friggin' Yeti. You've got like
You've got some older, like I don't know if you've met Celia yet.
The ceiling, older
She's
woman.
Yeah, you never see that.
You have older characters. You have characters with disabilities. You had a character that's
yes.
in a wheelchair. Like I'm just saying, you've got a variety of characters. You've got non-binary characters that are stated specifically to be non-binary or to be, you know, gender fluid. And you have those in one space. Are they done perfectly?
No.
No, not at all. Let's not pretend that they are. My couch being a Hawaiian man and just being like, oh, I'm just here to laze about and eat food. And I was like, bro, stereotype. But I was like, it's not. I was like, I didn't come to this game for like accurate representation. I came here to date my couch. Like, let's be clear. Like, I know what I came here for, and I can point out the flaws, but I can also say I also didn't come here for that. I came here to date my damn couch.
And I mean,
damn couch.
If we're also being honest, Date Everything is truly Date Everything because you can also just be friends,
right?
And that's not in Otomes. Like, I don't. When you play
routes would be killer. Like some of these characters I would never date, but I would be your friend because I would tell you how wrong you were. Like, date you? Marry? Never. Procreate with you? Hell no. We don't need little yous anywhere in this world. But like but they don't let me do it. They don't let me have a friend. I can't do it. I'm like, why are we here? If I can't have friends. If I can't, and like with Otome games, the goal is romance. Not friendship. So a lot of times you don't really know these people, these characters that you're romancing, because you're not supposed to be their friends. You're supposed to lick their face and mount them. That's the point. That's
the bedroom fade to black, sometimes not fade to black, is the end goal.
But that's it. Like, you're not friends with these people. You don't know them. Like, that was one of my biggest complaints about Desperate Drops. I liked the characters and they were great, but Desperate Drops being an Otome game was a waste. Because if that game had not been an Otome game, if it had just been a visual novel or something like Persona without the game, or even like Ice Omnium Files, where it's like you don't have to romance, you're just running around trying to solve a mystery and you're hanging out with these people. That would have been better. But the fact that it had to have romance in it ruined the story for me because they did not let us spend enough time with these characters for me to feel like I was falling in love with them. Becoming their friends, becoming besties, hell yeah. Absolutely. Would I hang out with Camus? Would I go to an anime shop with him, get some manga? Hell yeah. Would I hang out with Hamiel just trolling people on the streets? Absolutely. Would me and Ash just be chilling, watching TV, not speaking for hours? 100%. Would me and Rami be out in the street just wilding, playing pranks? Yes. Me and Sally going shopping together? Hell yeah. But romancing these people?
You got no ridiculous.
I don't know you enough to like you like that. Why are you telling me? Why are you confessing to me? Like, I don't know you. Get out of here. So like that's how I felt. Like if they had taken the romance out and made it not an Otome, the game would have been 10 times better. I was like, this would have been perfect. But the fact that it had romance was upsetting. Just like,
how dare you?
I was like, this is a waste. I felt the same way to some degree, like with Jack John. Like, love Jack. Jack John is masterful. But I also would not have been mad if there was no romance in that.
Huh.
If it had been a BL, if they had gone whole hog with this and just made it a BL and had Kisa be a guy and address it that way. Because like they essentially have the setup where all these guys fall for her thinking she's a guy, but then it's like, oh no, she's a girl. It's a het romance. Don't worry. You're not gay. Don't worry about it. And I was like, aw.
Congrats, you're not gay. But joke's
like,
on you, you're bisexual, so get fucked.
Right.
I'm sorry. Anybody, like
Suzu's route was like all gay panic. It was so funny. That man was in crisis. He's like, wait, are you a girl? She's like, nope, I'm a boy. He's like, oh, but I rise when I see you. Like, excuse me? Like, you sure? And then she's like, nope, totally a dude. But like, he had a whole panic where he was like, oh shit, I think I like a guy. And I was like, honey, it's okay.
Welcome. It's cool.
And then it's like, surprise, she's a girl. Fine. It's totally fine, guys. I was like, I always here. But yeah, I want somebody to make Jack John but a BL. I would love to see that.
Hey, someone get on that. You want an idea? Here it is. Do it.
But like again, there's some Otome games where the fact that I have to romance these characters ruins the story for me because like it detracts from a good story because now they have to shoehorn in this romance that doesn't necessarily fit with the narrative they've crafted. And it sucks because like Desperate Drops was one of those games. It's like I didn't need to romance any of these characters. I could have just been their friends and at the end of the day, that was the story and I'd have been cool with that. Or like with Jack John, make it a BL. I was already on board for Jack John, but making it a BL, I would have been all over it even more. But like that sort of thing. And it goes back to like the Otome formula. They have a certain story that they have to tell. At the end of the day, these characters have to fall in love. The plot be damned. Like whatever the plot is doing, they're gonna
throw the plot away at that point. Honestly, though, like sometimes they really commit to that. And I'm like, just don't.
No, just don't.
Just give me one bed in a hotel room. We'll figure it out.
Make it work later. Not right now though. It could be Fade to Black with friends, and I can imagine that they smash later. But like. That's it. And I don't know. I feel like that ruins the story. But with Date Everything, it's just like you're dating them kinda. You're like spending time with them. But it's not like dating in the traditional sense. Like you're getting to know them, you're befriending them, and you're working your way up to something more with a lot of these characters. Except for the Wall. The Wall just loves you immediately, which is so funny. But like the other characters, like you work your way up to friendship. Dorian, you are immediately friends. And Dorian tells you straight up, I just want to be friends. Friends are better. I don't need love. I don't need a romance. Just friendship.
I'm working on him.
I was like, that's fine. I was like, that's fine. I'll take that. But, you know, if you do want to romance these characters, it could be like a quick smash. It could be like, we just like to hang out and go, eat food around the house. Or we just like to chill and watch movies. Like, it depends. It looks different for each character. And I think we're so used to romance looking one way that when you see it portrayed in a different way, it's just like, oh. But again,
your initial response is that it's wrong. It's like, no, you're just conditioned for it to be other ways.
Right. And I'm like, it's fine. I was like, is the game gonna be like super romantic at the end? No, I've heard people who finished it and were like, it's not a romance. And I was like, okay.
You could just have some fun with fictional characters, like
maybe I just want to have a quickie with my sink.
Hey, we're setting up an orangey in my office because everybody is hot in there, and so yeah.
I do, guys. Like it's cool. It's fine. Get on board.
But I will not romance my toilet though. I cannot get over that.
No,
that's that's the only design I don't like.
They lost me when the toilet started rapping. I was like, not Eminem in here. I said, what are we doing? What are we doing? What have we done? What have we done? I never want to talk to you again. But my breaker box? Hell, not even breaker box. Just shit. Not even what's his face? Volt. Volt is like electricity. Eddie is like all the wires and shit. Eddie can get it. Eddie was giving like Shane vibes, and I was like, y'all know I love Shane from Stardew Valley. They're like they were all like, stand up. They were like, stand up. They were like, the bar is in hell. I said, shut up. Okay. I like my hot mess. Like,
Lyric, my bookshelf. I'm like, sir, excuse you.
They came out of nowhere like, let's write a story, and I was like, okay. And I was picking like all the wrong choices to make this like crazy story. They're like, this sounds good. I was like, are you sure?
you Kurt and Rod were really cool too. I wasn't expecting
They were
loving that. I was like,
they were so funny. I loved how it was like a 90s vibe because they were dated and like how they were just like ribbing each other and joking with each other. And you try to do it too, and they're like,
no,
no.
wait a minute. No. Here's the 5 rules. I was like,
Right.
you guys,
I said, this is so much fun and silly. And I just needed this because every other game is so serious. It's trying to prove a point. It's trying to tell some weird story. This is just put on some silly glasses and flirt with your furniture. Flirt with the wall.
You can even flirt with the glasses themselves. Like,
Hey, like, just, no. Let me do the stupid thing. It's fine. It's fun. It's cute.
life is getting too hard. Let me be stupid.
Also, this game came out during Pride Month, which was like
That was the
ideal. That was the ideal. It was supposed to come out on Valentine's Day, like.
Oh no, Pride Month is really where they did that right.
This was the time for it, especially now, given how everything is in the world. Like, bro, sometimes you just need dumb fun, and that's all you really need to be good. Okay, there's a space for serious stories. There's a space for like in-depth narratives and characters and like epic romances, but there's also space for dumb stuff too.
So I think that's like it's really important for any dev to hear that. Be like, write your story, but also if your story is to date fiction, like to date your furniture, that's also an okay story.
And here's the funny thing: Date Everything is not the first game that I've had where I was dating like inanimate objects. There are a couple of dating sims I've been sent where like the characters have like sinks for heads or like pill bottles for heads or stuff like that. And it's like a weird furry kind of thing. I'm not necessarily into it, but like
it's there.
It is there. There are plenty of those. So this was not the first game to date inanimate objects. Just let's be clear.
We're from Hatoful boyfriend and the one with the horse with the hot face.
Horse Prince? Yeah. Oh my god. I played the hell out of that game back in the day. I remember when I first played it, the Commandant scene is so funny because like he literally could have taken her head off. You see the cracks in the wall next to her head.
Yes.
And I was like, he could have taken her head off. This is terrifying. But you know what I will say about Yuma? Yuma was out here ready to work for his queen. That man said, my queen needs money to be in this race. I'll become a chef, just chopping up onions. You know what? I'll be a construction worker to make some money. He over there holding the jackhammer just because I need to work out. I'm gonna work on this treadmill. Like, Yuma was willing to do any and everything for his queen, and I respect that. Does he look freaky? Yes. But do I respect the hustle? Absolutely. Nothing is sexier than devotion and consent.
Y'all were into the birds and the horses, and I was too busy romancing the demons and seduce me the Otome.
Oh my god, I loved Seduce Me.
It's so good. I can.
The first game, like I remember when they made it, they were like, yeah, there were some things we couldn't do in the first game, so like all the routes are like copy pasted. They're like all the same. And they were like, for the second game, they said, we're not going to do that. We're going to actually make these original routes, and it'll feel like you're playing your own unique story because they listened to the feedback. And then when B2, the Demon War came out, literally every route was unique to that demon. And I was like, James and Sam, bro, say that.
James.
Say freaking
James is my husband. James God.
Sam, bro. I was like, I didn't know I was it, but that I was. Also, Damien and Matthew. And
they're all so great.
Eric as well. I didn't think I was gonna like Eric, and then Eric ended up being one of my favorites. And I remember when I first played it, because like this is years ago, I had said something about like the voice actor's voice just being like perfect for the role. Like it really sold it. And then the voice actor, because like the dev.
That's a very popular voice actor, actually.
Yeah, but at the time it was like I didn't know who the hell I was.
We didn't.
But like the dev and the voice team were like watching this so much because it was like their baby. And like I remember the voice actor like left me a comment about it, and they're like, "Oh my god, I'm so glad you like my voice," and da 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 da. And I was just like, ah! But like,
yeah, it was fucking Jonas Scott. I had to look it up. Oh my god, and Alejandro Saab is also in there. I forgot about that.
Right, like they had some big names before they were like big names.
We knew them, dude. We were thirsty after these voices before anybody knew.
And it was just so funny. Like, it's such a funny thing to think about, and that also makes us very old if we think about
No one has to comment on that part. No one has to comment on that part.
But like, those games are like the ones we were getting, and like they are so iconic. There was this other one, it was called Planets. But like the internet was mean and they kind of chased the dev away. The dev wrote this story. It was so good and so cute, and they were going to work on a sequel because they were growing as a creator, and they realized there were some things in the first game that they could have improved on. So they're like, I'm going to make a second game. They announced it, and people on the internet were just like, oh my god, nobody needs stupid dating sims, da 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 da, a bunch of dude bros. And they discouraged them, and they decided to just completely step away from everything, and they never made that game. And I was so disappointed. Because Planets is just, is it a perfect game? No, but it was an interesting story, and I loved the characters, and I loved what they were doing with it. I wanted to see what they would have done if they had had the time to like improve the writing and the art and the story and everything. Now that they had one game under their belt, but like ruined it for the rest of us. And that's kind of a lesson to everybody. It's like there are people behind the things that you are looking at.
Yeah.
And depending on how you engage with them, you will either facilitate something greater happening, or you will deter somebody from creating ever again. It's like in those like movies where it's like, oh, like there's a Twilight Zone episode, because I love Twilight Zone. I was on a Twilight Zone kick recently.
No worries.
So that's why there's so many references right now. But like, there was an episode where like this alien came down and he gave like he's giving this gift to this little boy, and everybody in the town was just like, oh no, this guy's evil, we need to kill it, we need to kill it. So they get rid of the guy and they destroy the thing that was the gift, and there was a note with it, and it was like, here is a gift from us to you, it's a cure for all illnesses. And because they were distrustful and they didn't want to have faith in it, they smashed it, and they kind of shot themselves in the foot with that by leading to something even worse. They could have had an opportunity to cure all illness and be a better society, and they ruined it because of their own kind of preconceived notions and things about stuff. And I'm like, that's kind of how it is. It's like, you need to be mindful of people and how you talk to them and what you're saying to them and how you engage with them. If you don't like someone, if you don't like something, just don't say anything. Like,
you can talk about that in your inner circles, like,
but you don't have to go on a like spree to disparage somebody. Like, you don't have to. You're making a choice to do that. And even if you're like, they're never going to see this because they're too big, or oh, they don't care, they're not here, you don't know that. They could see that, and you don't know what impact that has on somebody else. So you need to be mindful of what you put out into the world and what you're saying, because it could backfire in a way that you don't know.
But you are allowed to give criticism, and you are allowed to give feedback, but just don't be a dick about it.
It's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Yep.
Tone is always important. Like, you can give critique, you can say something is not great, but like, be mindful of how you say it, because saying I don't like something and saying this is the worst shit I've ever played in my life are two different things. They're two very different statements. They mean the same thing technically, but they are very different in how they're going
to deliver differently.
Yeah, like, I don't like this thing, it's not for me, is different from, this is the worst fucking game ever. Whoever wrote this should never write again, is awful.
That's just too far. That's like attacking someone.
Like, you're an asshole at that point.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I guess the last thing I would leave people with is just like, give people grace and be mindful of how you engage with other people, because you never know. We're all here to have fun, and that should be the end goal, having fun. Like, if somebody's having fun with something in a different way from you, then let them enjoy and consume something in the way that they want to. You can't.
And you go find your thing.
Right. Like, that's easy. Simple. It's easy and free to not be an asshole. True.
It really is. Can we all practice that a little bit more?
Right. Like, please. Some people need more practice than others.
In return, maybe we'll stop being as petty.
Right.
Y'all got to start first because I'm still petty now. So
I'll continue to be petty for the rest of my life. But I'll just be nice about it. I'll be nice about it. I'm always petty, but I'm nice about it.
We'll be petty in our DMs. How about that? Like to each other, be like, "Can you believe you?" But we'll never say that to them because that's mean.
Right. Like I'm not gonna say it to their face like that. That's mean. Now I will give feedback. I'm like, hey, I didn't like this thing, but here's why I didn't like this thing. Just thanks.
Yes. Feedback of I don't like this thing is not helpful. I don't like this thing because ABC reason is much more like useful.
Feedback. You're giving somebody feedback. And I think a lot of times they think, oh, I just said it was bad. That's not feedback. That's just telling me it's bad. What about it is bad? I need more. I need more than just it sucks.
Yeah.
But, you know.
Well, listeners, we leave you with all of those deep thoughts and the idea of don't be an asshole. How about that? Like that's the ending here.
Words to live by. Don't be an asshole.
Yes.
Period.
More people need to know that though. I didn't realize how many people need to know that.
4 heads.
5 heads.
Yes.
You said that was the last thing you're going to leave them with, but I need you to leave them with one more thing. We've talked about all your YouTube stuff, all your Twitch stuff, and all your writing, and all that's going to be down in the description box. But would you also like to like, sell yourself a little bit more here before we head out? Who you been? Where we find you? All that jazz.
Well, my name is Naja B. I go by Blerdy on the internet, or BlerdyOtome if you want to keep things formal, which is totally okay. I run a gaming site, BlerdyOtome.com, where I write reviews and walkthroughs, and I do interviews with indie devs. I also stream on Twitch, where I play games live. So if you want to see me live playing a game, talking about something, yelling about it, finding me on Twitch as BlerdyOtome is probably the best place to do that. I also have a YouTube channel where I upload VODs from Twitch and occasionally video reviews. So if you want to hear me talk about the games as well, there you can. Usually short form or long form in the VOD category because it's easier to just upload. I do a lot of things. I'm mostly on the interwebs as BlerdyOtome. So if you go on a social media platform and you see BlerdyOtome, it's most likely me. If it's not, just let me know. I have to have a conversation with somebody,
She's really good about that, actually. Like, you just Google BlerdyOtome and all of her stuff, just like the first 10 things are you. So I'm like, she locked that down.
I sincerely hope so. But you can mostly find me around the interwebs. I mostly play Otome games, indie visual novels, BL games. I read a lot of BL manga, so I will be yelling about that on my socials as well. And I'm pretty chill, pretty down to earth. Like I said, reach out to me if you want. If you want me to play a game, let me know. If you don't want me to play a game, let me know, ?
Hey, don't interact with this one game. Why?
Right. Yeah.
That just adds up more questions.
Right. I do a lot of things. But yeah, mostly you can pretty much figure out what I'm doing from my socials. I do have an announcement for something that will be coming out soon.
Ooh.
Probably by the time this goes up, it'll literally be live, so that's fine. But so keep an eye out for that, and I've got some other fun things in the works because this is the 10th anniversary of BlerdyOtome.
Yay!
My anniversary is technically in August, so I will probably be doing something closer to that, but I do want to do something big to celebrate 10 years because that's insane to think about.
And I will definitely be retweeting all of that stuff because it's going to be good.
It's so weird. 10 years is crazy. But
we won't talk about the age part of that.
Right. Super true. Yeah, but that's pretty much it. I can't think of anything else.
I think we talked about so much stuff of just otomes and the world around otomes, and I really appreciate that. This was very, very cathartic for me because I don't really have anyone who is as into the otome sphere themselves. People are into it because I'm into it, but not necessarily of their own volition.
No, But no, and I want to say thank you so much for having me on. Like, we've been following each other for a while
Oh my
and like
god.
popping into streams and stuff all the time. We've never actually sat down and had a proper conversation like real people. And this was so much fun. We are gonna have to do this again because
Oh my god, I need you back because I have more questions. We didn't even get to like anything I actually wanted to like talk to you about, which is awesome. I love when that happens.
so funny because like you'll have a plan and then life will just be like, no, we're vibing. We're just gonna have this conversation instead. But no, definitely we got to do this again because like so much fun and definitely want to collab with you on Twitch. I just
Oh my
need to
god, yes.
my life together.
Yeah, same. Don't worry, same here. And time zones are kind of a
Yeah,
bitch with that as
yeah,
well. But
you're
no,
on
I'm when
ocean.
this No, but when we can get time again, I would love to have you on for another episode just because there's always games being released. There's always things happening and it's nerdy distractions is never going to be a thing where we talk about gossip and things like that, but it is important to talk about like the news of like these smaller
Mhm.
niches like otomes because we don't want to cut people out, and if I can talk with other people who are kind of more in the know with that, then I'll
Right.
get that information out there. I need
Exactly.
food.
Listen, that's fair. And I will probably conk out. So
Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, we're 5 hours in. I need to get this girl to bed.
started
Uh,
this on Saturday and we finished it on Sunday. My time.
let's go. God, I was trying to be really careful about that. I'm so sorry.
You're fine. Like I'm off on the weekend, so I have more free time, so I'm more likely to be awake. But so you're all good.
But thank you again so much for being here. And if you guys are here, that means you're in the right space for me. I'm Reaper Babe. You're either at the Patreon, which you guys should listen to the Patreon pre-show if you are. And if you're listening to this on YouTube, that means I actually got around to uploading it, which takes me forever. And I hope you enjoyed. So you're in the right place. You're right where you need to be. But yeah, thank you again. And with that, I hope you have a great day, night, wherever you are in the world, and we will see you guys next time. Bye, guys.